Well, switch that. Didn't work very well, did it? No idea where everyone ran away to, but doesn't seem Pat Robertson's or primary topic of interest. Nor Aristotle's four causes. Well, what are we here with? American culture. Oh dear. Feminism led the gang rape, according to Diana West. Going back to Siebel operations, indeed. Syrian refugee crisis orchestrated by somebody with a lot of money. Oh dear. Inevitable civil war in Europe. Tipping at restaurants makes America great. The World Congress of Families. Joyner Weston impeaches Supreme Court. And of course, wow. What even mention is there? Okay, looks like over 2 weeks ago. As far as even mentions. Oh yeah. She's passable. It's pretty much you get a free pass that way. Well, I say she's passable. That's shorthand. And it's loaded with a few other things. I don't really want to be there. So it's like a yeah. She she looks at herself in the mirror. And she's not so tortured by what she sees there. She sees, oh, what's supposed to have been there? Not like me. Man's face in the mirror. Man's man's voice. All that. Side eye. I don't have very much. I have very much in common with any of that. And they overcame all so well, and well, that's over for them in a way. Yeah, I feel there's a better parallel. Those who are radically disfigured. Yeah, oh well. These stories are held up. Yeah. Well, yeah, they succeeded in whatever in some respect. I don't. And that is a gulf and the difference what's happening here. Both in the kind of effect it has on me directly and how I'm treated by others. One can draw a parallel with almost any disfigurement that We'll say, oh, well, it doesn't necessarily have that large functional impact. What do you need a nose for anyway? Really? Well, you can still breathe. The holes are still there. Yeah. Oh, well, you get a few acid burns. Well, they're just superficial and skin deep. Okay, so yeah, that's a success story here and there, and oh, grand story told. Those who aren't one of them is home code be one of them, as if it's of our choosing, as if we didn't try. And going through the motions. Helps that anything keeping my head down. Stop me from being struck down. Okay, I wasn't struck down because of this. And welcome, Pom. Okay. Do control room. Trying to broadcast you like 5 times in work. Okay.
No, hey Nadia. I think I fell asleep a while ago. I was taking my medication, and sometimes my medication it like screws up my body's like balance, and then either I become hyperactive or I become very sleepy. It generally depends on a lot of factors.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it's been sticking out because Aristotle's 4 causes were a bit too abstract, and then while things were at a low ebb, I had cell tower connectivity issues, and the room was empty when I got back.
Oh, sorry about that.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of mental blocks lately. I'm trying to figure out a lot of things. It's uh, I've been looking into changing a lot of things in my worldview. It's just really fundamentals, just like how you deal with a lot of things, really. Just human interaction. It's I've been having so much trouble. Like there are blockades. There are inconsistencies. I'm hypocritical sometimes, and I I can't keep it straight. Like how I'm trying to looking at into a lot of different things, and it's like I'm trying to find like a new way of doing things, but I'm having a lot of problems. So trying to adjust really is the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's change in a meaningful way. I mean, just completely. Really, that's
Oh, I'm I'm close enough to the end of things. I'm not sure it matters too much.
we should get some people in here. Where's everyone?
I have ideas where they are. Best to not go on too much about that.
Huh.
Yeah. They have news for people like me, and one of the first things they had was I guess a UK newspaper, the Guardian or something, talking about a U.S. Marine who, well, I guess was perfectly passable after transitioning, and I was like, okay, well, that's real nice and all, but guess what? The rest of us who are irreparably scarred and are, this kind of stupidity set up for them.
There's definitely some very dislocated thinking. Like for me, it's very dislocated. That's like in my mind, they. I mean, a lot of times I hear this. They say, "Hey, children in Africa have it worse. They have distended bellies," and I agree with that. I fully agree that they have a much worse situation than you. But in the same way, in the same case, it does not negate the suffering of, for example, you, Nadia. It does not then make it okay for you to be continuing living in this way. It is. I mean, if we live by that standard, then I mean, we can pretty much do that for every single thing. Like, I mean, let's say, let's say there are like 3 children in Africa starving every day, right, due to hunger, due to whatever, and we only have 1 child starving every day because of hunger. We say it's fine. Hey, our situation isn't as bad as people in Africa. Hey, we can let 1 more child starve, so we can both have like only two children starving. We send some of our food to them. Hey, they've got it worse than us. It's like we don't really function in this way in the real world. Oh damn, Nadia dropped. It's probably cell tower communication problems, I think. I'll just wait for Nadia to come back.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, Nadia, how much of that did you hear?
I think I got the part, if we held everybody standard, that's about it.
Right. Oh yeah, I'm saying if everyone lived by the standard of kids in Africa have it worse, so therefore we should we should ignore our own suffering. Uh, I mean, then we would be doing such things, because, like in Africa, there are children every day starving. And let's say we had 3 children in Africa starving every day, and we only had 1 child starving in our own country, we'd say we can let 1 more child starve so that 1 less child in Africa can starve. So we send some of our food to them, so they have it worse. I mean, we can do this in all aspects of life, but we don't live that way. We do not really I mean, we do not really concern ourselves with their suffering when it comes to most things in life. So, but then why is this objection brought up when you make your complaint about when you're suffering? But I don't like it's in my mind it's a way to dismiss the complaint, really. It's just to silence someone, in my opinion.
Hmm.
I mean, that's how I come at it.
It is. It's also kind of a what is it, moral impulse, a thing that the elevating the worst uh, is the highest priority among all things.
Mm-hmm.
And few actually subscribe to that as a kind of exclusive goal of societal welfare.
I mean, if okay, let's say our standard was the person who is suffering the most, they should get the most care. I mean, would you then be willing to pass up on your operation if that was really how we lived in the world? If that really people, like, if they really didn't like go buy iPhones, and instead of like buying an iPhone, they just say, I'm gonna send this $600 to like whatever starving kid in whatever third world country so they can like have food for another week or so. Like, would you then be okay with that? Like, if we truly genuinely live that way? I mean, I nobody lives that way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would think the right thing to do is a little bit more than just elevating the worst off.
Mm-hmm. But in the case when you cannot, I mean, like, let's say there's a case and there's only enough resources to feed everyone, and if we do that, then we can't, like, let's say, do a transgender operation. Then we can't do that. But would you, in that case, be in favor to put their needs above your own? In that case, if that was the real
maybe.
case.
Yeah, maybe.
See, there you go. So I mean, it's not that you don't care. It's that you see the hypocrisy in the system, and really, I mean, I mean, I personally would, I would personally pass up on a lot of things if it could help some children. But that's not really how the world is. That's not how we live our lives. It's
Yeah.
I mean, I do genuinely. I mean, I wish I could empathize with you, Nadia, but I cannot, because I'm not a transgender. But I have experienced other shortcomings in my life to where I maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if I'm even close to, maybe I feel close, like, I've had sometimes things I wanted for my, well, in my life, and it's just when I could not have it, it was torturing me. But it in no way is that like I'm saying it's like how your situation is, but it's like a frame of reference I have. But I probably am way off. I probably am not even probably anywhere close to how you feel. Uh, but that's not what I'm saying. But it's like the closest reference I have to how you feel. I mean, I can't imagine being born in the wrong body. I don't even know what that means. Like, in my frame of reference, I don't know what does that even mean, being born. Like, sometimes, like, I've thought about it. I said, what if I was like tomorrow a woman? What would happen? Like, that would be pretty interesting. But it's like I didn't know. there's all this stuff that comes with it. There's all this. I didn't even know like all this stuff was so hardwired in the brain, and if you didn't have the correct components and whatever, it would cause you distress and so I don't know. Yeah, it's. I think a lot of Christians, for example, they say they probably have thought about it. They would probably say it would be neat if I was like a woman for a day. Like they probably come at it from that point of view. It's like, they think of it as a sort of a fond little, what is it called? Like like something you think about like in a moment, like if you wish you could be rich or something, and it's like to them it's like a triviality because it's so far out of their experience. So I mean, a lot of ways. Yesterday, was it? How many days ago? 2 days ago, when I had that talk with All for His Glory, really, Nadia. When he told his story, and I asked you, Nadia, did you hear his story? It was really so you could relate to why he's saying it. So where his limit is in terms of his experience. I wasn't really judging him or anything. I was making moralistic judgments. I just wanted you to see that, look, this guy, he is only this far in his life, and he's not really. I don't even think he was wanting any malice. But as we discussed, really, it doesn't matter if you want the good or the bad. I mean, they burned witches because they thought it would be good for society, and or they would lynch black people, because they would thought that, hey, if we get rid of this black guy, then our society will be, it will be, we'll have one less criminal on whatever, you know what I mean? It's sort of the intention doesn't really matter, but on the other hand, we can't also be like aggressive with them or judgmental. I don't know, like how. I mean, you saw his thought process. I mean, I laid it out pretty clearly when he described it.
Yeah.
It was really my main purpose. Right. It was not my purpose to jump on him. I mean, if he never changes, that's fine. It's fine. I mean, you're not gonna get that from anyone. But I think it's important that we hear them out, and then, I mean, yeah. I'm personally having myself a lot of problems with communicating with people. Like I told you, like what I administered that day was my new worldview, really. That was how I am willing to approach people and, really poke around and see how the mechanisms is in their brain. But my old worldview is being judgmental and jumping on them. It's like I have all these conflicts. I'm trying to settle it down. It's like I've been reading a lot of books, for example, by what the hell is his name again? I forget his name. Yeah, I don't have his thing here bookmarked. It's one on. It's a book on nonviolent communication. It's by Marshall. Hold on. Let me get you his name. If I type in his, I'm probably gonna get it here. Oh yeah, Marshall Rosenberg. Oh yeah, hold on. I think I have. Let me find the PDF. Where is my favorites? Favorites. Bookmarks. Here it is. Let's see here. No, not Shelley Keegan. I'm just gonna find it here. Mm-hmm. Now here it is. That one website you linked, what is it called again? It's
GenLib, yeah.
you can yeah, I'm trying to get like the link. I don't know if this is the link to getting the gen thingy. Let's see. Let me look up the Marshall D. Rosenberg. Maybe if I can find it that way. Dick 4. Yeah, here it is. I think this is it. If I'm not mistaken, this is the link. Yes. This is one of the books I'm reading on it to really establish a basis, and I'm trying to work out from there. Just, that's. I find myself like going back and forth between my old worldview and the new worldview. Like it's just because I don't have a real grasp on it yet. I'm. Hey, Vin.
Welcome, Vane. And here's Pickle.
Schmeckle. Facebook? Oh, you guys got Facebook? I don't have a Facebook, unfortunately. Just got a sour baby picture on G+. That's all I have.
I've got Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, my parents made my Facebook one time. They made it for me. I said, I don't want to be on there. And they said, no, we're making one for you. Do you know why? They just wanted to make it so they could add me to their circles. I've never in my life been on it. I've never. You may actually be able to find it. I've never been on that. They just made it so they could add me. So I'm not interested in Facebook. Please, I don't want to like. I don't get that whole culture.
Yeah, it's a way to communicate or whatever. I use
it. Yeah, it's great actually in some ways. Experiment. Oh, there's like a new movie out. It's called The Experimenter. The movie is called The Experimenter, and the movie is about the one experiment where they like push the people to push like an electric button, like to shock someone. It's like someone in a lab coat tells them to shock them, and they keep listening to do it. It's like the concentration camps. What is it? I don't know what the hell it's called.
Yeah, there are a few of them.
What is
Stanley Milgram and so on.
Yeah, I think it is the Milgram experiment. Yes. It's just a new movie out. Now I recommend to people watch that. Maybe interesting. Yeah. Here it is. Famed social psychologist Stanley Milgram in 1961 conducted a series of radical behavioral experiments that tested ordinary humans willing to obey authority. Okay, that's it. Yes, it's actually based on the life story.
I know what you're talking about. Like, it's the experiment where the dude is told to shock someone, and he's pressured, and eventually he shocks them. But he doesn't really shock them.
I put the link in the site, Chris. You can
Yeah.
click the link from the IMDb. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think that's a good recommendation. Really.
There are, well, quite a number of issues that crop up.
With the Milgram experiment, you mean?
With psychological experiments in general.
They're never reliable. That's one thing. They're never really 100% reliable. You know? There's just too many factors. I mean, I can sometimes try to figure out someone, but then it turns out that's something else sometimes. You know, it's just, or I don't even know. You know, it's like the amount of things that a person is influenced by is just too many. You know, I think it's just like I've really given up on doing that a lot of times. Like psychoanalyzing people, it's too hard. It's too hard. I mean, without like a long history, it's really too hard to really know anything really, anything meaningful at least. And just people shove these terms around like psychopath or whatever. It's like I'm not sure. I'm not really that convinced. Really, I'm not convinced. They may be displaying those tendencies, but I don't know if that's really the case.
Every good psychologist and one psychiatrist I've spoken to is they err on the side of never divulging what their thoughts, of the diagnostic problem is. If they're looking in your best interests, they want to just guide you in the right direction. They're not looking to just find a bunch of labels and good therapists anyway. Labels usually don't come up like that.
Right. No, but in order to understand where someone is, you sort of have to figure out like how is this person thinking, and this is not to jump on them or use it as a weapon against them, but this is as a way like you're going through a minefield and you're trying to avoid like the triggers that like let's say make this person hostile or make this person close off when you're talking to them. So in that way, when you have like a vague idea, you can sort of maneuver and get meaningful discussions out of them. And my goal is just never really to use it as a weapon or any of those things. My goal is just to have a good productive discussion. That's really all there is really. I mean, but it's very difficult. I've experienced. It's
Yeah, sometimes for me it's just as simple as coming in and saying, "Hi Nadia, I hope you have a good day. Well wishes to everyone," and then I'll scoot off and do my thing. But I don't know how productive that is, but it makes me feel good in some way too.
It's for yourself, really. Yes. I've experienced this. Like a lot of times when people say, "I feel sorry for you," for example, this is actually not for the person they are feeling sorry. This is for how they feel about the person. So they're trying to cheer themselves up. So they say, I feel sorry for you," and when it is actually perceived that they pity you, they're actually pitying their own feeling. They're not really psychologically concerned about the people. They're concerned about stopping that feeling in themselves. You see. So that this is
Yeah.
how, sort of how empathy works. You project yourself onto them, but you're still feeling sorry for yourself. It's not really the person you're doing it for.
Yeah, I think maybe it was Kierkegaard, the blame the victim guy, Kierkegaard, who said that. He said, every feeling arises from oneself. You are the source of the feeling, or you're responsible for the feeling anyway. But I'm in Nadia's ball camp when it comes to Kierkegaard. So
In some ways, I'm actually convinced that it does. The feelings do come from yourself. Like how, like I mean, you could have three different people experience the same type of life, and all three uh, um, show different behavior patterns. Like one may be attacking themselves, the other may be attacking the outside, and the other may just be just indifferent. You could have it's I don't know where the hell I was going with that, but
that's all right. I'm always ambivalent too. I know the feeling of being
no,
54.
right. So the philosophy is you use in your life, sort of how you view aggression, how you view dialogue, and that has a large impact on how you're gonna feel. So if you feel that
Oh,
someone is attacking you, and uh, in a way, then you are gonna feel defensive. But if you, let's say, interpret someone berating you as a lack of need for them, they are experiencing a lack of need. They have something lacking in themselves, and that leads them to there. So then when you ignore all the white noise, all the cursing and screaming, and then you ask when they're done screaming, and then you ask them calmly, is there something lacking in your? Is there something I can do so we can resolve this? No, and then
well,
if
yeah,
you view it
you
in
ask
that
them the
light, you.
correct way, and they take it the correct way. But as per why I originally joined tonight,
Mhm.
uh, what were we talking about? Aristotelian outcomes. No, what was the website that Joe was touting on about earlier with books on it? Because I found that one book, the NVC, Nonviolent Communication. I think
Yes,
it is.
that's the website. That's the website. I think
Right,
Nadia
I've got a
linked that
PDF of
book.
that.
For
Yeah. Well, what's the website? So wherever I derived that one from. Okay, I'll have a look around. I heard you
Yes.
talking about a good site with plenty of free PDFs as well.
Yeah, that's one we got from Nadia. That one.
Can
If you
you
just
post that in the site?
hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah. Oh, here it is. That's the book. But if you click the logo of LibGen, that will take you like, or put in the search like the name of the author, maybe you will get books by them. I mean, yeah, it's very useful.
Okay, cool.
If the book is
Thanks.
really good, then I'm in a place where I can like afford it. I'll buy their books for real. If it's really helpful, I'll probably get that book just to support them, maybe. But yeah, it's pretty interesting, all this stuff. Like, these people have looked pretty deep into all these things. I think it's just a matter of digesting it.
And applying it in any way you deem fit to your own
Well,
life. You
you
take
sort of
yeah.
you can't brashly apply it. You always have to reflect it on your own worldview. I found, like, if you try to change too radically, the change is never permanent. The change, you will always go back to your default. I mean, so you have to slowly incorporate these things into your worldview. You have to slowly change some gears, some here, some there, and you can never fully change how you view everything. So some views may still stay the same, and that's fine. When the majority views, you've probably changed your way how you view things, and it's a day-by-day process. It's slowly building up.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I've always rejected the pickup artist mentality. Learning a few set rules and then trying to apply them for an outcome like that. I've always found it kind of sleazy in that way as well, where people will just sort of robotically adopt the rules in order to achieve an outcome. But I don't know entirely about that. I'm just saying the general vibe of it. But yeah, you're right. You have to incorporate it. Well, it's always going to be incorporated into everything you've experienced previously. Your personality, your character, the way you view certain things, your tendencies and biases.
Mhm. Yes, I mean that's what I did with the other person on here, and a Christian. I mean, I sort of dug around their backyard, and I was looking like, okay, how does this person view the world? And I sort of got a look at how they view it, and uh, I was doing it in an understanding way, and trying to see generally where they're coming from, and it really,
Hmm.
in my mind, it really worked. I could.
It sounds like you're at an interesting time lately. You're really sort of plugged in at the moment and seeking for, you're searching through various different things and trying to achieve some sort of change. I'm not sure that you even have that fully defined yet, but
Well, I,
I
I
support
define
you
it
in
as
your endeavors.
I define it as radical change, really changing everything. But I can't I can't express it right now. I don't I am not I'm not able to express it right now. It's still foggy in my mind. It's still
Yeah, the ideas are still shuffling around, going, left,
I, I
right, left,
fall
right.
I fall
You've
back
got
into old ways. That's my problem. I fall back into old habits and old ways of thinking.
Yeah. Well, I tend to view the brain. It's sort of like it's like a parliament house, and at the moment there's a bit of conflict between the two different parties, and you want to be the the speaker. You want to be removed from the situation and just observe what's going on in that process in your brain. That would be, the executive higher order sort of functioning. And then apply it to whatever outcome you've chosen. And I'm not talking from a person who has done that. I'm in no great way in my life at the moment, so I'm listening along and following in the journey too. So I'm going to read that book anyway. I will read that one because I've enjoyed Joe's little uh, you know his input anyway. So I think
Definitely.
he's brought some good things. He's an anthropologist, right? Yeah.
It's more the more people we have to bounce these ideas off of, I think the faster we'll be able to digest it. I think a lot of times it's just the numbers. It's a numbers game, really. It's when you do have to do it alone, it takes much longer. It takes much more time to put it into practice. Really, I mean, practice and practice and what the hell is it called? Just learning about it. Book smarts. It's two different things. Yeah.
Theory
So
and practice.
yeah, theory and practice. Yeah. So it's not like the same thing. It's like Seamus. Seamus is mostly unable to communicate to people. It's not because he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's because he doesn't know how to formulate his questions and how to go about teaching it to people and explaining it. So like one time when you step outside of his script, he gets annoyed because he doesn't see that other people have other life experiences and they go about different ways of getting to somewhere. So no two people will be able to go on one path to learn an idea. They all have their own view of how to get there. They all take different routes, and that's what he's, for example, not seeing. He gets annoyed and he gets berates people, and it's like, and
Yeah,
that's what
I
happens
think,
really.
yeah, you have to look for novel solutions, and it sounds like in the last, I watch along, but I think that you've sort of got this zest back where it's all curious again. You're taking some curiosity and also I think not being too easily discouraged. I'm always very easily discouraged. I won't stick around and see if I can actually learn something. I'll just, talk myself out of, oh well, it's not worth it, or I'm incapable, or inept. So I feel discouraged and then quit on the endeavor towards self-improvement or whatever. But it's interesting. It's always an interesting thing being a human. It's it throws up a new problem every time you arise out of dreamless sleep. You're back in the game, so to speak. So I think also you were saying about conflicts, in trying to adopt this new worldview. Maybe a bit of that centers around the will, like when I was saying how some people would work, and you said like under a bad boss, for example, and you said, well, I don't think anyone should have to tolerate that sort of treatment. That's sort of an ideal, though. People do have to tolerate horrible things to survive. So
Hmm.
just that's a little bit of input. But yeah, very curious.
But by not tolerate is not reciprocating, of course. I'm not saying you should punch the person. You just don't reciprocate, and then let's say the boss is um, treating you like an ass, and then what I'm saying is you should not rebel, and you should also not what is it called? The opposite of rebellion is capitulating. Yeah, you should not rebel. You
Cooperate.
should, no, capitulate. It's giving up into their view. You should not capitulate to their will, and also not rebel, because both sides is you're falling for this. You're falling for what they want, what they want out of you. Really, it's what you should do is when they're done berating you and screaming at you, and then you just ask them, I sense that you're troubled. Is there something that is lacking? Is there something that you're needing me to do? And then you approach them in this calm way, and you approach them in a way to where they and then they have to tell you. You have to maybe clarify a couple of times because they may think you're mocking them, but you calmly ask them, and that's the way you're not participating in this uh, in this toxic environment. You're not really, you're not contributing to it. So you're not rebelling, and you're also not uh, giving into their demands. It's uh, so that's.
Pacifist, sort of like an amoral act, as Shamos might say. It's being amoral.
And I'm not saying you should do. Okay, let's say they say, I want you to do whatever, and then just do whatever. You shouldn't This doesn't mean you said, okay, I'm gonna do it in order to stop the berating. You explain to them calmly, well, actually, I don't really feel the need to do that. I don't really want to do that. Or if you feel up to it, you say, actually, that's fine. I'm gonna do that for you. That's fine. I actually want to do that. And you
Yeah.
go
Okay.
one of those two ways. So
You,
it doesn't
sorry to
mean
interrupt
you.
because I've got to leave real quick.
Right.
But are you coming from that book, Nonviolent Communication? Are these some
That's
of the?
one of the excerpts. Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is the sort of tenor. Okay, I understand.
Right.
I'm gonna read that because I'm gonna adopt a policy where I'm not in a hangout and with divided attention. You know,
No,
I
people mistake it as like capitulating, as like giving up, but it's not really like that. It's just approaching life's problems in another way, in a way to where you examine the root causes instead of giving into the drama.
yeah,
All the screaming will just be white noise to you. It will just be uh, it will just be random noise, and then all you
yeah.
hear is like, what do they need? And
It
that's
will
like,
be a pointless recapitulation. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
yes.
But
So you will not
I'm
be
gonna
triggered.
read that book in with an open mind because I think that openness and honesty is a virtuous thing to possess. So
Right.
yeah, take care, everyone. Nadia, good to see that you're up and looking all right. You've had your ramen, so you've got your hat tilted on the other side. But viva la revolution, uh, communism all the way.
Absolutely.
Okay, bye everyone.
See you later. So yeah, that's what I'm having trouble with, really. Trying to implement that stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to get Art to send me a Red Army uniform. I think he says the things are still floating around out there.
What are the Soviet uniforms?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably have them, like grandparents or whatever, like in their closets. Yeah.
Question is, they had them in my size.
Yeah. I'd imagine a problem with that future is that it would become boring very fast. Like that's always been my fatalistic view. In a future like that, everything, it would just become very boring if you got everything you wanted.
So you would rather there be some element of violence and suffering?
I I don't want it, but I think, like, unfortunately, to keep things interesting, there has to be. But I'm not saying I want it. It's just like it's just an observation I'm having. It's
Yeah, I won't contest to you that would be boring. We want excitement in our life.
right, and
So
and I
there
mean,
are ways like we could minimize like that excitement to like people having to die.
like pro wrestling, that stuff is like fake, but they get hurt, but they're not really fighting, really.
There's always like dance moves and sex moves and all kinds of funny little things to try out. And you don't have to have some kind of grand conflict for things to be interesting.
But in my mind, we evolutionarily we grew up to love conflict in some ways, to prefer it in some ways, to get what we want. Uh, it's a very troubling thought.
We just like work with that and make a more better way to get that same feeling without having to have people actually die. Like we channel that by watching like a violent movie or something like that. Something where someone is risking their life on the line, but we know that no one is getting hurt in the process. So,
That's a
well,
good.
yeah,
That's a good solution. Yeah, that's definitely. But like the people who go to do mass shootings, like I mean, that's for example, one that those people they won't get satisfied no matter what. But they are a tiny minority, of course.
yeah, but they do that for a lot of reasons. Like it's really hard to like jot down because you don't want to like if you attach it to any sort of thing like say like how these conservative Republicans say that, oh, it's because of the violent video games. There's going to be stigma to another group.
You're right. You're right. It's maybe I'm being too simplistic.
Mental illness could be a factor. Also, like availability of resources like weapons is another factor. What else would be also their training if they're military, because some of these shooters have been like, well, at least one of them that I know of has been militarily trained, and that was like Christopher Dorner or something like that. The dude who was like in the military,
Hmm.
and he basically like they couldn't catch him for quite a while. I think it took them like a week to catch him.
What would you say to the okay, maybe the mass shootings? Maybe that's a bad example. What would you say to people who join ISIS, for example? What I've what I've heard is that they are uh, mostly young people our age. Uh, they they lack like a goal in life. They say. I mean, from
Yeah,
studies I've seen, they lack some sort of goal, and they're like aimlessly going through life, and they feel discriminated, they feel isolated, they feel they belong nowhere, and then when
yeah,
they see this band of brothers and robbers, and they sort of see it like a family, like how uh, and they get that sense of adventure too. They get that feeling of adventure. I mean, some guys, they do like adventure, they do like, there is that fantasy of conquest, and some guys do have that. uh,
that may have hit the nail right on the head because teenagers like of course, there's this fact that teenagers think that they're invincible, that they're never going to die, and they will test themselves. Like even in ancient times, they tested themselves by competing in athletic games and also fighting animals. So it's not far fetched that they would to say that to come to the assumption that they are doing this because they crave excitement, they crave adventure, they crave purpose.
oh,
Because
hey, DPR. No,
most
you're
young
right.
adults, they
Oh,
they don't
I think
really hello DPR. They don't really have a purpose. They don't feel that they have a purpose. They have not found themselves.
But but they do live in Canada, for example. Like the ones I saw, they lived in Canada, a very prosperous country. Like they were not living like in some shitty place. So I mean, in my opinion, like if you had everything, then it's like some people will like go away from that. They wanna get some excitement. They wanna get some. But yeah, that's like a minority. It's still even if
yeah,
like that's the
ISIS is their idea of excitement.
But
Yes,
but
no,
this com-
really, it's like a band of brothers. I mean, it's very strange. I agree.
this comes down to like, in order for us to have like a little bit more like to prevent groups like this from arising, there's a lot of things that have to happen. We have to really care about like the other side of the world that is less fortunate than us.
Hmm.
We also, as education, we have to make that available.
I agree. I mean, if that situation doesn't even exist, then nobody can join that. So I mean, the reason that those people can join those situations is that because that there's unrest in that region, and so I mean, then they can go there and cause all types of harm. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, we can. That I mean, that's a way to solve this. I mean, if you can't, if there's no ISIS, then you can't join it. So I mean, it's that simple, really.
Welcome, Buster. I think we're just proposing a grand solution to ISIS. Preventing ISIS from coming about, or something.
Yeah, I don't know if the rest wants to weigh in or something. I think Chris had some interesting views on it, and
Um, I mean, it's a very complex cultural phenomenon, I guess. So it can be a lot of speculation, but it has ingredients of things that we always knew, like. Yeah, I was listening 5 minutes before I came in here, so I was listening to you, Tom, and I think you got it right. So you have all these things coming together, like loss of identity and purpose and
I knew you
adventure.
were gonna agree, Balthasar.
Uh,
Sometimes you do promote that.
yeah, I see it like that, but I mean, it's uh, but
This was relating to really, like Christopher said, he had a dream to where like there was a utopian society where like every need was met and all things were free and it's like my rebuttal to it was like you would have people who would get bored and like go on mass killing sprees and whatever or join ISIS and things like that, and it was really in that regard that we had a talk. But yeah, I don't know what the rest thinks about that. Like, I mean, is it inevitable that we'll always have violence, or is it always just because like I don't know, are some people always like destructive? Is it just inevitable that we'll always be in continuous war or killing and whatever? Is it ever gonna stop? Even if we have every need met, like
um,
everything is free and whatever.
interesting is, of course, the question if these destructive forces, that comes out of what you said, also could be turned around to be the opposite, to be constructive, instead of that you have to build something instead of to destroy. I mean, but perhaps that's a killing or this instinct, violent instinct that in humans that come into it. I don't know. Because I mean, you have all kind of movement, and the thing is when you are like in group, you feel a collective is you feel greater in a collective, and I think that is one of the, like you said, one of the things that we are missing in our society, this feeling of belonging and collectiveness. And that is splitting up. I know, if in every sense of the word. So, and I just think humans are perhaps more happy when they feel part of a collective, maybe a communist collective, or it can be all kind of collective, or
Some
sorry,
with
yeah.
phenomena. Hold on. Balthazar, I'm echoing from you. Can you mute for a second? Oh yeah, thank you. Some interesting thing I've seen is that even when everyone agrees, there is always schisms even within a group. So it's like there was this. I mean, it's like when let's say that all atheists are gone from YouTube, or the majority. Usually, in my mind, what happens is that those groups will eventually turn on each other because they have no common enemy anymore, and then will be other atheists. Common enemy will be other atheists. And I think even if you have a group, you will always in the group have schisms. You will always have people fighting against whatever is the norm. You will always, I mean, that dynamic will always be there in my mind. So I don't know how attainable this utopian thing is. It's, I mean, yeah, it's people are gonna disagree for whatever reason.
Yeah. But this group mechanism, that is pretty evolutionary. I mean,
But why is that?
it's some kind of no, because as a group we have survival advantages, and if someone is doing something that threatens the groups, it's a threat of our survival advantages, and then a group will always seek to get rid of elements that goes against it. Sometimes, though, these elements are revolutionary and can manage to change the whole idea of the group, But mostly they will just, if you. Sorry, I was in. No, I mean it's very beneficial to act as a collective, It's just. I guess that's why you get also atheism, if someone they are just as group oriented like all others. If someone is thinking differently, they will circle them out and bully them and get them away from get them out of the circulation.
But isn't that more a common human trait? Isn't that like not really of any ideology? Like it's like
That's why I call it evolutionary. It's a survival instinct. It is. I mean, most. We are a group species, but almost you will always have an advantage if you act in a group collectively. It's huge, the advantage. So when you have elements that threatens to splitten the group, or these will be countered, and that's an instinct, I think. Group instinct, and there you have that's the reason for tribalism and racism, and at least the tribalism. Racism is perhaps more cultural. I think tribalism is much deeper than racism. I don't think racism is so deep, actually. I think it's more on the surface. I mean.
Yeah, maybe we should switch the subject. I don't know. A lot of people are interested in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the title of the hangout, Nadia? What were you wanting to discuss?
No, it was a joke about latest clip from Pat Robertson. He said, Pat Robertson said, homosexuals want to come out and stick it to Christians. And the title of the hangout is Transsexuals stick it to cushions harder.
Oh my god.
There is my answer to Pat Robertson. How about that? Okay, maybe not that funny.
No, it was pretty funny.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's an odd comment on one of the previous videos, and there's something like there is no such thing as a transsexual. So God created a male and female. It's like that's kind of not the question.
Yeah, I think it's the first account of creation in Genesis 1, which I probably misquote, but it's something along the lines of God created man and woman in his own image. Now that's kind of confusing. Yeah, I accept it sort of like goes on to sort of like come up with a slightly different, and some would say just more descriptive example in Genesis 2, but if God created man and woman in his image, then it begs questions about the sexual orientation and sexual nature of God, I guess.
Yeah, there's I guess the usual claim that that God doesn't have any sort of sexual nature to it, but then it's like, okay, then in the image of this has something extraneous to it. And what is the nature of all that which is extraneous to it? Was that basically saying that all sex and such is evil?
But going back to the first point that was being made when I came into the room, history does seem to suggest that armed conflict is one of the most commonly used methods of conflict dispute resolution. It's happened throughout history. It continues to this day. There is no evidence that it is in any way declining. The reasons for it are they're different between each sort of like armed groups, but there are very little interstate conflicts these days. It tends to be non-state armed groups that get into conflict either with their own government or even with other non-state armed groups, and it certainly isn't in decline. ISIS is one example, but depending on what literature you read, there's anything between 40 and 100 active non-state armed groups that are in conflict at the moment, whether between themselves or between them and their governments. And the reasons also are different. Some may be political, some may be geopolitical, some may be simply because they're trying to finance criminal activity, some may be because they're being state-sponsored by other states to effectively fight on their behalf. So some obviously, excuse me, some are obviously religiously motivated. So I think that it's very difficult to tar each one with the same brush. You're going to have to look at each one individually, but I suspect the situation is likely to come more troublesome because of the increasing levels of asymmetry between the powers of the non-state armed groups and on the whole, the governments that they're fighting against. And this means that in order to get any form of success, they're going to have to rely on techniques and methods that are contrary to all sorts of international law, international humanitarian law. And again, this seems to be what's happening in recent years. I mean, how does a rebel group who wants to confront the West or the US or whatever deal with the fact that the United States can inflict damage upon them from thousands and thousands of miles away by the use of drones? What if they genuinely want to get into some sort of conflict with them, and discourse is discouraged because obviously the governments almost always label these groups as terrorist organizations or whatever. What is that group left? What other options do they have other than to as I say, effectively breach the international humanitarian law? They've got no other option, which is why. And I read this fairly recently, and I can't remember exactly what the figures were, but I think it was about, since the war on terror was declared in 2001, about $4.5 trillion has been spent by the US. And although not within the US, globally, the levels of terrorism have increased year by year ever since then. So this tactic does not seem one that's particularly constructive or helpful in ending armed conflict. But I mean, again, just going back to another example, in this country, by which I mean England, we've got Muslims who fall very much within the peaceful element of Islam, and who strive to, and indeed do, play cricket for England. Now, how much more English can you get than playing cricket for England? And yet at the same time, within the same country, we get people who want to leave the country because they feel in some way disillusioned and they want to join up with ISIS. And I think that unless and until some sort of investigation is made as to why it is that one particular Muslim wants to play for cricket for England and another wants to leave the country, join ISIS and effectively commit acts of terrorism against England, we're not really going to get anywhere. But I can't provide an answer, save for the fact that obviously some Muslims in this country feel utterly disenfranchised, and well, I think that's as high as I can put it. But as for why they do, I don't know.
For $4.5 trillion,
that long-winded ramble seemed to have silenced everyone. I'm sorry about that.
For $4.5 trillion, couldn't the entirety of like the developing world have been sheltered, fed, arranged for sanitation, educated, and housed, and quite a number of times over? I mean, for what is it? Only 30 billion it would take to do that, and then multiply by number of years it continues. This would ensure it almost for centuries or millennia, right? A millennium even, yeah. 30 billion, 1,000 times over, right? No, 100 times over, a century at least. a century and a half, maybe.
It's a quite staggering amount of money, isn't it? I mean, you just can't even contemplate it.
Oh yeah, but isn't it often said, 30 billion is enough to, feed, house, shelter, clothes, etc. The entire those in need within the developing world, right? The 4.5 billion could have done that.
I think it's one of those things that I don't think you. I mean, you can say what 30 billion might do, but I don't think you can say that if you just throw 30 billion at a particular problem, it's going to go away. It's a little bit like in this country, the National Health Service. It's got a budget, and therefore it has to take priorities over particular patients, particular diseases, and whatever, which it does, and it's obviously an unpalatable sort of like decision to have to make. But you could say if you threw an enormous more amount of money at the NHS, then it would be more efficient, it would cure more people and whatever, but there comes a point where there's a limitation on it. If only the amount of money that's available. And I think that would be the same. You could use the same argument in relation to all sorts of problems throughout the world. Yeah, throwing money at it could help, but how much money have you got to throw at it? Well, I guess if the will is there, you've got more money that's being thrown at it, thrown at those problems at the moment. I don't know.
Well, the 4.5 trillion was there and was spent, right? So
yeah, it was there.
Where else could it have gone? Yeah. Where else could it have gone? Feeding, housing, sanitizing or sanitation and so on.
Yeah.
For
I agree with you.
The whole of the developing world, right, would have been easily possible.
But unfortunately for, and this is the expenditure by the United States, spending money feeding and housing Africans is less of a priority for the electorate than building up its military strength and fighting this war on terror. Is there no one else with a view in the room? Yeah, of course.
What's that?
I say, is there no one else in the room with a view? I feel I'm talking too much.
I was just thinking about when did this global thoughts of peace and flourishing started in history?
Well, there've been a few attempts throughout history. I mean, the concept of there being laws of war and the way in which you should fight wars, and basically, I suppose one word that from the past would be chivalry and whatever, goes back an incredibly long way.
Yeah.
But in more recent times, it was the atrocities of World War II, which set up the League of Nations, but more importantly, following the Second World War, which set up the United Nations and the Geneva Conventions, is when things really started happening.
Yeah.
But it didn't do a great deal. It didn't do a great deal because, of course, the only people that can sign up to the Geneva Conventions are states. Non-states can't sign up, which means that they are not under the same laws, but also don't have the same basic defences or rights. It's a better way of putting it, including such things as being given prisoner of war status. So again, this is a sort of like a disincentive for them to play fair. So,
yeah.
Given, as I say, that the majority, in fact, I can't think of any interstate wars that are going on at the moment. I think almost all of them are what you could loosely describe as rebel groups fighting against states. And there are various changes that could be made, but it will never happen. One would be, as I say, giving rebel groups a certain status, which would include, for example, I just use this as one example, prisoner of war status for their combatants, but no state's ever going to agree to it. And seeing as it's only, well, it's basically all comes down to effectively the United Nations, and as a non-state group, you can't be a member of the United Nations. I mean, the closest we've got really is Palestine, which was given observer status a few years ago, but Palestine isn't recognised as a state. So, you know, there's an uneven playing field at the moment, which doesn't help.
Yeah. You know, I also guess that this, I mean, war have been glorified, I guess, until Second World War. First World War, it was glorified, so people were happy to go into war. That was just like a party, you know. I also think so. In that perspective, we haven't worked so long with this idea, you know. So we have it from 49.
Do you think the First World War was glorified?
Oh yeah, when you
oh
yeah, yeah, oh yeah. No, I mean people went into. You can see from your own nation when they, you know, when they left, the men left to war. The women were celebrating, waving flags, and everyone was happy, you know. And it
I see what you mean. Yes, in that regard, yes, joining the army and going off and defending your country, yes, that was seen as a good thing. But by the end of the First World War, I don't think that anyone could possibly say that it was or could be glorified. I mean, I can't remember exactly how many.
Of course. You had what we call anti-civilization movement in the whole world. That's where also a lot of this new ideologies crept in. You know, it was anti-civilization because, you know, the whole positivistic view of the world before First World War was just destroyed, and it went back to, you know, more how to say, prime qualities like against civilization. It was like, I mean, that's how also Hitler got a lot of supporters, you know. So people were, how to say, disfranchised, or they were before working in the countryside, and now were suddenly dislocated in big cities and industry, you know. So there was an identity loss, or at least it was pushed like this, you know. And it was in my country also. So it was something that went back to the, you know, the old values of farming and so on. And I don't know what to. I just know it under the name civilization critics after First World War.
Urbanization, industrialization, and such.
Yeah, all got negative. Yeah. But no, I think also the UN is a problem. It would be much easier if we didn't have these superpowers. Then the UN would work more efficiently. You know, but we have these superpowers, and they can just blockade and.
Are you talking about the Security Council?
Yes. So imagine we didn't have the superpowers.
Yeah, well, that undoubtedly is one of the problems, because you've got 5 permanent members.
Yes.
And any one of them can veto.
Yeah.
So, for example, even if the United Nations came to a conclusion on the whole about what should be done with Syria, because Russia is one of the permanent members, it's going to veto any action that is proposed. So yeah, and it's such a diverse sort of like group of people who form up the permanent members. When you've got China, you've got United Kingdom, the United States, Russia, and France, I think it is. And they've got so many diverse interests that getting approval for anything through the Security Council is, as you say, somewhat difficult. Yeah. But it would take it would take something extraordinary to change that status quo, because who of the permanent members is going to say, okay, well, I think things should be different, which means that this country is no longer going to have a power of veto. Will we all agree to that? No one's ever going to agree to it. So, in a way, I take your point on board completely. That even though I suspect the United Nations does do quite a lot of good work, in some regards it could be considered unfit for purpose because of the way in which it's structured.
No, it's sadly we don't have only small nation states in the world. That would be good. You know, not bigger than the biggest of the size of England, UK perhaps, and.
Oh, it's the US
Why
is the main force. I mean, the
Yeah,
US,
of course.
the US, its expense on its military outweighs every other country in the world. It's effectively, and in some regards, I don't find this too bad a thing because I tend to agree on the whole with what the United States does, and I'm glad they're on our side. But effectively, the United States is the police force of the world.
Yeah.
And the trouble with the idea of these small nation states is, of course, you know, when you carry out any kind of social insurance, whatnot, right? It affect you know, smaller pool, etc. can be you know, wiped out very easily, right?
No, I don't. I disagree. If you have a lot of nation states, they can go together. I mean, to have like one kind of global big states, I think that's you will have a dictatorship, and you know, you will have a very suppressed minority there.
Okay, a small nation state gets hit by, I don't know, a hurricane or earthquake or something.
Yeah, but it's they are more flexible.
It's not big enough. It's not big enough to have, you know, regions outside of the ones that are affected by the disaster to support the one that was affected by the disaster, and then your partitioning scheme ends up leading to their failure, right?
I think it's better
welcome to Queensland.
But I mean, it's a non-issue because this will not change. I mean, nations, the borders are set, so it's.
Oh, I would disagree with that. Borders are not set, and that's often one of the things that rebel groups are fighting about. I mean, it was only a couple of years ago that Sudan was split into Sudan and South Sudan. I think territorial borders are always being argued about. It was only last year that Russia annexed the Crimea Peninsula. There were issues with the Ukraine about who has sovereignty over the Ukraine. I think there were about 4 different rebel movements in the Ukraine at the moment fighting over independence and sovereignty and what borders there should be. Borders are continually changing. They may be somewhat more settled now, but in various areas of the world, they're constantly being fought over.
You are of course right about that. Yeah. All right about that. But in Europe, it's they are okay, Ukraine and so on. But thank God, in Europe they are mostly set now. I hope.
I mean, most of these conflicts take place in either Eastern Europe, Asia, or probably more commonly than anywhere else, in Africa. If you look at it, and it's easy to search this on the internet. If you look at current conflict situations, they concentrate almost exclusively around the northern part of Africa and around the Middle East. So yeah.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are made artificially in these regions. I mean, The
Well,
borders are artificially made, so it goes.
yeah. Well,
It's not
I'm
making.
not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'd use the word arbitrary. I'd use the word that they're in a state of flux. They're not agreed by people necessarily living in the country. I mean, Somalia is another crazy. I mean, pretty much everything in Somalia has just gone pear-shaped. I mean, I don't know where you call any borders in Somalia anymore. Say for its external borders, but within its internal borders, there are so many rebel groups fighting, and I feel very sorry for anyone who's living in Somalia. And obviously, let's not forget current day issues such as what's going on in Syria. I mean, that again is just an absolute mess, and it's been going on for what, four years now. It's a terrible, terrible situation.
Wow.
So as I say, you know, it would be nice to think that we've become more civilized and less violent, and in some degrees we have, particularly since the end of the Cold War, I guess. But there's still enormous amounts of ongoing conflict situations, which are causing enormous suffering to those involved. I mean, I can't remember the figure of people that have been displaced from Syria. Would I be wrong if I said it? I think it's around 4 million. I mean, that's frightening.
What's even more upsetting, DPR, is the fact that
You're very muted, whoever's speaking. I can't hear you.
what's really upsetting, DPR, is the fact that nobody in Europe is getting together to find a way to get these people a route to you know, to refuge, to a place that they can be accepted. They're just being bounced all over the place right now.
They are, to a degree. I wouldn't say that no effort at all is being made. Some efforts are being made, but I don't think that they're sufficient. For example, in this country, we've said that we would take, I think it was something like 20,000 over the next 4 or 5 years. Now that is a drop in the ocean. When you compare it, for example, with Germany, that has said that it's prepared to take on like 800,000 or 1 million, but that still leaves an awful lot of people. And they're in an absolute desperate state, particularly as we're approaching winter. I mean, every day on the news I see items about people who are stuck at particular borders.
They've all bounced into Slovenia
increasingly wet, increasingly cold. They've got children. Certain countries have decided to close their borders, saying no, we're not taking any more. They've got to try and find other routes. But I mean, these are people. I can't imagine what it must be like for them. They're literally they've got nothing. All they've got is what they can carry. And if you've got a family with a couple of children, and you've got to carry those children, you ain't in a position to carry much more. They've obviously got no money or very little money. They've got no access to buy food or
can't they use rail? Like, can't they collaborate and use rail to get them to Germany? Like, I don't understand.
Neither do I, but there seems to be an unwillingness to do this, and I don't know what reason there is. I mean, if there is a country that is saying, yes, we will take X number of people, then you would think, yeah, the obvious solution is, okay, well, we've got these number of people at our border, let's get them all on a train and let's get them to Germany. It seems an obvious solution. But I just don't think, or maybe the reason is they just simply do not want to let them into their country in the first place, because they think, okay, well, they might not ever get to Germany. They might jump off at any point during the journey, you know, if it's likely from where I understand these borders are, and I don't know exactly, they're going to have to go through a couple of countries before they get there. which means that each of those countries has to approve of these people going through. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
and the pinch point's been Hungary. They won't let them through Hungary. So
they're now diverting around Hungary, and I think
that's right. They've gone to Slovenia. They can
yes,
bounce into
that's it.
Austria and then head up to Germany that way, but
yeah.
so upsetting.
Yes, I agree. And I suppose I can understand to a degree why the politicians are not happy with allowing people into their country, because they know that the electorate are unhappy about the idea of their country being infiltrated by migrants who effectively they're going to have to financially support. So I think that's really one of the main stumbling blocks. But it's an incredible humanitarian crisis.
And I'm surprised Hungary would be the country to do so.
Pick up. The only thing I pick up on you is to say that no efforts at all are being made. I think
No,
some are.
that's unfair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some are, but it's.
Well, maybe what I meant
not
by that
sufficient to help them.
is a collaborative effort, more or less, DPR. You know, that these countries can't get together and allow safe passage, because it's obviously something that has to be collaborative in nature, because during the course of their trip they're going to pass through multiple countries.
Yeah.
So you think it would be in all their best interest to get together and find a channel to get them there, to get them through, but
you would, and you'd think so even more when you think that all of these countries are part of the European Union.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, don't get me started on the European Union, because I'm not a great fan of it. But it just shows, yet again, how Europe doesn't really function as it was intended to. We're not all one. We're not all one happy family within the European Union. There we go. I don't know what the answer is. If you think that the heart of the problem is Syria, then okay, we ought to be concentrating our efforts on Syria. But no one really wants to get involved. The United Nations can't, because any actions that are proposed to be taken against Syria would be blocked by Russia in the Security Council. So you're not going to get UN approval for any action. So then you've got to think, well, wait, but perhaps NATO could get involved, but that also obviously includes one of the problems is, and this is a hangover, I think, from the Blair-Bush decision to go into Iraq, and the lies upon which that action was taken upon, the deaths that have occurred as a result of that, and most people don't care about other people's deaths, but they care about their own soldiers' deaths. It's now it'd be a very brave politician that suggested taking action against Syria directly. In fact, I think, if I recall, Cameron tried to do this a year or so ago and was effectively voted down in the Commons. America is probably, I suspect, somewhat indifferent, save for ISIS. They've got some concern about that. There are a few countries that are taking action elsewhere, but very few are taking any direct action in Syria. And you've really got pretty much a status quo of consistent conflict involving, as I say, in Syria. You're not talking just about ISIS and
it's multi-factions.
multiple factions, various different rebel groups, some who get along, some who don't, and whatever. It's an absolute
quagmire.
Quagmire. I'll use that word. I was going to use something slightly more offensive, but yeah, it's a quagmire. And I don't know, unless you actually put troops on the ground, which no government is now prepared to do because of the hangover of the Bush-Blair decision. I don't know what you can do. Sanctions, well, I suppose individual countries can impose sanctions, but it's not going to have a dramatic effect because ISIS gets its resources from all sorts of different places. Assad gets his resources now, in particular from Russia, that's sort of like supplied him with a load of arms and whatever, and also seems to be attacking rebel groups without. They say they're only attacking ISIS, but quite clearly they're not. I mean, it's a mess, and it's going to carry on being a mess. And I honestly don't know what the solution is.
No.
It's also, I think it's sad that Europe have to solve the problem, their problems. You know, I would wish that the Arabic brothers could also get together and do some more. You know, like I mean, Europe should do everything they can do, but why why can't they?
Because they've all got different agendas.
Yeah, but you know, at the same time you have this, you know, that everyone speak of. Sorry, at the same time you have this, you know, this this Arabic Brotherhood, but they are just against each other all the time. So it's.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's just it's a joke. It's families, corrupt families, kings. It's more like you know, families are ruling and all these values. I don't know. I guess that's also a reason why this terrible terrorist organizations are so attractive. At the same time, you know.
Why do you say that?
No, but yeah, you know, yeah, I don't know enough about, but they are you know, against. They are working against what they see as corruption and so on, you know. Or pan-Arabic. I don't know.
What's up?
Turkey takes a lot of refugees, so they are doing, but they are. I mean, the circumstances there are not good, so they.
Did you hear that the terrorist attack that happened there? That it was awful. There was a whole bunch of people. It was like a peace rally, and a couple of bombs were blown up. I don't know how many people it killed. Well over 100, anyway.
In Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, about 10 days ago.
Yeah, I think you're right. I thought it was 98, but yeah, about 100 people killed. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. We need the secular.
I can't remember who the organization was. I think, did ISIS claim responsibility?
Some faction like element of it.
Yeah.
ISIS is kind of like anonymous with computer hacker underground movement. You know, it's kind of a word to describe a group of people that are very loosely affiliated and really, for the most part, aren't connected to each other in any real way outside of their idealism.
Are you talking that they don't have a sort of hierarchical structure?
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, some of these operators, people that might commit that act, would label themselves ISIS, just as like some hackers who break into a government website and deface it might call themselves anonymous, right?
Yeah, yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
So anyway, not to change topic or anything, but Canada has a new prime minister, by the way, for anybody who hasn't been following Canadian politics.
Absolutely, and
Yeah, great.
as soon as I saw who it was, I thought, hang on a second, somebody from that family's been there before. Was it his father, grandfather,
That's
or
right.
something?
His father, yeah, Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
Yeah,
he's one of our more beloved leaders.
Are you you live in Canada?
Yeah, you bet I do.
Did the result come as a shock?
Yeah, it did actually. I didn't expect them to get a majority. I expected the Liberals to get in on a minority and hopefully form a coalition with the NDP, which is our left of center party, left wing party. But it didn't happen.
Are you a supporter of Trudeau or?
No, I'm an NDPer.
What you'll have to tell me what that means.
Labor.
Oh, okay.
Well, Ludic, is the new guy like better than the old guy?
Oh, by a long shot.
Oh, good. That's all you need.
You mean the previous prime minister or his father?
The previous prime minister. We're getting rid of Harper.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but bad things about that asshole.
Oh yeah, the whole country was fed up with him. Putting in the Liberals in the manner in which we did was more a statement to, a political statement by Canadians to say we're fed up with this government. And I think a lot of leftist-leaning people ended up voting Liberal just to make sure that the Conservatives were out.
Yeah, I hope that we can do that with, in our election. I really hope so.
We tried that over here, and the results were not the best.
I know I might sound biased in saying this. Go Bernie Sanders. Feel the burn.
Holy cow.
Go.
I can't believe it. The medical insurance actually covered the green estradiol, valerate, and progesterone. So it's like...
Awesome.
Woo!
It's unbelievable. I have gotten, the insanest amount of hassle in the friggin' San Francisco Bay Area with the insurance denying it and all that kind of crap. And, I stop off in Brooklyn and it's covered. What the heck?
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
Sorry, Google kicked me. What's covered?
Oh, apparently, estradiol, valerate, and progesterone, and the New York State or New York City health insurance, whatever.
Oh wow, that's pretty important for you. Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems from Nadia's experience that the healthcare is superior in the New York area she's in than it is in San Francisco and Oakland.
I'd be careful, because San Francisco proper is a very different story. Oakland, the East Bay, and so on is pretty nasty. It's very much county by county in California. And of course, it is in a little bit of New York too. The 5 boroughs of the city are great and all that, but outside New York City proper, it's complete crap.
Can I just say something, because I think this is absolutely fantastic, and I apologize if I've mentioned this, or anyone listening has heard me say this before. But when I was growing up, and obviously I'm substantially older, I'm sure, than the majority of the people here, but we used to have fixed landline phones. You needed a wire coming into your house. You needed one of those. You've probably seen them in the past in old movies. You had to pick up a handset. You had to actually dial a number. And I remember when I was in sort of like my early teens, watching a program called Tomorrow's World, and it sort of like predicted how technology would change. And one of the things it suggested was that one day you'd actually be able to see the person you were talking to. And I just thought this was absolute nonsense. It would never happen. We'd never have the technology to do it. And now I'm in a conversation with people from throughout the world, and not only that, we've got Nadia walking down the street. I mean, this is just, This
That's
is something that I
fabulous.
never ever in a million years thought would happen. Well, 1,000 years maybe. But there we go.
Well, that Tomorrow's World was a great show.
Yeah, and I've got someone that's apparently sitting in a bath. I've got a small child that must be about 12 months old, if that. And I'm talking to all of them. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
Ooh.
Should we not all just take a moment now to thank the good Lord for the plentifulness of his bounty by giving us this
May
technology?
the Father of Understanding guide us.
Actually, there is one thing I'd like to say. I watched your videos on the NHS, Mr. DPR, when you were talking about the American situation and having people like Daniel Hannan go over and appear on Sean Hannity's show.
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah. I watched that and I thought that was a really good series of videos. So.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. They're some years old now. They must be 6 or 7 years old. Yeah.
I chanced upon them a few months ago, and I noticed they were from a few years, but it's still valid now with everything that's going on. And our government, I think, that was good work.
What does DPR stand for?
Classic example of I can't. What was he called? Daniel something or other.
Daniel Hannan, the Tory MEP.
Yeah.
I've seen him on a few things. He's a horrible character.
Yeah, he doesn't come across particularly well. But the one thing he said that I was shocked by, and I did look into it. He said something along the lines of the NHS is the biggest employer, second only to China's military. And wow. I thought this was so batshit crazy, but apparently he wasn't actually that far off. I think.
No, it is a big employer, but that's not a bad thing.
Oh yeah, but I think it was about 7th, not 2nd. But
right.
Yeah. It was more than I thought. Definitely.
Well, I think the NHS is a precious resource, and anyone that stands up for it is good in my book.
So I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I just
what Joe is messaging me. It looks so bright outside a hot tub. Oh, a classic. Right. DPR equals Daniel for something or other. My God.
No, I was wondering what DPR.
It's kind of like. It's kind of like how. What is it?
Is it a secret?
No, it reminds me of this.
It's not really a secret. When I set up YouTube, I just used my initials and surname. So my initials are DPR. But I'm somewhat reluctant to tell you what they stand for. I'll tell you what they
don't.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'll tell you what the R stands for, because I've been dropped in that regard by the likes of Eugenie Scott and James Randi. So I mean, I think it's fairly common knowledge, and I've also now got a Facebook page up and running, which isn't as private as it used to be.
They dox dropped you?
Why would Eugenie Scott?
Well, not deliberately, but I messaged them. I messaged them to appear on the charity show, and they don't know that I'm known generally as DPR. So and the messages, particularly the email messages anyone gets from me, has the R, which is Richard. So towards the end of, I think the first interview we had with Randy on the charity show, he said, "Look, Richard, I've got to go now." And suddenly the chat was filled up. It's Richard. And Eugenie Scott did a similar thing, and other people have. Aaron's been posting on his Facebook under my name, Richard Jones. But yeah, Richard Jones is such a common name that if you try to do any searches whatsoever for me,
do you do criminal law, DPR? Do you do criminal law? Do you do criminal law?
Yes.
Yeah, so does my sister. So, as you know, you do need to somewhat hide your identity because some of your clients,
All my clients love me. No, pretty
Nonetheless,
much all they do.
sister hides her name.
Particularly, yeah, the actual criminals themselves. I've not had any problem with any of them. And the odd thing is that a criminal will absolutely hate the police, but
I think you mean alleged criminal.
well, no, I'm talking about real criminals. Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I was...
But even those that haven't yet been convicted, they despise the police, but they've got enormous respect for barristers.
Yeah, they like their counsel.
Yeah, and provided you do a decent job for them, they know what the game is. They know whether they're guilty or not. They know whether you've done a good job for them or not. And you know, I've gone down to the cells after one of my clients has been convicted, and not once have I had any issue with them whatsoever.
You're a man, though. My sister's a woman, and a good-looking woman at that. So she told me this one case. She defended this Chinese gangster, and you know he really liked my sister. They all end up with the hots for her, right? And he's just this creepy guy, and he had like this long pinky nail on one of his fingers he'd use for scooping cocaine,
Yes.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
And just
I thought you were going to say scooping something else, but that's
no. Oh God, it was for cocaine, I assume, but scary people.
Wait, I only know it to be for cocaine. I didn't know. What else do you use? Could you use like scooping an eyeball out?
I thought it was for cleaning your bottom.
Ah.
And that's why. Well, I may be totally wrong, and I apologise to any Muslim that may be watching if I've got this wrong. But certain, or maybe it's not Muslims. Maybe it's Hindus.
Sikhs.
I can't remember.
Sikhs.
Sikhs. It could be Sikhs. Yeah, I'm going to retract anything that I've said and apologise for any insults I've caused to Muslims. But I'll tell you, the worst incident I had of having to go back down to the cells to see someone after conviction. They'd just been sentenced to 32 years imprisonment.
Oh.
I shouldn't be laughing. Well, yeah.
Sounds like a murder conviction.
Yes, it was. And I went down, and the security people were there saying, you know, do you want us to leave the door open in case things sort of like kick off or anything? And I said, no, it'll be absolutely fine. And it was fine. I mean, the poor bloke was obviously in a bit of a shock, but I knew there was absolutely no way he would take it out on me. They don't. The only way in which they would do, or they'd get pissed off, is if they thought that you had done a poor job. Provided you've done a good job, they don't. They know what the score is. They know what the likely outcome is. If you do manage to, and I hate using the word "get them off." If you do, for example, show that the prosecution has not satisfied its burden of proof, which I think is a much better expression than getting discharge. Yes, then they're obviously happy. But yeah, I've never ever.
My sister won a murder.
I've never had an angry client ever.
My sister got a gentleman off for murder, or her team of lawyers did.
Your sister got a
murder trial in Calgary. It went to trial, and she got him off. He was a native fellow.
As I say, I just hate that expression. Got him off.
With discharge.
Yeah, get him off good.
Full discharge. What he was is he was a young native guy living on a reservation. He was involved in gangs. He tried to get out of the gang, so they came to his house to and he had a young family, and he got in a fight with them, and the fighting ensued. One of the people ended up dead. So the Crown decided to charge him with murder. My sister and her team
sounds
got him
like
off.
his best defense would be self-defense.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And if you're being attacked by a group of angry folk who intend to do you harm, then yeah, I can see that.
It's surprising the Crown pursued a murder charge.
Yeah, it surprises me as well, I have to say. But you know, a lot of their decisions are made on public policy. Oh, we can't allow some sort of death to go without some sort of criminal trial or whatever.
Yeah, and the politic of the region in which my sister practices is very right wing. It's Alberta. It's a right wing province, so that is reflected in the Crown. No question.
Oh well, look, on that limited few pieces of information, I've just done a Google search. I know who your sister is and where she works, where she lives.
Oh.
I've just made friends with her on Facebook.
You probably get along with her. It's funny, I know all her lawyer friends, they all smoke. My sister, actually, she's no longer practicing now, but the stress was killing her, and she ended up getting cancer. So she's recovered, though. But really, a lot of stress.
Thank goodness for that.
Well, she took it. She cared too much about each client. My mom would tell me about it. You know, I mean, of course you need to care, but she would personalize it to too great extent.
I think that is something that that is a potential danger. If you get or have the sort of personality that gets too personally involved. Firstly, I don't think that you. I'm not saying this necessarily of your sister, but I think you don't necessarily do the best job that you can. I think that you have to maintain a certain distance emotionally from the case, and you've got to approach it from a legal point of view. That doesn't mean that you can't have sympathies for the people that you're representing, but you know, if you can't maintain that distance, then become a social worker. Don't become a lawyer. I'm not talking directly now about your sister, but just in general terms.
That, no worries. I agree. I agree. Yeah, it was just a real big deal. I had to mention it because it's very. I mean, have you ever won a murder case? I mean, that's a real big deal, right? It was like a real big deal for her career to have done that.
No, I've only done one and I've lost it. but look on the bright side. He was sentenced to 32 years, and we went to appeal. We didn't get the conviction overturned, but we did get the sentence reduced to 28 years. So there was some sort of success.
And is it any different in Canada? You're eligible for parole. It used to be 1/6 of your sentence. I don't know if it's any different in the UK there, but
no, because this was a minimum term. So basically, the minimum he will serve is 28 years. And then,
I don't believe in minimum anything. That takes the power away from the judge in sentencing, doesn't it?
Well,
like his discretion.
I prefer that to life imprisonment or the death penalty, and the reasons are that if you sentence someone to life imprisonment, you're never ever going to leave prison. It gives them absolutely no incentive to reform, to behave.
It really means life in the UK.
No, it doesn't.
Because in Canada it means 30 years, I believe.
There are
25. It's 25. Correction.
Yeah, there are exceptional cases when life pretty much does mean life. I mean, if you sentence a 70-year-old to 30 years in prison, then they're effectively going to die in prison. But this went through the European courts recently, and I can't remember what the actual result was. I think it's possible to give a life sentence now, but you've got to give a sort of like minimum period before parole can be considered. So life can mean life, but not always mean life. And I know I've not explained that particularly well, but it's because the system is somewhat confused. But we don't have the death penalty.
Yeah, no, nor do we.
And one of the things about the death penalty, which a lot of people don't sort of like seem to understand, and this goes back to accounts that I was given by people who were working as barristers when the death penalty was an option in this country, and a lot of prosecutors would not enjoy prosecuting the case. They would probably go slightly easier than they might do if the death penalty wasn't an option. And also, you've got to remember that the jury was aware of what their decision would mean. So they were more disinclined to come up with a guilty verdict than they would do otherwise. So from every single standpoint, it seems to me, firstly, I just do not see that sort of retribution in a criminal justice system is necessary or justified.
No,
I've
and say
always
the
been
state or
opposed
the
to it,
crown makes a mistake.
but also, it didn't help justice. That's the point.
No, it doesn't serve justice, and it doesn't protect the populace. And my biggest concern, DPR, is you can just do a handful of like some experiments in your head of scenarios, but think up some scenarios. And I see, the case where some of these murders are been committed in the States, where they, the latest crazy, he killed somebody in his apartment, and then after that he realizes, oh well, I'm fucked, I'm facing the death penalty, so I might as well go out with a big bang, right? Get on TV, right? So he gets in his car, starts flying down the road, running people over, shooting them and whatnot, because he knows in the end he's finished anyway. So that's the scenario that concerns me most. Is when these people realize if they're in a state where the death penalty is going on, then they realize that that's it, they're finished. So they might as well take as many out as you can, right? Go out with a big bang on CNN,
Yeah, that's kind of the danger of these lifelong sentences, because they are used as a deterrent to try and make people say, don't fuck up once otherwise, or do something like kill someone or rob someone, or your ass going to jail for life or something like that. It's these long sentences scare the shit out of people, and that's why people try
I don't
their
think
best.
they act as a deterrent. I really don't think they act as a
Well, that's the
this is the thing. This is the thing. My sister and criminal lawyers will explain to laymen about criminal law in essence. My sister would always say to someone who would argue that type of line of reasoning, she'd say, well, listen, don't you realize that when my clients commit the offense, they do not believe they're going to get caught?
That's exactly what I was going to echo, if I may. The idea that the death penalty is a deterrent is an absolute nonsense. There is no evidence for it whatsoever.
No, I don't believe that. I'm against
what is a much better deterrent is the thought that they're going to get caught. And if you can, and this is why, again, this is one of the funny differences between what goes on here and what goes on in America. We have CCTV cameras everywhere, and that is a very good deterrent. But you don't, in America, so far as I understand, and I'm not sure whether you are from America, but I'm assuming you are. A lot of people in America say, oh no, CCTVs are an infringement upon my personal freedom. Tapping my phones is an infringement of my personal freedom, and I know I'm getting slightly off topic here. I don't give a flying fuck if anyone, or sorry, if the government taps my phone to see if I'm up to no good or not. I've got no problem with that, because they're going to have a very boring time, because they're going to see I have an incredibly dull, uninteresting life, and I don't care whether they know where I am, who I'm talking to, who I'm sending text messages to, or what the contents of my emails are. But sorry, I've got somewhat off topic, and I kind of interrupted you, but please go back to your point.
When people with general sentences honestly, in my opinion, if people get anything more than like a year or something like that, it can fuck them up being in such an environment altogether, with all sorts of people from different backgrounds and some who are unstable or very prone to violence. It's a bad idea in general. And the problem with these long prison sentences is that it if someone like is convicted like something like manslaughter or something like that, even though that's less than murder, that still goes in their record and they're fucked. And they seem like, oh, my life is going to be over, even though like I didn't mean to kill this person. My life is ruined. I'll never get a job again. They just break down and do
Well,
all sorts of
I have to
rational
say
shit.
that my experience and people I know who have been convicted of manslaughter and of armed robbery and the like, yeah, obviously it's stays with them. But my experience is that, and I'm thinking of two people in particular who I sort of like count as friends. It certainly hasn't prevented them moving on with their lives, getting jobs, wives and children and whatever. So yeah.
Well, my only thing, like in your area, in your country maybe, but not in the United States. I don't think so. Very rarely. No, very often. I think it's rarely that happens. Because, you know, the United States is kind of fucked up compared to Canada and the UK and other parts of the world.
Can I just move the conversation on, if I may, because I've just seen what Ludic has posted in the chat. Do you want to explain that quote?
Oh,
Because
you
I've got
mentioned
response to it.
something to the effect of being spied on and not
Yeah.
of, and I don't know if you said it was not of concern or not. I'm not sure. I didn't quite get the
Yes, I
gist
did.
of what you're
I
saying.
said it's
And my
absolutely-
retort to that is Edward Snowden's quote.
Yeah, and I saw Edward Snowden on a program in this country a couple of weeks ago. I found him utterly unimpressive, I have to say. Look, the very beginning of the conversation that was going on when I first joined the room was about rebel groups who are out to commit acts of violence or terrorism, if you want to call it that, against innocent civilians. And if I have absolutely no problem with them being targeted for surveillance by whatever organization it may be. And if I come under the radar or over the radar, so to speak, and they want to investigate me, I've got absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. And I think one of the things when I've discussed this with people before, and again I'm talking mainly with people from America, that there seems to be a difference in the level of trust that you have, or I have, and the Americans have in their government. I don't have a mistrust of my government. I have no problem with them investigating me, my emails, my telephone calls, my whereabouts, or whatever. You could say, yeah, it's an infringement of my privacy, but I really don't care. I'd much rather they did that and identified people, as they have done, and managed to prevent terrorist attacks, atrocities, murders and killings, and so on and so forth. And just going back to the Edward Snowden comment, and I'll just read it out. Arguing that you don't care about the right to privacy because you have nothing to hide is no different than saying you don't care about free speech because you have nothing to say. I'm sorry, I don't find that persuasive at all. No, I don't. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't care about free speech because you have nothing to say. Yeah, I can say things, and I don't mind people hearing what I've got to say. I'm sorry. I'm not impressed by Edward Snowden at all, and I don't think he's done the world any favors by doing what he has done. And I don't particularly agree with his statement either. So there we go.
How about we'd also like to welcome Farhan. I would note that the resources involved in justice are, relatively oddly allocated. I mean, for instance, there's a great deal allocated to things like armament and, and the fact that these, powers of retribution. And, well, now the investigation as such is actually not that heavily invested in. For instance, there's been an ongoing scandal about the vast number of unprocessed rape kits in the U.S. Never mind the other sorts of crimes are investigated. I mean,
Nadia, can I just pause it there because I didn't hear what you said. You said something about unreported, was it?
Unprocessed rape kits, basically the samples of biological material taken from rape victims that aren't tested against databases of extant criminals and so on.
There's some from the 80s that still aren't processed, right?
What's that?
The last time I heard about that, I think I heard that there's some rape kits from the 80s that still haven't been processed.
Mm-hmm.
But are they actual, like, so is the case solved? Because if it's not, then it's not a actual victim. It's not solved.
No, so far as my understanding
so it's alleged rape victim.
Yes, that's a fair comment. But what Nadia's
that
point
is a good point, actually.
What Nadia's point is that many of the tests that could have been done have not been done. So potential rapists have not been prosecuted as a result of people or states, I don't know, police departments just sitting on these test results and doing absolutely nothing about them.
And of course, there are, say, pretty low limits or some kind of limits on property crime investigations that, mean that basically all property crimes against the quote-unquote lower classes are, barely even regarded as crimes, if anything. Right, and certainly not investigated at all. Right, so that there's quite a bit of questioning as to what is being done with the kind of resources, where are the efforts being put. Also, matters of, say, restoration of various victims. Well, guess what? Very little is done for that, especially out of state state funds, whatever it is, right? Those internet attacks, well, their medical bills aren't really picked up by the state or anything. Those deprived of property unjustly, well, apart from some debt placed on the perpetrator that might never be collected, not a whole lot's done either, right? So there's pretty serious questions to raise about the the way the whole enterprise is of justice is pursued.
So Nadia, is it right that you went to the pharmacy and picked up a load of cheese sticks?
No, I got these to celebrate after I got out of the pharmacy and got the estrogen.
And what are they? It's not something I'm familiar. I know they're not cheese sticks. I'm sorry. What? Hold it up and let's be.
They're some kind of
Oh,
nacho.
you went to a health food shop.
Oh, unfortunately, no. Maybe a bit more vegetarian if so.
They don't
Actually, I'm
have
not sure.
nearly as good a candy as the UK does. You had that twirly whirly, or what are those called? They're like I've had one of those. It's
Curly whirly?
toffee.
A curly
Toffee.
whirly.
That's it. With chocolate on it. It's like toffee with chocolate, like caramel.
That's it.
Yeah,
They're
those are
wonderful.
good.
But I've got to be careful about what I eat because in the same way as Nadia is, I'm type 1 diabetic, so they're a rare treat for me. I try not to eat too much candied chocolate or whatever.
I had a flake
Yeah.
on here the other day and showed people. They didn't know, the Americans didn't know what it was.
A flake?
Yeah.
Do you know what? That's really interesting because I've not actually seen, not that I've gone out looking for it, I've not seen a flake on a shelf.
In a long time.
I've seen a lot of flakes on Google Plus.
Yeah, that's not the
That's
sort
a word.
we're talking about. I'm sure they must still sell them.
They're still on sale.
But I'm saying in this country, have you seen them on sale in England?
Oh yeah. I see them all the time.
We have them in Canada too. They're great to mix with ice cream.
Indeed. They did a version with a white chocolate center, which was lovely. I love white chocolate.
I have to say, white chocolate is my favorite.
I love it.
And I remember having a huge argument with someone who was telling me that white chocolate really isn't chocolate.
I don't care. It's nice. Call it what you will.
That's pretty much my point as well.
What are those chips?
Well, somebody considers white chocolate is of the devil. Maybe that's why it tastes so good.
You guys have these. I can't remember if they were potato chips. They were potato chips. Yeah, they're called taters. Tater or tater.
Doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Doesn't ring a bell. I don't know. I don't normally eat that sort of thing, I must say.
Yeah, it doesn't ring any bells with me.
Yeah, I heard one of the things, Ron. Well, yeah, that doesn't seem very controversial to me.
By the way, while there's a break in the conversation, I just want to say, Farhan, you and I disagree about a lot of things, but I'm always happy to see it.
That's what people say about me, and I never believe it for a moment.
I just figured out they're called Taytos. Tayto. They're actually Irish. I must have had them in Ireland.
Yeah, a Muslim on Team Christianity. How does that work? I don't know.
So what flavor are those, Nadia?
I guess there's some kind of cheese. That might hit some dairy things that I'm trying to avoid. I wonder if it has real cheese in it. I kind of doubt it.
Watch out for trans fats.
Oh, I think it does have some dairy. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so it is health food.
It's not health food. Well, at the very least, I can hold off to go back in for to the hospital until blood work is due.
So anyway, Nadia and everyone that's in America. Firstly, what's happened with the Republican nominations? Who's still in the running? Who's likely to win? And secondly, is Bernie going to beat Hillary?
Mm. Your Republican nomination still up in the air. I don't think they have a really viable candidate. I think
Is Trump still sort of like leading the race?
I don't know. The Republican primary things have the trouble that they're in to select candidates that are not viable in the general election.
Well, there was a wonderful thing I saw on Stephen Colbert when I was over in America in September, and it had a sort of like a poll of support for the Republican candidates, and it was about the time that Rick Perry had said that he was standing down, and it was interesting because of the list, and it had the percentages, and at 4% it had none of the above, and at about 2% it had Rick Perry. I thought, I don't know, that tickled me. Someone's saying is that the media is entirely behind or pushing Hillary. Has this email scandal, which seemed to be a non-scandal to me, has that sort of like stopped her falling in the polls, or are people still thinking that she did something terribly bad?
Yeah, it's kind of a non-issue. I think some right-wing outlets have tried to, make something of it, but I don't think anyone can be arsed to care.
Who are you going to vote for, Nadia?
I think New York is a secure enough state that I'll probably, vote with some kind of third party like Green. Hopefully Jill Stein runs again or something.
Anyone else from America? How are you going to vote?
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Apparently he's the last I heard is he's making good progress with the young people, and it may be worthy of your vote, because in this country a few months ago we had elections for the next Labour leader following the catastrophic performance by the Labour Party in England, and somebody by the name of Jeremy Corbyn sort of like slipped in as an outsider, and he was only sort of like put there because all the other three candidates that got sufficient nominations all seemed too much of a similar thing. So people sort of like put him forward just to widen the discussion and the discourse in the election debate. And guess what? He came from absolutely nowhere, a complete outsider, like 300 to 1 odds outsider, and won by I think he had it was either 57 or 67, I think 57% of the first votes. And so weird things can happen in politics, and Bernie came in as a sort of like outsider. No one thought he was going to do any good, and he seems to be gaining a lot of support. So, you never know. But what do you reckon would happen if Bernie won and Trump won and they went head to head? Who do you think would win?
Sanders. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Trump is basically he's basically batshit crazy. The policies that he wants to implement are very bizarre and out there. I don't think anyone,
I can't help but think of the dead zone.
including like Republicans, conservative Republicans, would vote for him. Not even the Tea Party, I think, would even vote for his ass.
Well, one of his policies is, and I don't know how serious he is about this and how serious his supporters are about this, but he wants to build a wall, literal wall.
Yeah, he wants to basically build like the equivalent of the Wall of China around the Mexican border.
I think he's serious.
It's freaking insane.
He has it all planned out.
Mm.
I was watching a report earlier where it was on the Young Turks where they had footage of I think some of his supporters at some demo or other, and they were there was a Latino guy there. I hope that's the correct phrase. And some of his supporters were getting so angry they just spat at the guy. It was really gross, and they were saying that this has happened somewhere else as well. That things are getting a bit ugly in Camp Trump.
Well, the way I look at it is, and I may have got this totally wrong because I really don't have my finger on the pulse of American public opinion, but what Trump may be coming out on top at the moment in relation to the Republican nomination, I think if it came to a head-to-head between either him, Sanders, or Hillary, Bernie or Hillary, I think when Americans went into the polling booth and actually had to put a cross on a box, they would actually find it very difficult to put the cross next to Trump because he's just the most non-presidential candidate ever. He's
never underestimate the stupidity of the American voting populace.
Well, I accept that because obviously
I bet money on Bush on a second term with a bunch of my leftist-leaning friends.
Yeah,
and
I
have to admit there's a certain naivety to the left, man. That's all I can say, and I won the bet. I knew he'd win a second term. The moment he stood on that aircraft carrier in his little fighter pilot jacket, I knew he would.
But one of the things that some people have suggested to me is if Trump doesn't win, then he may go independent, and going independent would split the Republican vote and would leave open
good.
pretty much anyone who is standing against him, whether it's Bernie or Hillary. So I'm kind of keeping my fingers crossed for that. But I just think on a head-to-head, whilst I find it difficult to think that people would vote for Trump, I just don't think that Bernie, as the only sort of like alternative candidate, is going to be attractive to the American people. He's just too left-wing, isn't he?
Yeah, U.S. is insanely far to the right. I mean, the people are part of the problem here. Get me out, please.
If you examine Donald Trump, right now he's in the presidential run. If he loses, he'll go for the scorched earth policy. I mean, every dealings he's done, every time he felt he was slighted, he has gone back and ruined whoever he felt has slighted him. So he's gonna probably be undercover for Hillary and try to undermine the Republicans if he loses, and Hillary will take advantage of that. I mean, they are long friends, those two. actually. And Trump is a businessman, and this. I mean, if you're that rich, you probably don't. Your morals are probably skewed in one way or the other. It's this Trump guy is a very unsavory person. I don't. Yeah, this is.
But
He's gonna
he
play.
seems to be. He seems to come across as you say, unsavory. He seems to make statements that are just grossly offensive. But as I say, the last time I checked, he was still sort of like had the greatest support.
Sure, but no, I'm telling you, if the other scenario happens, I mean, he's already planned it out. No, I mean, he said it actually in an interview.
What did he say?
What I just said. He's gonna undermine anyone who he thinks has slighted him. He's gonna go third party. I mean, the guy has no. I mean, I don't think he has a very good moral compass, in my opinion. I mean, you kind of have to disregard a lot of things when you're like that high up the food chain. You have to, make some difficult choices.
I doubt he's made a difficult decision in his life. He's had a life of quite a huge privilege, and thinks he's right all the time, and doesn't like it when people disagree with him or mock him or anything. He's so thin-skinned, it's frightening.
Well, by difficult choices, I mean like moral choices. Like if you have 2 choices or 3 or 4 choices, and one of them is the worst, he's probably chosen the worst many times. I mean, to a regular person, that would be like that they couldn't do that because they have something stopping them. But I mean, I think you have to some ways disregard those things.
I think he's a horrible, loathsome, nasty person. I've got absolutely no time for him at all. I think he's vile, absolutely vile.
Well, his quality as a person that pertinent to well, how well they'd serve as a elected official and all that. I wonder.
Is there anyone here that would actually say a good word for Donald Trump?
I don't think so.
No, not a goddamn way in hell, no.
He has nice hair.
Colors in here, so.
He has nice hair.
The libertarians aren't here, so no.
Is there anyone here that would give a good word for Hillary?
She would be my last choice. Well,
she's not Donald Trump.
No, Donald Trump would be my last choice if there was like an independent guy. No, I would never vote for Trump. Hillary is like the second to Bernie.
So it kind of follows that if I ask the question, is there anyone here that would say a good word for Bernie, then at least one person here would.
Yeah, probably all of us, yeah.
And Farhan would. And Ludic would.
He's not really far enough to left for me, but if he's as far left as it gets in the field of viable candidates, so I'll do it.
I mean, the one thing I've got to give him respect for is he went to, is it Liberty University, where Hitchens and what was his name? One of the intelligent design people, Dembski, had their debate, and he went there. Which I don't think any other politician from the Democratic side would have done, and he actually did a reasonably good job. He got some support. Oh lordy, I'm just killing all the conversation. I'll tell you what, I'll just shut up for a
Well,
while.
the outreach to well, besides it's actually, I guess here is kind of what's needed in a lot of this. I mean, the rural, urban, cosmopolitan, parochial, etc. kind of divide is really massively at work here. If you look at the U.S., it's not really a strictly regional kind of affair. It's very much urban, rural. Like the left-leaning, political supports all in city centers. The vast hinterlands and such are, where the right wing comes in. How do you reach the hinterlands? Going to Liberty University is a good first step. Anyone else?
I wasn't really following. What are we talking about?
Well, the Sanders going to Liberty University, and I guess having discussions of his policies, platform, etc. there, and actually doing some kind of outreach to what you might call the Christian right, even if he's on the left, right? Let's see various candidates. I don't think the other side Sanders have done anything like it. Who's out to their opposition? People well understood to be opposed like that. Almost no one. Right? I guess one way to put it is, are you preaching to the choir? Is it an echo chamber?
These are Canadian candies. These aren't outside of Canada, I don't believe. Wasting them. Sorry. Just nobody's talking, so I might as well.
Was I coming through at all? Or...
Oops.
Was I coming through or was I muted? I wonder.
No, you're coming through, Nadia.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know what to say.
Well, yeah. The I don't know, engagement and such, in particular of the opposition in Sonora is a pretty lacking feature in all this. When there's a talk about I don't know, is it canvassing or I don't know. Where do they even have like a discussion of like actually trying to sway people to your position anymore?
Well, one of the things I thought was interesting, going back to the, and I'm just filling in space because no one else seems to want to talk, so I don't mind talking. I can talk for as long as you like. It's not a problem. But one of the things I thought was interesting about the recent Labour leadership election was that, as I say, there were effectively 4 candidates. 3 of them were effectively the same, and one of the difficulties that's happened over the past sort of like 20 years or so, slightly less, when Tony Blair got elected, he thought to make Labour electable, it had to go more towards the middle, and what ended up happening is that you literally couldn't put a cigarette paper between the policies of the right and the left. And they were vying for effectively the middle ground. And this is what maintained until the last election in May of this year. And there was nothing to separate them so far as policies was concerned. There was no coherent policy that you could say, okay, well, this is definitely the one that I'm going to attach myself to and vote for this party because of this. And so you were left with personalities, and when it came to personalities, however dreary and awful the Camerons and the Osbornes were from the Conservative Party, you were left with Ed Miliband, who was just considered to be goofy, weird, and odd, and basically the second most important person on the Labour Party was Ed Balls, who just seemed to be totally unconvincing. So whilst it seemed to be very, very close until it went to actual election night, the results were significantly different, and the Conservative Party won by a huge majority. Well, a far huger majority than was ever predicted. In fact, a majority wasn't predicted. And I think this is kind of maybe an opportunity for America to do, excuse me, after the election, Ed Miliband resigned, and there was the election for a new leader. And I think, in a way, this is sort of like an opportunity, perhaps, for America to follow a similar sort of line. Is there any? I mean, I guess in America there are certain policy issues that are significantly different between the Republican and the Democratic Party that you can identify with. But let's face it, pretty much every single American election, so far as I understand, is won or lost by what, 6, maybe 8 sort of like swing states. The rest you can pretty much guarantee what they're going to do. Now, one of the things that Bernie has potentially done is excite the young voter to actually get involved in politics, to actually do something. And this seems to be what Jeremy Corbyn has done in this country, even though he's totally left of the Labour Party. He won significantly, and maybe, you know, Bernie might do the same thing, because he's engaging people who don't normally want to get involved in politics, namely the young, because they just think, what's the point? What's the difference between whichever president we elect? Yeah, there are certain issues such as gay marriage and whatever that I feel strongly about, but effectively everyone's the same. They're all in the political arena. They've all been in it for years. They're all probably riddled with corruption and whatever. This is a fresh thing, a fresh person to vote for. So I don't know. Maybe Bernie can pull something extraordinary out of the bag. It happened here. I just don't know whether America is prepared for him yet. And I see the chat's got absolutely nothing to do with what I'm saying, so I'm sorry. I've obviously bored everyone to death.
No. I think he.
Oh, sorry about that, DPR. Me and Farhan have a rapport, and we just needling each other.
I think Jeremy Corbyn. Sorry, Jeremy Corbyn got more votes than the size of the actual membership of the Tory party, which I found interesting.
I don't know about that, but he certainly somehow seemed to engage with people, and certainly has got something like 150,000 more supporters or more members of the Labour Party since he began. Yeah, so he's doing something, even though I think he's batshit crazy. I think that his views on renationalisation, for example, are something that shouldn't be followed. I don't think that I support his views on Trident, but he's managed to engage, and you know, as I say, he's now put some difference between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. So now I can make a recognisable difference where I can vote on issues as opposed to personalities.
Well, the Tory party membership is only 100,000.
Is that all?
They're a very, very small party in terms of membership. They've been hemorrhaging members for a long time. Why do you oppose nationalisation, just out of interest?
Because I remember nationalisation from when I was young. I remember the ability of the trade unions, and this may be confusing two issues, but I remember. I don't know how old you are.
42.
Okay. Do you remember the power cuts that we used to have in the late 70s?
No, that would not with any real, not to any real extent.
Yeah, because I remember them very clearly. I remember, okay, we got some warning of them, and we used to have to get out gas lamps and candles because we knew at 6 o'clock in the evening all power would be cut off, and this was the power of the unions to do this. I also remember other union powers which were around the same sort of time, like the people who buried people in Liverpool decided that they were going on strike. So there was a mass load of people being held in sort of like freezers wherever they could find them until they were buried. I remember the people who clean up the streets and collect garbage, they went on strike. So again, in certain areas of the country, there were all sorts of literal piles of rubbish and infested rubbish being built up in the middle and center of cities. When I'm asked, and as I have been, you know, do you think that Thatcher was right to reduce the power of the unions? I have to say yes.
Do you think it's gone too far?
That doesn't necessarily answer your question about nationalisation, but I think it kind of is involved in the same thing. That is to say, if you've got nationalised industries, and I accept that there are a couple that seem to work quite well, but on the whole, I would suggest that privatisation is a better way to go than nationalisation. I don't think that in any sort of serious industry, the government and all the layers of bureaucracy and whatever that go with it is the most economical and productive way of governing any sort of industry, whatever that industry may be.
It looks like a case being made against the power of organized labor here is rooted in the impact of work stoppage the strikes and all that is not limited to the management and the upper class, right? That it drags in people who are not necessarily party to it.
Well,
right?
I mean, I think I worry that really the business of the 70s has cast too long a shadow over British politics, and that we're going far too far the other way. I mean, the current proposals to limit strikes and basically to destroy the unions are pretty horrendous.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but I don't think that addresses my point. If my point is this, that the unions in the late 70s and early 80s had too much power, then that's somewhat different to saying that removing even more power from the unions now is a good thing. I think they're two different issues, and I would tend to agree with you in the second one, and if you want to challenge me about the first, then that's a different thing.
Well, as I say, I can't really speak to what happened in the 70s to any great extent. I mean, I've heard the stories, obviously. I mean, the Tories do like to mention that every time there's industrial action. They always mention the spectre of the 70s, which I do think is something that it's a card they play a bit too much. I mean, a working man only has his labour to barter with. But I do think, with respect to nationalisation, I don't know if really the privatisation is something that has worked all that well. I mean, the railway is just in a mess.
I think the railways may well be one of the few cases that you can pick on to say that privatisation has failed.
Mm. Well,
I accept that.
Rumor has it the NHS is following quickly on its heels.
Yeah. Can you tell us about that?
I'm sorry, Nadia, you'd have to repeat that again.
Rumor has it the NHS has a creeping privatization campaign that's following quickly on the heels of the privatization of rail.
And the post office was privatized too, wasn't it?
It was, and that was disgusting in my view. I think that was absolutely appalling. And it made the Chancellor and his friends an awful lot of money. I mean, it was a scandal. It was undervalued hugely, and a lot of people made a lot of money very quickly. I thought that was obscene, personally. I shall be very, very concerned if the NHS goes the way that the Tories seem to want it to, because I think there is definitely, in my opinion, a program of basically cutting away its legs. They're bleeding it slowly, and it's not good.
Have you heard what Matthew Richardson had to say about the NHS in 2010? When he was on tour in the U.S., I think, speaking to, was it young Republicans or young conservatives or some such?
I don't know who I don't know who that is.
He was the party secretary of UKIP.
That's a good way to provide candid, truth and what they're really trying to do. What did he say, Nadia?
Do you mean Nigel Farage?
No, Matthew Richardson.
Yeah. I don't recognise the name, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That's what UKIP. They're a very libertarian, right-leaning. I want to say anti-immigration, but they would say pro independence from the EU. But really, they've got a lot of very dodgy members with a lot of very dodgy ideas. I've got no time for them, really.
Let me see if I can dig this up, because...
Is xenophobia growing in the UK towards immigrants?
Well, if you're a Muslim, you'd say yes, and you wouldn't be wrong, to be honest. I can't say with any certainty, but I can't say no, to be honest with you. My feeling is that it is. I think that's something that's happening a lot across the Western world, really. It just seems that there is a tendency towards a sort of isolation and conservatism. Conservatism that people are. I mean, this is why Trump is so popular. It's the same kind of thing.
Fascism, yes.
Yeah, and real-world consequences manifest with how these poor Syrian refugees are being bounced all over and
Yes,
and
yeah, I know. They're a political football, and it's not right. They go one place, they're told they're welcome.
Here's
and then the doors
what
get
Matthew
shut.
Richardson had to say about. That's what Matthew Richardson had to say about the NHS. Young America's Foundation Conservative Student Conference. There you go. That's what Matthew Richardson's grand evaluation of the NHS is.
Well, to be honest, that's a headline. Can you scroll down and see, so you can see the rest of the story?
Well, I'll just give the link or whatever, but...
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
I know Nigel Farage has been to the US, the leader of UKIP. He's been talking to the Tea Party.
Yeah, I know. Paste the link and so on. Yeah, that's apparently...
I like that. There are hundreds of thousands of bigots in the United Kingdom, and they deserve representation.
The problem is his party did very well in the recent election, relatively speaking. And they did very well because they've managed to sell themselves to the working class. And that's why Labour lost, because they were too arrogant and didn't want to hear this. They didn't want to know. They just, UKIP have played the underdog stroke victim card very, very well. Not without some truth, to be fair.
Well, that's how you always do it. You take a little bit of truth and pull the wire, pull over the eyes of the...
Yeah, I mean, a lot of working class people saw them as the only people that were listening to them. It's just a shame that their message is not, not one that works in their favour, to be honest. I mean, they've got a lot of homophobic members. They've got a lot of silly people in their group.
How is it that the right seem to convince working class people, who clearly the right do not represent them in any real way, their best interests, and yet you'll have people come on here that come from at least communities that are disenfranchised, like in the States, black or other, right? And yet they vote right wing, and they're right wing. I just can't figure it out. Do they not understand the political spectrum and the policies of these parties and what they really represent?
I think
it blows my mind.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's a case of better the devil you know. I mean, you mention things like socialism to people, and they immediately think that you're the Antichrist. So if you talk about, empowering people, they think you're.
Of course, what you're saying is you're speaking of Americans, without saying it. You're not speaking of Europeans, right?
Well,
they don't think that way in the UK, do they?
Well, I'm afraid they do. I think really.
Really.
We have a conservative government, so
right. Yeah.
They have a thin majority. They're not, their majority isn't huge, and time will tell on that one. But I don't think it's, I know a lot of, well, I'll say a lot of Americans think that Europe is a hotbed of socialism, but it kind of isn't. Britain is not a socialist country by any stretch.
No. Yeah. What do you think? We just voted in a new prime minister yesterday. Justin Trudeau.
I don't know enough about him, but I'm glad they got rid of Harper.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Hoping they can do something about the Trans-Pacific Partnership (TPP).
Yeah.
I always get the definition.
Well, they changed over from Abbott to Turnbull. Needs to, roll over a bit further to That's Australia too, and there's no sign of John Key being dislodged from New Zealand either.
Well, that what's his face in Australia was a nightmare. His attitude to immigration was horrific. It was horrific. But no, I don't know enough about Canadian politics. I'm afraid I only know that Harper's not someone you want in charge.
Yeah, I think a few elections recently. I think the Greeks had something in there, and Turkey did too.
Well, the Greeks voted in Syriza, but Syriza seems to have been browbeaten into submission by the Troika.
IMF,
yeah. And that's pretty sad. I mean, I hope that can be resolved, because I have a feeling that Syriza are a bit of a spent force, really. They caved in, and I think that's going to cost the Greeks dearly, because this is just their situation is just going to drag on unless they stand up and do something.
Well, last time they tried, they got the regime of the colonels, 1967.
Well, yeah, but
on record, on tape, on the phone, saying "fuck you" and "fuck your democracy."
Well, I'm hoping they don't see the return of right-wing people like Golden Dawn, because they've had some bad stuff down there.
Well,
I don't know. I mean,
Lyndon Johnson's little phone call translated into the regime of the colonels.
Well, I don't know. It's not looking good in Greece, that's for sure. But it could be better. I mean, in Spain, I think Podemos they're quite popular. So time will tell. They may prove to be what Syriza have failed to be so far.
Yeah. I don't know. Spain's got a bit of trouble with just not actually being able to dig the way out.
Well, they got huge unemployment for a start, so.
Oh. Well, obviously why.
I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, who knows what will happen over the next few years.
It's not that hard to figure out. I mean, you just, well, put some of the government money on the books, or whatever, and hire them. All right, somebody's got the strings they're being pulled. They keep away from that. By and large, you know how it works. The ECB not having seniorage over their own currency. The sort of debt markets and all that. At which point it's well, who's saying yes or no with that money? Oh, it's the rich and wealthy investors, so to speak.
It's the IMF that's controlling everyone at the moment.
The IMF, you say?
I think so. I'm not a huge expert in European politics, but they seem to have an awful lot of power.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, this financial system set up that way, and yeah. Is the video stream supposed to be pinned on me?
Yeah, you're presented right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that chicken noodle soup you're eating?
Nope. This is ramen.
Oh,
chili
wow.
ramen. Yeah,
Oh, no,
I think
question.
this actually is vegan. It's chili
Does it have
flavor.
vegetables mostly?
Does it have what?
Vegetables, seasoning.
Pretty. I guess you can call it that. It's basically chili powder.
Oh, that's good.
I've got some nice vegetable soup going at the moment. Lovely. So has everyone heard about this city in the clouds in China? It's a floating city in the
City in
clouds.
the clouds in China? What?
Yeah.
Is it on like a
people have seen it.
mountainside?
No, there's some people. I can't remember where I saw it. I did read. I watched Alex Jones talk about it, so obviously that's true. But apparently, it's a thing that there's. I don't know. Obviously, it's some kind of optical, like weather phenomena. But it's being reported as like a city. People have seen a city floating in the clouds. It's pretty weird.
Sounds more like they're just, like a city. Parts of it on a mountainside or something.
I don't know what it is specifically. Alex Jones thinks it's a parallel universe. We can rule that out quite easily.
Okay.
No, it's in the papers.
Yeah, you can get clouds on a city. I mean, you get, pretty good fog in San Francisco and London. Welcome, Commando.
Tell us about the floating city in China, Commando. I bet you know all about it.
Alright. What do you mean float? Oh, right, that thing that was on the news.
Yeah, that's right. The floating city.
Yeah.
No, you said it was in the clouds.
Well, it's seen in the clouds. I'm not entirely sure. It's obviously a trick of the light kind of thing, but it's being reported.
You think that's a trick of the light?
Well, that's how it's being reported. But perhaps you could tell us what it really is.
What does it look like?
It looks like a city on clouds. People are seeing it as a city of something like buildings and stuff on a bed of clouds, like so.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm sort of suspect of it, really. Like, there's only one sort of, camera angle, isn't there? There's no other videos of it. There's only one sort of video that's being sort of pushed about. So I'm a bit skeptical of it, really. But, yeah. I mean, it's possible, it's plausible, but I don't know. It's probably just like a Project Bluebeam test, in it, really. Same technology they used for sort of, project the planes on 9/11. So it's probably just one of them.
What's Project Bluebeam? I don't know about this.
It's how they made 9/11 happen. You see.
Yeah, it's basically like this projection. From what I've heard, is like it's a projection of some alien hologram, or like in some video I saw, it was supposed to be a projection of Jesus or something.
There's a guy
like,
that sort of. Yeah, I was going to say there's a guy that sort of. I'm not sure if he's famous, but he's like, quote unquote conspiracy theorist. Like, brought it up in the 90s. He said there's like an agenda to make like a holographic Jesus appear with this Project Bluebeam thing. But that's not what it's for.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah. I usually think like cities and clouds to be like, on mountainsides or otherwise elevation. I don't know which ones would be that way in China, but Denver, Colorado, or some such in the U.S. And there were actually low-lying cities like I mentioned earlier, London and San Francisco. Get fair amounts of I guess sea level clouds or fog or whatever it is you want to call it. I don't know. I'd look for pictures of cities in China that are at high elevations on mountainsides. You could probably find good pictures
Yeah,
of
but
them with. Go ahead.
I was saying, like, yeah, but the one like depicted in the footage clearly isn't like an optical illusion. Like, it's definitely either legitimate. It probably was like a like a schism in space time or whatever, which showed an alternate plane, or it was just like a test for this Project Bluebeam sort of military thing that they're gonna do. So. I mean, people saying it's an optical illusion or it's just clouds.
From the buildings.
What, sorry?
Well, identify the city from the buildings. I mean,
I don't know, but like it's floating in it. Like you can't just power it off as an optical illusion or a mountain or something. Like,
We kind of can because we do have these kind of optical illusions.
Yeah, but like I mean,
what is an optical illusion? They actually have
fake.
like clouds. That I mean, cities at elevations where clouds will actually approach the main body of the city or whatever, and
right. But wouldn't saying it's fake
San
be
Francisco,
more?
London, fog and sea level. Go ahead.
Right. But I'm just saying, but wouldn't it be more plausible to just say that it's fake footage rather than try and argue that it's an optical illusion? I mean, that's a bit.
No, not really, because okay, but let's go with the optical illusion. I mean, the alternative. Okay, so either it is optical illusion, natural phenomena, or there's this giant fucking conspiracy of some agents.
No. Or someone made it and it's just a fake sort of viral video. Like that's still you got to still take that into account.
Oh, you mean a fake video that it's doctored?
Well, maybe. Yeah. There's no other footage of it. Is there? There's only one sort of.
Well, no, it's just that it's kind of weird because this is the first time I hear you argue that a videotape that shows something out of the ordinary to be doctored. It's usually the opposite.
Well, yeah, but if there was like loads of different videos and loads of different perspectives regarding it, then that's evidence, isn't it? You can't just say like one bit of footage is categoric proof. Given today's sort of technology and stuff.
Okay, it's just it's just usually when there is like a videotape of some supernatural phenomena, it's like, oh yeah, that's true. Like,
yeah.
Usually the skeptic will say, well, no, that's a dude in a fucking ape suit. Okay, calm down. It's not Bigfoot. Dude in an ape suit.
Right.
There are tons of cities that get cloud cover and so on. I mean, just name any at sufficiently high elevation. Go on the side of the mountains and get clouds. You just come right up to them.
Well, this
I was going to say, quickly, that sort of city isn't, as far as I'm aware, like where it was filmed, there is no sort of elevation for quite.
No, it's above. It's in the sky above. The ground. I don't know where that place is. It's in the sky. It's not in mountains. It's not
exactly. Yeah, that's what
in mountains.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't get people who are trying to power it off as an optical illusion because it's like I said. There's more plausibility of it being just CGI than.
What video are you talking about? I just walked back in. Sorry.
I posted a link in the side chat. You can. I don't know how to do it all otherwise. The Independent. They've got a little clip. There's some. They mentioned something called Fata Morgana, which is a mirage phenomenon apparently, where the image of an object or objects is distorted from its original appearance so as to be unrecognizable because rays of light are bent when they pass through air layers of different temperatures, quote unquote.
Yeah, but that's what they want you to think.
Well, of course. Or do they?
Dun, dun, dun.
I think my next blood work is either the 21st or 29th. I'll have to double check. Okay, is it? I mean, can you identify what the building or what city it is?
Let's see. Not from the video. It might say in the article. The city of Foshan in the Guangdong province of China, which doesn't look like a high level or mountainous city. It looks like a low level Place.
The identification of the buildings seen in the clouds.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
wow.
a specific city. It just looks like a city. It is quite a weird thing, though. Weird.
I realize that all these human constructions are basically like unique. We can actually nail down which one any picture actually is a picture of. Well, in theory, with enough research, right? Okay.
Apparently, it made like mainstream news in China. Apparently, I'm not sure if that's true though.
Well, it must have done because I filmed it.
Yeah, but there's only one sort of, camera angle, isn't there? That we've seen.
I don't know. This is a clip of lots of different pictures. I think. Oh, hang on. No, I think there's quite a bit of footage.
I was gonna say if there's more footage from different angles than that, like, was there a link? Put it in the side chat. Or...
Well, I put a link to the Independent article, which has a clip in it. In the article.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's the main one, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know how many people have filmed it. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Might not have been that many. Lots of witnesses apparently, but
yeah.
Who knows?
Gonna sound like an atheist, but like you've got to be skeptical when it comes to stuff like that, haven't you?
Well, it depends what you're what explanation you're skeptical of.
Yeah. Well, for me, anything's sort of possible. Like for me, like that could have literally happened. So,
Well,
depends
it
on you.
certainly happened, obviously. I would think that it's a normal phenomena, if you like, something that we can, as I say, an optical, the Fata Morgana, the different layers of heat in the air or different temperature levels in the atmosphere and light diffusing through that to create particular effects. That's as good an explanation as any, as far as I can tell. But if there's another explanation, who knows?
Yeah, but I highly doubt it's an optical illusion. Like, the footage we have was obviously recorded with a technological artifact. It wasn't, you've not seen it through someone else's eyes.
No, what I mean is, it's like a mirage optical illusion. That's what I mean.
Right. But I'm just saying, would a mirage have any effect on an artifact that's sort of designed to record things?
Well, we can take pictures of rainbows, can't we?
That's true. Yeah.
Same difference.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, some illusions. I mean, like, the whole point of like an illusion is it affects the mind on it or something, and that's thus you perpetuate an image based on what the mind sort of sees.
So photons affect the mind, brain, whatever.
Right.
Well, it is an illusion in by any definition, because we're seeing something that isn't there. There isn't actually a city in the clouds, as far as I'm aware. It just appears that way.
Yeah.
Well, we have cities in clouds all the time, in like Denver, or if you have low-lying clouds, London and San Francisco and so on.
No, but this isn't. This is pretty high up. That's the thing. It's not. It's not like low-level.
Yeah.
Fog or something. It's in the sky.
If you look into Norse mythology, like if you look at the cosmology of Yggdrasil, the world tree, that can, that says that there's sort of, like a sky civilization referred to as like Asgard. So, I mean, for me, that's just totally plausible. It'd make perfect sense for there to be like an alternate sort of, plane of existence where different entities sort of reside. I don't see that as a weird sort of thing.
Well, if you can prove it, then fair enough.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Apparently, we've got footage of it, haven't we? It's just about knowing if it's just CGI or if it's.
We have footage of something. I don't think we can go.
Saying the what seems to be apparent is that the city is at some kind of like 30,000 or more feet of elevation. Or I guess 10,000 meters or more, or 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, me personally, at the minute, I think it's probably just, the whole Project Bluebeam thing. They're probably testing that out. Like, if you look into smart dust, that's quite an interesting thing to look into. How they can, like project sort of holographic images through utilizing, certain particles that they've engineered.
I don't know what that is.
I'll get you a link if you want. I started looking into that after I looked into sort of chemtrails and what all that was about, but I don't think chemtrails is like this sort of evil, the spraying sort of.
Really, you make an exception there.
Well, yeah, I mean it's just weather modification, isn't it? Or like I said, it's smart dust, isn't it? Right?
Oh, okay. You still believe that it's some kind of okay.
Yeah.
I was just under the naive impression that you didn't buy into one of the conspiracies. But okay, I don't mean buy in a bad way. Yeah, sir, that was an asshole. You need to say sorry, dude. I like you. I have hopes.
No, what I mean, but like there is a clear difference between a chemtrail and a contrail. Like that's a pretty. I mean, there's loads of people that sort of debunked that argument a long time ago.
Chemtrail and a what? Sorry?
A contrail and a chemtrail. There's a difference between
a contrail and a chemtrail.
Yeah, a contrail is essentially just like the water vapor and sort of the air, that sort of gets like, pushed to the side of the wings and stuff, which leaves like a trail in the sky.
Oh.
It's referred to as a contrail. And a chemtrail is obviously the one that lasts for hours and hours and is huge and expands. Which is a clear indication that something's been sort of injected into the atmosphere.
Not really. It's the condensation, I think, from the engines. It's how they operate. I'm not exactly sure on the mechanics, but yeah, I don't know. I won't even bother anymore. I'm tired now. Not at least now, right? So maybe sometime.
The Bluebeam technology exists. Why would they need to test it? Sure, they already know it works.
Have you tried to look at the picture from put it on there its head?
Put it on what? Sorry, you broke up a bit.
You take the picture of the city and then you view it when it's standing on its head, then you can see that it's not a city.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think it is a city. It just happens to look like one.
Yeah, it looks. But however, there is what to say, symmetric. No, not symmetric. Cubic forms where there should be no cubic forms. That's a problem. So there's something with the programming that has coming through there. It should be organic, and then you have this cubes and symmetric forms. So there is some kind of hole in the matrix for some seconds. You shouldn't have this cube. You shouldn't have this symmetric form in a sky. A sky is always organic. And you see, I mean, it's not about the city. It's about, how is it? Symmetric forms. Yes, symmetric forms. Straight lines and so on. This should not be there in the sky. You don't get these kind of straight cubes. Yeah, so it could also look. Yeah, so it could also happen to look like something else in the city, but The point is you have forms that should not be there because they are not organic. So what has happened is perhaps there is a something happening with the programming there. So it's peeping through for a moment before it gets, before we see the programmed organic shapes again. So it's a hole in the matrix.
Ah, well, perhaps it is. Maybe they'll discover something about it. And
Oh, I found a
yes.
interesting thing with what is it? All these celebrities who don't believe in God. Apparently, they are atheists and such, or at least they don't believe in God. Woody Allen, Björk, Hugh Laurie, and a few others.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. What is this? What is this guy who's married to Angelina Jolie? And by the way, Angelina Jolie is also an atheist, and her husband, Brad Pitt, both atheists. What is the actor name who played? There's this recent movie about Tomorrow's Day or something, Tomorrowland. He's sort of Italian looking ish, and Seamus kind of looks like him in his very young photos. What is the actor's name?
Well, Clooney was in Tomorrowland. You mean him?
Yes, George Clooney. He's an atheist. And
didn't know.
I went through a list
So we have
like
more
one
and
time.
John Malkovich. There we go.
Yeah, Malkovich is.
Oh, and Hugh Laurie was in that movie too, Tomorrowland.
Oh,
And
yeah,
he
right. They're
plays
both awesome.
Dr. House and House.
Yeah, right. Hugh Laurie, atheist, right? There's a lot of atheists.
Keira Knightley and Billy Joel.
Yeah, I wonder. So are we now? Okay, can we now say that there's more atheists in the sort of successful people circles? At least this movie industry.
Well, there's probably quite a few, but they pretend not to be because.
Who knows?
I bet there's plenty that say that they're theists, but they're not really.
Right.
They're God believers, G.
Yeah, some will be. I bet there's plenty that aren't there.
I can't help it.
God damn it.
James Cameron and Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, I was surprised that James Cameron had in his movie Prometheus kind of sort of anti-evolution sort of movie because in that movie it kind of negates evolution. I'm sorry, not evolution. Although yeah, kind of evolution as well to some extent. Abiogenesis mostly though, because in that movie it's seeded by aliens.
I was surprised at how shit that movie was. Quite frankly.
I like it.
Brad Pitt and Kathy Griffin.
But why is it refuting at art? Abiogenesis doesn't say it started on Earth. Abiogenesis says it's life started in some way on its own. In some, it could be on another planet. It could be
I guess
on
so.
a comet. Who knows?
I guess so.
Some weird condition, and then it landed here. I mean, that's the theory actually from a lot of other people. Like they say that, for example, maybe Mars was like the original planet where life was, and then like when it's
Jodie Foster and Katharine Hepburn. Oh, can someone check Golden Minecart's profile?
when Mars got disastrous or something, it's some rocks maybe fell off and landed on Earth. Who knows? It could be a million things.
Emma Thompson and Daniel Radcliffe. There we go.
I was going to say, if you follow sort of the scientism religion, then like they're sort of leaning towards alien creation at the minute. If you look at the propaganda outlets and the stuff they're pushing, you can see that like the vibes going towards, you know, discovery of alien life.
They cannot help it. That's what the Greys are telling them to do.
Right. Well, I mean, like, specifically it's reptilians, but I mean,
Morgan Freeman and Kevin Bacon.
Matt Dillon.
Yeah, you should know, or that the Greys aren't actually an autonomous race. They're just biomechanical suits that other races use.
see, there you go. Even Nicholas knows. You know what I'm saying?
Nicholas knows. He got it from the Pope because Pope is
Lance Armstrong and Warren Buffett.
And yeah, and okay, if you're talking about famous people, and we sort of, I don't know what the fuck we're doing here, but Einstein didn't pull any punches when he was talking about the Abrahamic religions. I mean, he called them outright childish, literally.
Rodney Dangerfield and Joe Rogan. And Howard Stern and, let's see who has after him. Joaquin Phoenix.
I was disappointed though because what is the actor's name who played Commissioner Gordon in the new Batman movies? He's a fundy.
Gary Oldman.
Yeah, he's a fundamentalist. I think young, newborn, fundy Christian, family values kind of thing. And Chuck Norris is the same way.
Marlon Brando and Uma Thurman.
Oh my God, Incorporated is like he's always uploading these videos with women in it, and it's like he's now uploaded a video where like he's filming a woman, like
buying stuff and it's
groceries into the car.
And Sean Penn. Okay,
Sorry about my joke.
No, you should watch the video of Incorporated. It's just creepy as hell. What is he doing?
I can imagine he's like filming the woman buying stuff, and he's like jerking off to it.
No, they're
yeah,
in the parking lot. They're in the parking lot. It's fucking creepy. What is he doing?
Why would he? That's weird, man. That is fucking weird.
It's so weird, right?
Yeah.
Sexy sister at grocery store parking lot. Oh my god.
I mean, that's weird and stupid. I mean, you're supposed to fill them in a bathroom or a bathtub. Come on. Think, dude.
Oh my god.
He should probably outsource this, voyeurism of his to, I don't know, some Chinese. So Buddhist monk. I've heard of a Buddhist monk who is actually filming naked women in the temple when they were like showering with the holy water or something. Whoa,
Probably should take this video down because there's a bloody child in it and he's going to look really dodgy. Even more so.
What is
Filming
wrong
a child.
with him? Like I don't know what's wrong with him. There's something not right.
This is quite fucked up. I think I've watched enough of that.
There's no comment at all, any hint as to why he's doing this?
The title.
What does it say?
Sexy sister at grocery store parking lot. Y'all think she's fine?
Jesus. That dude needs to get laid. And to get some friends.
I don't know.
I wonder, was it a black chick or a white chick he was ogling there?
It's a black chick.
A black chick, okay. Because if it was a white chick, I'd be like, hey dude, segregation, remember? You're for segregation. Keep your hands off of all white girls. That was supposed to be funny. I'm sorry.
Oh dear.
Everybody's
Paul
settling
actually
in.
went off to the.
I think Google Plus is kicking people.
Oh, I don't know. Well, now the question is, where does rent come from? Oh, Palm, it was I had to find a way to capture it in a way that would get it out of a context where it would be opened with another account. Well, actually, maybe I should try seeing what happens on the other account. Well, I don't think it actually works.
Like I subscribed to Incorporated, so I could get his free market ideas, but he never really talks about them. He never goes into like how it relates to his own country and like what he thinks.
You only subscribe because you want to look at the videos of sexy sisters, though, really.
No, I was actually surprised. Like it's like, why are you uploading this here?
Sexy sister, I've been stalking on YouTube.
I don't know. They're not really my types, the ones he uploads. They're better sites for that.
Oh, welcome back, Baltazar. There we go. I'm a mermaid. Well, and other news from around the world. What have we here? We got Malcolm Turnbull and I guess Trudeau coming in over Australia and Canada. And oh wow, looks like Marie Le Pen is on trial over Comparing Muslim prayer on the streets to Nazi occupation.
Well, that was clever of her. In a country that was actually occupied by the Nazis.
Yes. Yeah, the Vichy types don't really get a great deal of sympathy.
Well, in some of these places you can't joke about stuff like that. Literally, they won't tolerate it. So
these people
well,
always,
she's not trying.
yeah. Well, exactly. These people will always end up making a fool of themselves, or hoisting themselves by their own petard, so to speak. So I'm not surprised.
There we go. Yep. What happened to Segomania anyway? I was a bit more of a fan of that than Le Pen and husband or wife, whatever. Like a husband-wife team or something.
Here's a interesting article. Apparently, ISIS cyber terrorists are trying to hack into the United States energy grid and trying to make them explode.
It's not funny,
Really?
but it is rather ridiculous. They know how to use
Can you post that?
Yes.
So ISIS believe in technology then when it suits them, I see.
Well, no,
I'm
they
sure you
have
can
pretty
make
smart.
see how it could explode that way.
They have pretty smart people. I mean,
Yeah, I know. I'm just being a bit silly, but yeah.
No, actually, a lot of the ones that didn't go there, they're like actually like university students and like geeky, smart kids also that join them. It's not only like a dropout or whatever.
I know we've had lots of British Muslim girls specifically, which I find bizarre, have gone via Turkey. I think is the popular route. They all say they've got relatives in Turkey, then they piss off across the border to to ISIS. So I just find that very depressing. I don't quite know what the appeal is for young girls. They obviously think that they're going to get something out of it when they really aren't.
For some reason, Chile's official English language tourism site or something is following me on Twitter.
Chile?
Yes, Chile.
I thought of moving there.
I'm generally not.
That'd be kind of weird living in South America. I can see the appeal, but I don't know. It'd be a bit of a culture shock for me, I think. Big old place, though.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a fan of the Catholic Church, it might be a good place.
Yeah, that is the problem.
There you go, Nicholas. We found you home.
In Chile?
Almost anywhere in South America.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with Mary worship there, though.
I think Ocean was down there a while ago, did a Patagonia thing.
I'm pretty happy in Canada, but I'm upset that we just elected a prime minister that everyone in his party must always vote in favor of pro-choice propositions, regardless of their conscience. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah, fuck women's rights then.
Well, you can put it in the context of women's rights, but usually we don't put the right to kill somebody else in the context of rights.
Well, surely on
Even
balance.
if it was in the case of rape, you would still have them have the child.
What has the baby done?
Well, there was a case in Paraguay recently of an 11-year-old girl.
Nicholas, the thing is, you can make the argument where you say, oh, well, let him live, even if the mother died. well, not that one, but just like have them, but give them up for adoption. People who are put through, like children who are put through the foster care system have a very rough time.
There was
Doesn't mean
another girl.
we should go around to like
It makes them feel
foster children
ostracized.
and murder. We shouldn't go around to foster children and murder them. That's not a way to improve.
So what about the case in Paraguay? There was an 11-year-old girl who was raped by her stepdad, and she became pregnant. And she had to carry the baby to term because of the laws there, which were inspired. I think it's a Christian country. It was a religiously inspired law that they don't like abortion. I mean, she could have died. An 11-year-old carrying a baby is not, healthy. I mean, that surely in the best circumstance, the best outcome, relatively speaking, in that situation, surely would have been an abortion. Obviously, they didn't know what was going to happen to they didn't know that the mother was going to survive.
In that case, we're measuring one life against the other, so.
Well, it's a difficult choice, but nonetheless, is it not best to say women have the say? Is that not the best of all possible outcomes, or the lesser?
No, I don't think women getting to abort their children for any reason they like is a good solution.
Well, not any reason. I mean, we would they would be educated. But I mean, in that situation, that child was raped. So, what could she do?
It's not about the circumstances that brings it about. It's whether or not it's a life, and whether or not life deserves to be protected.
But she could have died.
If it's a case where the mother is going to die, or she has a good chance of dying, then what we're doing is we're measuring, we're weighing the consequences, one life against another. We're not just completely blind. Like, I mean, in an ectopic pregnancy, there's no chance that the baby will survive. So there's no moral dilemma in aborting that fetus.
So what if a rape victim can't bring up a child because they haven't got they're poor, they haven't got the funds, they're not cut out for raising a child?
Okay, well, it's important that we support people, especially those in poverty. But yeah, in that case, then I would suggest that they give the child up for adoption.
I say bring the deaf panels. Deaf panels for everyone. Solve that problem right away.
I think we have to have women's choice. I think it has to be pro-choice. It's the only sane answer, in my opinion. It doesn't mean that people should just go around aborting babies, because they feel like it, which I don't think happens anyway.
Oh, there are babies yet to be aborted.
Well, I've met women that have absolutely no problem with abortions, and they have gotten multiple abortions. They feel no moral quandary about that, and they say, well, I'm taking a risk with my own health, so that's the only reason why I would consider not getting abortions all the time.
That's they can't. They must be the minority. I very much doubt whether that's anything else.
Oh yeah, I would imagine they're the minority, but you just said no one, so I'm just pointing out that I've met people.
Well, I don't think we can just ditch women's rights on the basis of a few, ignorant.
But the thing is that putting it in the context of women's rights ignores the rights of the child. Like it's a question about the rights of human beings, and whether or not the right to not carry a child to term is more important than the right to live.
They aren't a child. They aren't alive.
I can't help but actually agree with you. Like, I don't know. To me, they're children. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's emotional or whatever in my case, but I consider them children, and I don't want them to be aborted.
That's awesome, man.
Well, like I said, it's not a life. It's not a child. It's a process that may eventually produce life in a child, but it's not done so yet.
I think we get into
and black slaves aren't people either, so they don't deserve rights either. They're not fully developed like we are.
That's a pretty ugly thing to say, isn't it?
Well, that's the arguments that they made in defense of slavery. They said these people aren't fully developed human beings, and we're protecting our civil rights and our property rights.
Well, that may be what they said, but I don't know why you said that.
Because it's a parallel argument to what Nadia is saying. She's
You
saying
feel
they're not
so?
people.
No, it is, but the thing is, one of them is right, one of them isn't right. Fetus is not a fully developed human. Black person is a fully developed human, so it's not analogous.
Okay, but it's in reference to the rights that a person deserves. And they were in the position that they thought that they didn't deserve those rights because they weren't fully developed. It's the same argument that you're making, and I don't think that just because somebody is younger and their brain hasn't developed to the point where they're 25, they deserve less of a right to life.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to argue on a basis of a potential life, right, that, oh, it's a potential life, so we treat
It's
it
not
as
a
life.
potential life at that point.
Okay, human life. It's a potential human life, right?
Okay.
Thing is, with technology...
No, I think there's a confusion here. Like, the thing is alive. It's living
Okay,
cells
sure,
with its own unique
it's
DNA.
life. So is a chicken, so is a cow, and we eat them, kill them gladly. The question is whether or not it's a human life, it's full human life, and it's not a full human life.
Are you suggesting that
just a second, hold on. If you're saying that because it's a potential human life, that it's in a process of being so, we should treat it as a human life already, then you have a problem, because in the future, every scientist will tell you that we will develop technologies to make humans artificially. Through whatever means.
Okay, but you're conflating it being alive with it being a potential life. Like, you're saying it's not a human life. I don't know if you think it's a chicken life or what. I don't know what kind of life you figure that is.
Chimeric tissues have distinct DNAs and are not, or distinct genomes and are not regarded as distinct persons.
Right.
Go ahead.
They're a genetic anomaly from the one body absorbing the DNA of another body. So that's
they are
like the fact that one human body can have multiple DNA does not take away from the fact that being is alive. It's living tissue. It has unique DNA, and it's not some sort of an anomaly.
It does take away from it because the DNA is not the distinctive factor, right?
I think to bring race into it was a big mistake. I think that was a very ugly thing to say.
I'm just pointing out that the arguments that people that are quote pro-choice unquote make are exactly parallel to the slavery arguments.
Well, what you're saying is that
are not.
What you're trying to say is that people who are pro-choice are racist.
No, what I'm saying is that they're using the same arguments that racists use to define slavery.
I think that was a very poor choice of words on your part, I'm afraid.
Absolutely not, no.
I argue that it's not parallel in any way because the fetus isn't a born individual yet, is it?
Yeah, it's not. It's a potential.
Well, nobody's saying that it's a born individual. We are saying that it's alive. It is a unique human being.
So is a chicken. Wait, it's not a human being.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, what do you think it is? A chicken?
It's a fetus.
And that's not human.
No.
It's not a human fetus.
It's a human fetus, sure, but it's not a human. It's different.
Okay, so at what point does it cease being a non-human that's a human fetus and all of a sudden become a baby?
Good question. I don't know the exact delineation. Doctors do. There are some delineations in law based on science, but there's a huge, clear delineation between, let's say, I don't know, the beginning, right, where the sperm and egg meets, and a full human, right? It's so you have like
still
what?
Fully human.
Well, no,
I mean,
so
there's a sharp delineation between a 2-year-old and a 25-year-old as well.
Wait, so is the egg, once it becomes impregnated by the sperm, is it a human?
At conception, at conception, yes.
Really? So, according to your definition of a human, what a human is also 2 cells, one an egg and one a sperm.
No, that's not conception. It's when the DNA is combined into unique.
There's human DNA floating around everywhere, and we can combine DNA, or I think already now, If not, already in the future, it's going to be quite doable. We already know viruses do the same thing. It's just a matter of introducing this. And if that is true, then you'll have a problem, because now we will be able to make humans out of woodlock, and you will have to argue that every, bits of DNA and every sperm that is somehow DNA sperm that is somehow connected is a human, which is just
Not even
absurd.
sperm.
Well,
Skin cells.
even if you took
skin cell samples are.
if you
Skin
took
cell
the
samples are
DNA of a tree and you fiddled with the DNA until you made it the unique human DNA, at that point it becomes a human. And it doesn't matter if it's in a lab or somebody's womb, it deserves the right to life. And if it doesn't deserve the right to life, then I'm not sure why you would claim that anybody has the right to life.
There is a huge potential for hidden genocides in your worldview. Then, I mean, how many people okay, women lose eggs all the time, right, throughout their life. Guys, they shoot out loads on weekly basis, especially if they're young, right? So, what's the delineation between the sperm and the egg together, and a sperm separately and egg separately? What makes them separately not human, but when they combine, it makes a human? Because they both carry DNA material.
It has a unique DNA. It has everything that it needs to continue developing.
It's not that unique. Just like a fraction of a percentile difference in DNA code, I think, between the mother and the father.
Okay, well, there's also a fraction of a difference between you and I. That does not mean that one of us is not human.
No, listen. I just don't get how you can consider. Oh, sorry, I made a moment. I just don't understand how you can consider, bits of chemicals floating around, made out of inside one cell, a human being. It's absurd. No, at the very least, it's a potential human being after it goes through a incredibly complicated process of development, right? But to call it a human being at that point is really problematic.
And so, why should we call an infant a human being?
Well, infants are born. They've been born.
What does being born have anything to do with it?
Well, no, okay, so there is much closer resemblance of structure and material between a human and a human infant, right? So there is one closeness there. But when you're talking about
does that mean that a younger child has less of a right to life, or a mentally challenged child or physically disabled child has less of a right to life?
That's a good question, right? But we're not talking about these sort of sliding small scales, shady areas. We're talking about just a chasm of difference between a incredibly complex multicellular being and a cell. And you're saying they're the same thing, which is just philosophically.
I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm saying they're both human.
Right, but what is a human? Define a human.
A being that is alive, that has a unique DNA structure.
And to be alive, you have to not rely on another live being to maintain.
No, absolutely not. No, you've got conjoined twins where one of the twins relies on the other human being, or the other conjoined twin to live. Does not mean that one of the conjoined twins is not a human being.
Oh wait, but your argument was for uniqueness. That the reason why this cell is a human, whatever, is because it's unique. But with twins, they're essentially identical, aren't they, on the DNA level as well? So would they qualify as one person, or?
No, but we can differentiate this fertilized egg from the sperm or the egg, at conception, because it has a unique human DNA. That doesn't mean that clones are less human. It means that this is a really good place to say, hey, this is different than the stage before.
Is it really fair, though, to say to, for example, the 11-year-old girl that she has to go through the pregnancy and then give the baby up, and then the baby has to live, as Christopher was saying, in a foster home, in a care home. Hopefully, it'll get adopted by someone, a nice, caring couple who can afford to raise it and all that. I mean,
Well,
that's
this situation that you're talking about is heartbreaking, but it really comes down to what's more important: her inconvenience or the baby's life.
inconvenience. I think that was another poor choice of words.
Oh, it was an excellent choice of words.
Well, no, it wasn't. To call her experience inconvenient, I think, is rather crass.
Yeah, it's kind of like how people say that someone on here said before that Nadia like being transgender, like her not being able to be like fully transitioned is an inconvenience to her. It kind of trivializes the problem.
I mean, that's an 11-year-old child that has to go through an experience of carrying a baby.
Carrying a child to term is, if you're talking about putting it up for adoption after that,
and not only
it's
pain.
a real struggle, and there may be a lot of suffering involved. But it's really coming down to the inconvenience versus the life.
Okay, Nick.
And that's why I chose those words, is because it's really important. We recognize that we're measuring one person's freedom and autonomy of how they live their lives versus somebody's freedom to live.
Okay, Nick. I hear what you're saying. The thing is, with creating a child, birthing a child in this world, women have to basically risk their lives, quite literally. Some pregnancies can lead to potential death.
And that makes you think of certain medical circumstances, like, for example, the death of that lady in Ireland a number of years ago, maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Nick?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Well, she was denied an abortion, and I think both the child and the mother were lost, if I'm not mistaken. She wasn't.
Okay, well, I still need more details. That's unfortunate, but I still would need more details. And I've already given my position is, if the mother's life is in danger, then at that point what we're doing is we're measuring her life versus the child's life. And this is an ethical dilemma. And I think that in most situations it's pretty clear. Like in the case of an ectopic pregnancy, we know that the baby's not going to live anyway. So there is no moral dilemma there. It really comes down to whether or not you think that a fertilized fetus is an egg, or is not an egg, is a human being, and whether or not all human beings, regardless of their developmental stage, and again I'll point out that an infant is not as developed as a 25-year-old, is equally deserving of life. And I have a hard position on that, and that is that all human beings deserve the right to life.
I personally think it's an arbitrary line we have drawn. I think it's from the sperm till the day you die of old age. I think that's all of that is human life. All of that from beginning to end. It's a single process.
Yeah. How is this not an arbitrary point in the formation process, and designated as where critical it has become a person, so to speak? I mean, for instance, how many people is a fertilized egg? 1? 10? Currently,
at that point, it's a single human being.
The embryo can subdivide, and also they can fuse.
We've had this discussion before. At that point, it's a human being, and if it divides into multiple human beings, then that's fine. There's no moral quandary about that. You've brought this up several times, again with the chimera thing. I'm not sure why you keep bringing these up. I've already addressed these.
I don't recall your response, actually.
Oh, there's really no difficulty with saying that it's a human being, and that it can subdivide into twins. What's the issue with that?
And
like, why is that a question?
And fuse.
Yeah, right, and it could be those would be if one fetus absorbs the other fetus, then that's one fetus is dying. Like these aren't hard questions. That's why I'm confused that you bring them up.
If it's died, then how is it that it's cells of its genetic lineage persist in the end product and such? Which one lived? Which one died?
That's extremely easy to answer. The one that was absorbed into the other, that doesn't have a heartbeat, doesn't have a brain, is obviously not alive.
All right,
And it's
so
not going to continue. It's not going to continue to naturally develop into a life either. It's died. If I cut off your arm and I graft it onto my own body, that doesn't mean you've died. But if I kill you after that, then me having your arm doesn't mean you're still alive. These aren't difficult questions. That's why I'm confused that you asked them.
Well, the totality of it's still there. I mean, and in fact, the tissues don't necessarily subdivide along easy tissue sort of lines, right? You can the percentages and such can be very broadly distributed. So the brain, etc., has content from multiple genomes too, right? So, well, which one died then? I mean, if you
one
want
that
to say,
was absorbed into the other fetus. I don't know how many times I can answer the same question.
Well, how do you say which one was absorbed into the other when there's a relatively even distribution of the genomes and such, right?
So you're suggesting that there's a scenario in which two fetuses mirror identically and absorb into each other, so that it's a 50-50 situation. That's the hypothetical situation you're asking me to answer?
I wouldn't say 50-50, but broadly distributed. Right, so they're concentrated in one specific kind of tissue. That does happen.
Okay, well, I think I've answered the question pretty obviously, but even to take it a step further, I don't need to have an answer for this question of which one died. There were two lives. There are no longer two lives. These aren't hard questions. That's why.
How do these questions come into play, Nick? Under, say, the thought of a future, 50 years from now, where genetic engineering is come of age, kind of like the way computers did from the 90s forward, and we can engineer biological entities at that point.
It doesn't matter if it's grown in a womb or a lab. If it's a human being, it has the right to life.
Well, what if it's a genetically engineered automaton human being with no brain stem that's plugged into freaking electronics on the top of the head, but it's a bio body? We're talking Borg here scenario, right?
Oh, that's a horrific scenario.
Well, it's coming.
I would say that the Borg have a right to life.
I think it's kind of sad that God cares more about putting an 11-year-old girl through the trauma of pregnancy, than stopping the man who raped her from actually doing that.
Well, he's given us moral freedom. Our moral choices have consequences. You can complain about that, but that doesn't really change anything.
Well, he may have had the he's not, but the daughter didn't have any say in the matter.
He's not unconcerned with the suffering of the child, and that's why he provides us a route to union with them and true fulfillment.
But the child, the mother, was innocent. She didn't ask to be raped. She may be a good Christian for all.
At what point do you think that I'm suggesting that she deserved to be raped?
I didn't say that you said. I didn't say that. What I'm saying.
What are you addressing? Why did you bring that up then? Because it seems to me like you're attacking a straw man. So I'm asking you, why are you attacking a straw man?
You're arguing from you're arguing that abortion, your view on abortion is informed by religion.
Actually, I haven't mentioned religion so far.
Is it not? Is it not then?
Yeah, I would say largely it is, but I mean, don't address that because that hasn't been my justification. Address the issues that I've raised.
No, but this is part of the issue, isn't it? Religion is part of the problem with with abortion rights that women face, and denying women these rights makes their lives harder.
Okay, but again, we're talking about the right to not carry a baby to term versus the right to live. Now, I haven't brought religion into that. If I'm going to tell you that the Catholic Church has infallibly declared that abortion is wrong and a moral evil, then you can at that point say, well, I don't believe that. I don't believe the Catholic Church is inspired and able to declare infallible doctrine like that. But we haven't even gotten there. So the fact that you're saying, you know, you can't hold this position unless you're religious is essentially poisoning the well.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, I've made pretty cogent arguments, and you've brought in religion.
Yes, I'm now bringing it in.
Okay, so if this thing is, if all my arguments stood, just for argument's sake, that my arguments hold, and religious institutions are supporting the position that I've shown to be true, then what's the issue?
What I'm saying is that if your beliefs are informed by religion, then you believe in a God that could have done something to prevent that situation.
I believe in a God that can do anything that is not logically impossible, including not create the world. I think him creating the world was a good thing, and I think that he secures higher order goods with the evil and suffering that's in the world.
But he could have prevented an 11-year-old child from being raped and forced to carry a child.
He could have prevented a lot of things that are much worse than that. But the thing is, he secures higher order goods.
Well,
and you have to understand that the suffering in this world, though important and substantial, is not all that there is. If you're going to attack religion, then you have to concede that God has a plan, and he offers salvation to people so that they can be fully healed and fulfilled in him.
I don't think I have to concede those things at all.
Okay, but the thing is, you can't attack an ideology by saying that ideology is false, and now that I have assumed that it's false, I'm going to say that it's wrong. Like, that's just begging the question. So,
well, I can attack the morals of a being who cares more for the product of a rape than to prevent the rape itself.
Okay, so I've already explained that if you're going to attack this ideology, you have to take into account that God has a plan that everyone can be fulfilled and healed within him.
Well, you haven't proved that that's the case.
I don't need to. What you're doing is you're attacking an idea, and I'm saying, okay, if you're going to attack the idea, then you have to admit all the aspects of that idea. If you're attacking a God that doesn't offer healing and fulfillment, then I don't need to defend against it because you're not attacking anything I believe in.
What healing was offered to the child, the mother? She is a
What's
child.
that?
What healing was offered to the mother, the 11-year-old girl?
She has an opportunity to be fully united with Christ.
So why did that necessitate her having to be raped?
It doesn't necessitate having to be raped.
So God could have stopped it.
Of course God could have stopped it, but he allows us to make moral decisions that have consequences. And when we see things like the suffering that somebody goes through, it inspires in us a desire to do better, a desire to do the good. If every time I opened my mouth to say a racist comment, God stole the sound out of the air, then we would never have the opportunity to see somebody commit that evil and the responses to it, and we would not learn. We wouldn't grow closer to God. So allowing evil allows us to know the straight path.
Why do we need, if evil wasn't a thing, because of God intervening and making sure there was no evil, what would we need to learn that we couldn't learn?
We wouldn't have any meaningful freedom at that point.
we wouldn't know any different. What difference would it make? We would just live lives without all that stuff. So what?
Okay, then what you're doing is you're saying, why didn't God create a world of pets?
Well, hasn't he?
Absolutely not, no. He's created a world of fully free human beings that have a choice to turn towards him and accept his love and live under him, or to reject him. And even offering that choice requires that there be consequences to that choice.
The consequences being going to hell.
Rejecting God, yeah. So that would be, yes, choosing to be separate from God is hell.
So there's no middle ground then, it's either acceptance or rejection. If you don't accept him by definition, you're rejecting.
Yeah, I guess when you put a fine point on it, then that's true of anything. You either believe something or you don't. You either do something or you don't.
I mean, God could come down and be a part of our world, and we could all know he exists, and we could then decide to worship him or not. And he wouldn't need to. He could choose not to send people to hell for not worshipping him. We could just live with the fact that he exists and get on and live our lives. That would be freedom.
Okay, but you don't seem to understand what being separate from God means.
Well, no, I don't, because I don't believe in God.
Okay, but the thing is you can't attack an idea that you don't understand.
Well, you're asserting these things as fact. You haven't. Again,
okay, you're attacking an idea. We haven't discussed whether or not these things are true. We're just discussing whether or not my worldview is logically consistent.
You've asserted that God has a plan. I don't grant that that's true.
Okay, you're attacking a worldview. I'm saying in this worldview, God has a plan. You're saying you haven't proven that. I don't need to prove that. What we're discussing is the logical consistency of my worldview, the moral consistency of my worldview.
Which I don't find to be very consistent, given that,
okay.
For example, God can allow a child to be raped.
If you're going to say that it's not consistent, then what you need to do is you need to admit the worldview to examine it, rather than saying, okay, I'm going to pluck these things out of that worldview, and I'm going to ignore the rest, and then that's going to make it logically inconsistent. Then you're attacking something that I don't believe in.
Well, you believe in God.
Right, I believe in the Christian God as the Catholic Church has revealed him to be.
So I'm not attacking something you don't believe in.
No, you are attacking something I don't believe in when you say your God cares more about this than that, and he doesn't have a plan.
But you've admitted that. You've admitted that God could have prevented that child from being the mother from being raped.
You're missing the key part of that. You're not admitting that he has a plan and an opportunity for healing and fulfillment.
Okay, that's the part that is fucked up, Nicholas. Like, excuse my language. That is the part that implies, like, I think G was saying earlier that you were, what was it? You essentially, I can't remember what it was, but it was in the phrasing that God intended for this person to be raped, that he wanted it to happen, essentially.
No, it's not his intention. He doesn't want people to sin. He gives us a context in where we're able to, and those choices have consequences. God doesn't want people to sin.
A consequence on the person who does the act to the person without their consent, but also, so like the victim, the result of this action leaves the victim scarred for life.
I must intervene before you say anything. You did. I want to make sure that you are not saying something you don't mean. You said sin in reference to the person who was raped. Now, I presume you don't mean that a rape victim is a sinner.
Absolutely not. No, okay. I'm talking about the rapist.
Okay. So, the mother had no say in that. She was a victim. So
yes, we don't have a say in most of the things that people do to us, and most of our sins have an effect on other people. These are realities.
Right. So by the action, Go
It's a matter of doing and allowing, and omission and commission and such that I think people are raising here implicitly.
Well, I'm just concerned about the ideology that seems to say that free will grants a stepfather the ability to rape a girl, and yet God is okay with that because free will.
He's not okay with that. Like you're conflating God allowing something to happen with something that He wants to happen.
But He could have done something. It's absolutely within His power. As with anything, we've already admitted
right.
that.
He could have not created the world, and no evil and suffering would ever exist. But he's created the world, and He's secured higher order goods through that.
What higher order goods have been secured?
And the opportunity to freely come to God.
So it's necessary for things like the rape of a 11-year-old girl for human beings to come to God.
It's not necessary, no, but it is necessary that we have moral freedom, and for that moral freedom to be meaningful and to be instructive, then it has to have consequences.
To what end? Why is that necessary?
Because if there wasn't that freedom, a meaningful moral freedom, then we would be automatons, pets, which is not as good as choosing to freely love someone. Like God wants a loving relationship with us, and you can't program something to love you.
Could a person rape another in heaven?
No.
So free will is meaningless.
At that point, people are fully united with God.
Which is his goal, so far as we can know.
Right, yeah, that's His highest will for human beings, is for us to freely accept Him.
Why didn't He just create everyone in heaven in the first place? Why all the
because then they wouldn't have made the free choice to love Him, and it wouldn't be love.
Well, it's not going to be love in heaven, is it?
Absolutely, yes. It is because it is through their choice to accept Him that they are able to love Him.
But in heaven, there's no free will.
Well, there is to a certain extent, but there is no will to separate themselves from God. They've already made the decision to unite themselves with God. So just because the decisions you made yesterday, you're not free to change today, doesn't mean that you're not a free being, that you weren't free, that you didn't freely make those choices to bring about these consequences today.
So the stepfather has the free will, and as a consequence of having free will, human beings such as him can perform ugly acts. But that still doesn't mean that the daughter could have been spared the consequences of his actions. How would that impinge on her free will for God to have, he could have just pushed away the baby. She would still undergo that horrific experience for the sake of argument, but there would have been no pregnancy. He could have just.
But the thing is the creation of a life isn't a bad thing.
I'm not talking about that. He would have made the life not be created, the sperm and the egg.
Right, and it's a good thing when God chooses to create life.
Through rape?
Through any mechanism.
Wow.
Given that the mother
those born into horrific suffering are not going to be entirely in agreement here that they're being brought to being is a good thing.
Those born into horrific suffering in this world still have free will, and this world is not all that there is.
Well, we don't even know that certain.
So what? And so what? I mean, that doesn't.
And so you still have the opportunity to freely accept God and love Him and have a relationship with Him. And gee, you keep coming back to this, that hasn't been demonstrated. I don't think you understand how philosophical discussions work.
Well, that may be true.
Okay, if you want to attack an idea, then you need to attack the idea in its context. Okay, if your argument is these things haven't been demonstrated to be true, that's a different argument than saying your idea doesn't make sense.
What I'm saying is the morality of your God is highly questionable.
Okay, that's a different claim than saying your morality of your God is highly questionable because half the claims you're making about him are false.
Well, they're demonstrably not false from what I can tell.
Okay.
I mean, you believe rape is wrong, presumably. I mean, that goes without saying, I would imagine.
Right, yeah, yeah.
So if God allows, if an infinite being who could do something to prevent that chooses not to, then whatever his plan may or may not be, I think that's, I question that. I think that's not moral.
Okay. If somebody does surgery on somebody's knee, then they might be doing a lot of damage to the tissue in their knee, and it might cause more pain than that person experienced beforehand. But it secures a higher order good, and that person's knee will be repaired. And after some amount of time of healing, they will gain full function of that knee. And so sometimes we justify a certain degree of pain and suffering or destruction in order to secure higher goods.
Right, but rape isn't necessary. It's not a surgical procedure that one presumably needs. I don't imagine.
Knee surgery isn't
What
necessary.
good could possibly come from it, Nick?
Sorry, all I heard was good could possibly come from it. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, then we're in agreement.
Well, you're saying, like in the knee analogy, that it despite the increased pain, in the end result is a better outcome, right? And I'm just asking what good could possibly come from a rape.
Oh, what good? Okay, I missed the first word in that, and I didn't realize it was a question. There's a number of different things that can come from it. One thing is going to be that a life could be created, which is a wonderful thing. Another thing is that you can talk about all sorts of things that, if you admit the worldview, aren't an issue. Like that woman, the child that was 11 years old, might grow to have a great moral sense. She might have compassion for people that otherwise she might not have. And even for the rapist's sake, as much as we detest the rapist, he might have a chance for moral betterment if he sees the suffering he's inflicted, which is emotionally abhorrent from us because we don't like to think about bad guys getting better. But if that is a possibility, then that's a possible good that can come out of it. The most vile human being in the world, them rehabilitating is a good thing. Even if we wouldn't necessarily say that somebody deserves it from our human perspective.
So, what extent does someone with the power to counteract suffering, to engage in various forms of rescue and such, to what extent are they obligated to do such? And yeah, also in terms of the say suffering and such methods to secure higher order goods. I mean, what are the various processes of improvement of various methods is to reduce that suffering required to achieve the higher order good. I mean, for instance, in terms of say surgical techniques, various kinds of I guess it was micro or nano engineering or some such for the sharper scalpels and such, and the techniques for I guess sewing together multiple layers of skin and all that to reduce scarring and such are done in order to reduce that kind of trauma. And people generally seek progressively less invasive methods like laparoscopic surgeries, all that.
Right, and in the
as one goes. So, go ahead.
In the Christian worldview, it's assumed that God always does the good, and so He limits evils as much as He logically can. if we're talking about an all-good God. So it's basically saying that we can go with the inscrutability defense and just say, you possibly, as a finite being, you can't possibly know why a certain thing is necessary. Why didn't your guardian angel keep you from falling down the steps? Well, perhaps that you falling down the steps is going to have an effect on humanity in 1,000 years that is going to be a lot greater than maybe you breaking your leg. The Christian worldview assumes that he does minimize evils as much as logically possible.
Skeptical theism?
The inscrutability defense can be considered skeptical theism, yeah.
Okay. And... oh dear. Well... yeah. Well, one could, yeah, I suppose flip, you know, whatever that intent or purpose or whatever it is around. I mean, if it's just the matter of, you know, the good being sort of in alignment with the God's nature, then, I mean, in the God's nature, and the claim is that the God's nature is, in some respects, aligned with the human intuition of good. You know. Well,
yeah, in the Christian worldview, we believe that morality is written on our hearts. So we do have a certain epistemological route to knowing what is good. And yes, God's nature is consistent with the good, but I do want to point out that it's not because it's God's nature that it makes it good, which is something I've heard some theists claim.
What is good though? According to this, you know,
it comes down to.
I mean, George MacDonald saying, you know, he suffered unto death, not so that we might not suffer, but so that our suffering would be more like his. That ultimate, you know, most agonizing of all sufferings, that, well, would bring people closer to Christ, you know, the more they suffer, right? So, you know, should be, in effect, to maximize suffering, maximize human ills and torment and all that, right?
Well, he doesn't give us more than we can bear, and maximal suffering would shatter us.
Mm. Oh, okay. Keep us, you know, just at the point of the most we can bear, so we go on suffering all the longer, right?
And what would maximal suffering even look like? I think that's kind of a confused idea.
Mm. Well, isn't it a lot like what we have here on Earth? Isn't that, you know, just, you know, the injustice and inequality is the only thing that lets any good any door, right? Yeah. Or sorry, any respite from suffering and endurance. I mean, how much is none of this God's a serious nature apart from, you know, the suffering brings you closer to Christ. Therefore, well, suffer all the more, right?
Well, I don't think that all suffering does lead people to closer to Christ. I don't know where someone would get that idea.
well, George MacDonald, general Christian discussion of redemptive suffering. You know, idea that higher order goods come from rape and all that.
Yeah, that still doesn't follow from what you've said, that maximal suffering would bring you closer to Christ. Saying that vitamin D helps your body metabolize better is not to say that maximal vitamin D it helps your body metabolize better. So there can be a redemptive power in suffering, and I truly believe that's true. That does not mean that maximal suffering is more redemptive.
But in what sense would suffering be, worth reducing to this deity at all? I mean, for instance, Romans chapter 8, verse 18. Who's making all that noise?
It's me. Please mute me. I don't have.
Oh, sure. Okay. I mean, for instance, Romans chapter 8, verse 18. For the sufferings at the present time are nothing beside the glory to be revealed. I mean, at the very least, the suffering and the evaluation of duty is just, nothing to be concerned about at all. I mean, why bother?
Yeah, you're taking it. You're taking
and to the extent that it's any value to it, it's valued for how it brings people closer to Christ. So, hey, bring on the torture.
You're taking a statement like a childhood relationship with someone can't be compared to creating a loving family with a partner, and then saying that from that you must mean that childhood friendship is worthless. Like what it's a hyperbole. It's not saying that that it's worthless. It's saying, in a larger context, it's pretty much not worth comparing. A paper cut versus having your legs sliced off. It's really not worth comparing that pain. That does not mean that a paper cut doesn't hurt, or that you want paper cuts.
Well, beside the eternity and the whatever kind of resurrection and so on. I mean, destruction of one's entire body is paper cut. And, torture one's entire life to paper cut beside this eternity. I mean, how can it be significant? It's beside an infinity.
Well, all suffering is significant in that it is something that's undesirable and miserable. So. Just because there's something immeasurably better does not mean that suffering doesn't matter. It means in context, it's not really. It doesn't tip the scales in context. Is all he's saying.
Not better, but larger, right? And not tipping the scales again. I mean, that's total different.
Say an infant had a terrible developmental disorder, and if that developmental disorder was not administered to and with medical help, in order to prevent that disorder from being terribly painful or debilitating, like for instance, children and babies that have seizures, constant seizures. To say that, say one of those medications to prevent seizures made the child less able to remember things. They had problems with their cognitive memory. Then we would say, well, the comparison between them being pretty much brain dead and suffering all their life from seizures, from terrible seizures, which will only get worse if we don't deal with the problem now, and the limited amount of cognitive impairment that they suffer, it's really not worth comparing. That we really should go ahead with this, even though this is going to cause certain problems in this sense. Like it doesn't tip the scales. It doesn't mean that we should totally ignore the fact that they're going to have this cognitive impairment.
And I mean, this claim that it retains significance is in the face of it being a finite compared to an infinity, is, you know, I think, you know, prima facie, not even just prima facie, I mean, compare it to, you know, any finite duration, you get a numerical ratio. In order to ensure that numerical ratio falls beneath any sufficiently small number or whatever, you can always choose it large enough. And then, you know, since the infinite grows without bound, you know,
in mathematics,
well, it goes compares. Go ahead.
In mathematics, in order to deal with extremely small or extremely large systems, we make certain assumptions. We basically round. But that's not actually, it doesn't actually logically follow. It's just a system that we use. The idea of a singularity with 0 dimensions, it's not actually a reality. It's just a useful fiction that we apply. So it doesn't matter if there's an infinite life after this, that the suffering in this world may be infinitely small, but it's not non-existent. Like if we're going to do some sort of a calculus on a piece of paper, we might, for simplicity's sake, say that it is 0, but it's not actually 0. Like this goes back, you were sleeping last night, but this goes back to a discussion we were having last night where I think it was Cliff was claiming that because what he'd been taught in math and physics, that adding zeros eventually can, like adding an infinite number of zeros eventually gives you infinity, which is absolutely ridiculous from a logical standpoint, but correct if you're going to be going through college and getting your PhD in mathematics or physics. That's the answer you need to give. It's just not logically correct.
How does that work? That you add up zeros and you have infinity?
Yeah, it's because
That's not clear. Sorry, go ahead.
When you're dealing with an extremely large number, you begin to round. It is basically a layman's description of it. You know, he can talk about singularities or whatever else. He was unable to. Farhan was trying to get him to explain it last night, but he was unable to explain it. Basically, he just said, "You can go into a lab and this will work." I didn't believe it until I went into a lab. But like, or you and I can sit here and think about it, and there's no amount of times that you can add 0 to 0 in order to get infinity.
Right. I think they may be talking of a practical 0. That is when you, like you said, they're rounded up.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Like bits and pieces left, so it's not actually 0.
Exactly.
So when you add it, yeah, right. Okay.
Right. I'm not sure what he meant, but anyway. I mean, something else, of course, right?
Well, scientists deal with reality, right? And we cannot sometimes truly know that something, is like has 0, right? I mean, if you in a chemistry lab, if you clean the what is the utensils, right? The glass ones. Yeah. Would you just a little bit, right? You would say that there's like 0 water there, when in fact it's not, right? There's some tiny few molecules there, and so if you add those numbers, in practicality, if you somehow can get all of the water that is there, assuming it's not there, but just for the heck of it, just okay, let's add all of these supposed water in all of our petri dishes or whatever. You find out, oh wait, there's a number here actually. How's this possible? So, but on a philosophical true sense, like 0 is 0. It's nothing, nada.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they use it in math. They use like negative infinity, right? Like negative infinity is less than x is less than infinity, right? And then there's special properties of infinity, like if you add infinity to infinity is infinity. Negative infinity plus negative infinity is negative infinity. Negative infinity times negative infinity is negative infinity. negative infinity
No.
times negative infinity is infinity, negative times infinity is negative infinity, right? And from these things you can do stuff with maths to figure stuff out, basically.
Yeah, but you're basically working with set theory at that point. You're not actually doing anything with the infinities, but you're treating them as sets.
We're using infinite sets, right?
Right, but it's essentially the only reason why it works is because you're treating it as a singular set. You're not actually dealing with the quantities inside of it, and that's the simplification that they're using.
It's not a set. That's a limiting behavior. It's a different sense of the word from a the ones involved with like set cardinalities or ordinal infinities either. In effect, there's another thing. The ordinal numbers, they're equivalence classes of ordered sets, and then well, that gets pretty nasty in terms of isomorphism type and all that, or whatever you want to call it. But in the meantime, yeah, these limiting behavior affairs are kind of more under discussion here than the sort of cardinality or ordinality or similar. And the limiting behavior of this comparison of basically any finite time to an infinite is zero, right? Like, well, in some respects, it doesn't tip the scales accurate, but it's a bit worse than that. It discounts anything finite. I mean, there's no suffering of in the present time that just fails to tip the scale besides all these eternities and afterlives and all that. I mean, the kinds of torture, etc., that can be justified or unlimited in scope.
That's an interesting article. There's some changes they're proposing with ZFC.
With ZFC, several cycle choice. That's kind of odd. Everybody uses NBG. Yeah. That's not forcing actions and intermodal actions. Yeah. Yeah, this is I think a little bit obscure because like it's rare for people to use ZFC and like other fields and all that. Like apart from like the set theory itself. Like the category theory and abstract algebra and such, model theory and all that book. So I'll just use NBG and just forget about it. Okay. Lang, Hungerford, etc. They all use NPG. Are you still with me?
Yep, I am.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm also listening. I'm sorry. I'm also listening. You make many great points, Nicholas. That's very nice listening to you.
Thank you.
Well, do you acknowledge that there isn't even a trade-off there? I mean, there is, really no suffering, no torture, no atrocity. It wouldn't just wash out beside the eternity, right?
Well, you keep saying wash out, but I've already told you that just because there can be infinite joy and fulfillment with God does not make the sufferings in this life insignificant. So,
well, what do you mean by significant?
I mean that they matter. I mean that if they could be avoided without losing any higher order goods, then it would be a good thing to avoid them. And that we should care about people that are suffering.
Yeah, at the same time, like, the decrease in invasiveness of the procedures, right? That's done in medicine. Why isn't it done by this all-knowing, all-powerful deity? I mean, hasn't it, pretty much said, okay, well, there's no need to get less invasive than this. We can just make it hurt all that much, right? I mean,
well, I guess I would have to know all the.
Show off more, can it? Go ahead.
I guess I would have to know all the facts about all possible worlds to be able to answer that question succinctly. Right? Like, I'd have to say, okay, this possible world, this would be worse because of this, this, and this. And this possible world would be, and I'd have to describe every possible world. Like, so far, you're asking a question, and it's just a question. It's not an argument. It's like saying, who murdered this person? It's not a refutation.
Well, the question is, method of introducing the whole thing too. I mean, it's pretty easily understood that the invasiveness of the procedure of whatever this lesson was trying to be taught, and all that could be lesser, and therefore, it's the be either indifferent or sensitive to it, or outright malicious, or outright unable, right?
Well, it's logically possible that there could be a creator that is either not all good or not all powerful. But the thing is that possibility does not refute the possibility that there is a God that is all powerful and all good, and has higher order goods, justifying reasons for allowing certain evil in the world.
Well, it's clearly logically possible, right? This thing is stood idly by and just let it happen. That,
Well, that wouldn't be my God, but yeah, most religions throughout all history have had those sort of gods that callously watch mortals, sometimes even just for private enjoyment. That's not a refutation to my worldview.
Well, it is standing idly by because, of course, these, sufferings of the present time are well, just inflicted callously. Well, yeah, because of course the glory to be revealed is so much greater, right?
Well, yeah, but it does. If you ask me, it doesn't matter if these things are relatively not comparable. What it matters is whether or not this is necessary in order to secure a higher order good.
No, higher order
Minimizing
good is
suffering, minimizing suffering would be ideal as long as you're not losing a higher order good. So then all good, all loving God would, or an all good, all powerful God would prevent any unnecessary suffering without losing higher order goods.
yeah, so you can be, more like Christ, carry your cross, so you can be nailed to it, right?
Well, probably more along the lines of so you can grow as a human being and mature and fully accept God by your own free will. Rather than just following a model for the sake of following a model.
And of course, tortured all the while until you die. And then, well, the torment and suffering throughout the whole of your life is nothing beside the glory to be revealed. Yeah, and the more you suffer, the closer you get to Christ, right? The good is getting closer to Christ. I mean, isn't this deity a bit loafing a bit, and for not having tortured us all more?
When I hear you like attacking God for the evil and so on, it's a little bit strange because it's like you are always talking as if evil is a reality, or pain is,
Yeah.
It's like when you attack God for being evil, it's like
Well,
it's
you
like
said
you
about
are,
it more.
you are saying this is it's a non-physical reality someplace, or I don't know. I mean,
Well, you said I'm not a moral realist.
Yeah, it should be just an illusion. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I were an atheist, I don't know. It's hard, but I would have problem attacking the problem of evil. I mean,
Yeah, this is not the lead in I would rather have taken. I mean, it's like the problem of evil and stuff is like not my realm of concern. It's like people who kind of like I don't know, or had some belief in a god at one point, and they
but why bother about it?
still kind of like think it's there in some way. And
Why?
They could do the problem of evil. I'm like, why getting sucked into it?
No, I just wonder why as
Here.
atheists, why bother about it? Why just why just don't only let chemistry happen, evolution happen? Why be so upset about it? It's just chemistry
G. Whistler kind of
nothing
like
else.
derailed it into, I think, like soteriological problem of evil at some point. It was like, oh wow, I mean, how is anybody supposed to continue that? It's like,
yeah, but I mean, I don't understand. It's just chemistry, and you happen to be in a chemistry how to say constellation now that are not producing perhaps. I mean, it's just different chemical constellations. What's why are you upset about it? I don't understand that.
oh, you say just chemistry? It's like,
Yeah, it's so.
The
Yeah.
fact it is materials.
Are we
that makes
something
it
else
real.
in chemistry? Are we something else in chemistry? I think. That's what you thought
we are, of course, other aspects of physicality beyond chemical bonds and all that. But still, the yeah, the materiality of something is what makes it real to begin with. It's not.
Yeah, but I mean, in chemistry, we are, it's the same as how far, I mean, atoms in some, or molecules in some kind of constellations. We are not more, so why should we bother about it? I mean, yeah, or get upset about it. I mean, I'm using a rhetorical we, of course, because I don't have this view, but.
Because it is real, because it
I don't
has
see how
because
atheists get upset about.
materiality is what gives it its actual weight and and presence. And right, it's not really the kind of issue there. Yeah, the idea of what human life is or whatever is far more interesting discussion than yet another rehash of like somebody who's like a deconvert doing the problem over and over again.
But the atheists there, do you have any feeling of? I mean, some atheists thought about think or have experience of something spiritual, or they can be spiritual, isn't it like that today? Or many atheists have a recognized spirituality, like Ludik. Do you
No.
have?
I have no idea. Sounds not like atheism to me, but go ahead.
I'm not an atheist, but
Okay, sorry.
Well, I'm a pragmatic agnostic who might lean to being deist.
I'm just saying sorry that I didn't remember. Not that I say the.
I've never gone
sorry.
that far. There's some inner voice maybe.
Because it seems I don't know. From an atheist, it would be interesting if there were some atheists here that feel a spiritual reality, and just would be interesting to know what kind of experience that is. How to describe it.
Well, how do you quantify love? How do you prove love?
Yeah, exactly.
I have gears and clockwork too.
Sorry?
I am gears and clockwork, motors and circuitry. Well, and I say we all are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said you're a mechanical girl once, didn't you? I can remember when you said this.
Well, granted, the machinery is rather miniaturized. Our proteins and whatnot, are in effect machines.
I feel something that you could say is spiritual, but I know it's not spiritual. It's yeah, I don't quantify it as spiritual. I don't attribute any ghosts or ghouls or anything beyond me. It's just a natural human phenomenon. It was somewhere down the line in evolution. This may have been beneficial, and so it has carried over.
Yeah.
Man behind the curtain?
I mean, for me, I mean, at least like laws of nature should be something. I mean, physical laws should be something more than just physicality. In that sense, but
you have a pretty restricted scope of what you acknowledge as physicality. Like I think you have things like shape and arrangement and movement as things you would deem immaterial.
Yeah, shape, yes. I mean,
yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
what.
they are abstraction. They are abstraction in that sense. They are perhaps.
Right, and this is, I suspect, relatively unusual to deem immaterial.
I mean, but it could be that that moral art. I mean, you could see moral as not material reality, just like physical laws or laws of nature. I mean, there is something we are in touch with when it comes to what is right and wrong, and it could be that it has some kind of, the same non-physicality as natural laws, and it's the way things are set up, and yeah, they are not the product of. It's not just an illusion, just some kind of chemical reaction that we mistake for something that it is not.
Yeah, natural laws are generally deemed physical too.
I can't relate to Balthazar how he thinks about thoughts and things like that. I mean, to him, it's like immaterial, and I can't relate to that. To me, it's just impulses in our brain. All of it is accounted for.
Yeah.
I would say that there's nothing in science that does or could explain the first-person perspective that we all experience the world through. But go ahead, Balthazar. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, but I understand that, Tom, and that's why I'm asking that. Because I am on the other side, so I can equally not put myself in your shoes, But I mean, I haven't been a believer, but at least agnostic in some sense. I mean, I'm not too conscious about these things, but I have I don't know, problem with seeing that, and I don't think it's because it's more comforting or something like that. I don't think it's so easy that it's I want some comfort or something like that, or I'm superstitious and so on. At least I myself don't have that feeling. It's just.
Oh. To me. Oh, go ahead, Nand. Well, to me it sounds like you're to me it sounds like you're saying I'm special because I'm special. It's like that's like I'm me because I'm me. It's like the reason you're special is because the reason your brain is so unique is because you are you. I mean, it's like you're coming from like a biased perspective, like who's to say that an animal's way of doing things is not special? I mean, we are. I mean, of course, it's in our interest to say that we are special, and it's to view our things as more unique than whatever like an animal does, like whatever a whale does. Like whales, for example, are highly intelligent mammals, and it's like it's just, to me, it's just subjective, really. Like you just you like it because you are you like it because you're a human. It's
I would say this spiritual reality or non-physical reality, you have that also by animals, of course. They also have a non-physical reality, of for sure. I'm not saying that they have a soul and so on, but I don't know. I don't know anything. I mean, where it's not nothing as we don't know about this thing. But I don't think it's because you think you are special. It's more almost more the opposite. I mean, I mean, humans as whole is special, and life is special. You know, it's it's almost opposite. It's more than chemistry. Do you understand?
But
It's not only carbon and some sugars and so on. You know.
but if our metric is how it's like if we are able to have this first person experience. Now imagine if you meet someone who has such a low IQ due to, let's say, Down syndrome. You know, it's such an extreme case where they are essentially like on par with, let's say, the intelligence of an ape. Like let's say in a chimpanzee, for example, there, or you know, somewhere just like in the low 60s or just incredibly low. Is it? I mean, then let's say this affects like they have no first person experience, like they have no, like they are not like the rest of us. They're essentially, for all intents and purposes, like the ape. And it's like, is it? Are they then suddenly have no soul? Do they have suddenly have no spirits? Is there like a cutoff?
What reason do you
Sorry,
have to believe that
Niklas,
apes...
I just want to say one thing. I think I have the feeling that it's almost very often the less intelligent. I mean, by humans, they are more spiritual. Okay, Nicholas. I don't think intelligence. Sorry.
I was just going to ask Palm what reason he has to believe that apes don't have a first-person experience of the world.
I was going off of your arguments, but I don't remember how it went. I had an idea, but I've forgotten already.
Because the real thing about consciousness and studying the brain is that we have no explanation about how a first-person experience can arise from a brain. And so there's no scientific method that we can use to look at something and determine if it's conscious or not. That's why some people even go so far as to believe that individual atoms are conscious on some level.
But you're going back. It's to me, it's always like theists when there's something that science can't explain. They've always got like a bunny in their head, and it's a lot like they're saying, "Hey, you can't explain how I got this bunny out of his head, so therefore my worldview is correct." It's like, I mean, even if you're correct, even what you're saying is correct, it's incredibly unsatisfying answer. Like you have explained nothing, even if you are 100% correct, even if let's say, even let's say a god or whatever or whoever, like only they can make a consciousness. I mean, you've essentially done really nothing to help the situation.
Okay, well, that criticism aside, I don't think anybody's mentioned God in reference to consciousness.
Well, naturally it follows. You said you can't explain consciousness, so then where were you wanting to go with that?
Okay, well, I might consider an argument of immaterial creator being the grounds for that. I think that might be something I might find persuasive, but at first it's just the realization that it can't be physical. So at that point we do learn a new detail in that there is something about our consciousness that is non-physical. But as for the source of that, that's a question mark that we can address. That would be the next step.
Could you could you explain what is not physical? Could you give me an example of what is not physical?
The actual paininess of pain, or the bluiness of blue, as opposed to just the neurological firing. The difference between me looking at your body and seeing everything that's going on neurologically with your body, looking at my body and seeing everything that's neurologically different with my body, or happening with my body, and then comparing that and saying, okay, when your neurons are firing like this identically to mine, I don't feel this paininess. I don't have this first-person perspective. And when I feel it happening to me, I do have a first-person perspective. So there is something that's beyond the physical, and you can't reduce a sensation to finite parts in terms of the neurons. Like it doesn't make sense that neurons firing gives a first-person perspective. That's not a question that neuroscience can address.
To me, it's just you're holding two mirrors to each other. That's all you're doing. It's all a physical process to me. One
Okay,
mirror.
But mirrors don't perceive anything.
No, but it's just an analogy. You're just holding two mirrors and they reflect back on each other, and it's like all the things that are happening is physical. It's the best as I can explain what my view is on the thing.
Okay, so then how is it that I feel paininess of my pain, but I don't feel the paininess of your pain? And explain to me how that paininess is explained by some physical configuration, not just correlated with it, but explained by it.
See, it doesn't matter if I can explain it or not. We first have to see how this leads to any material thing. I mean, for all we can tell from what I see, is everything is physical. But it's what I can see is how did we get to this immaterial thing. I mean, I realize what you're saying, but it's I mean, in my mind, everything is firing neurons. Everything is signals. It's a self-contained creature. It has its own its
But
own
the thing
unique
is that
biology.
a machine with no mind doesn't have any perception of itself. It may act completely the same as a human being, but it's not going to have a perception of itself. And one physical configuration cannot perceive another physical configuration in terms of actually experiencing those experiences of pain, of blueness.
But
Go ahead.
this goes back to I'm a special snowflake because I'm a special snowflake. This you're attributing a lot to your own unique human perspective because you're a human. You have an interest in doing it, and for example,
Actually, it has nothing to do with me being human.
A
It has to do
dolphin,
with me
for
having a
example,
first-person perspective.
A dolphin, for example, we discussed this yesterday. I mean, they have an incredibly complex communication system. They have an incredibly complex like social relationships and how they react. I mean, it's just to me, you're just you think you're special because you are.
Okay, Palm, I've corrected you a couple times already, but I'll remind you again that I'm not proposing that animals are not conscious and do not have a first-person experience. So your attack and saying, oh, you just want to believe you're special because you're human, is not addressing my position.
So I don't understand why you would bring up this self-perception. Why do you bring it up?
Because we were talking about immaterial minds. You were talking about how you didn't understand Balthasar's position, and I'm explaining to you why just a purely physical brain, it's logically impossible for that to have a perception, a first-person perception. It can act as though it's conscious. We can study any sort of physical system. You have no evidence that I'm conscious. I could merely act as though I'm conscious. I have no evidence that you're conscious. There's certain principles, epistemological principles, we can go along to suggest that you are. But largely, my belief that anybody else is conscious is a presupposition. But I know that my consciousness can't be purely physical because there is no configuration of atoms that actually experience something from a first-person perspective. One orange isn't about another orange. One orange does not feel the pain of another orange. In the same way, I don't feel the pain of your orange. But we can correlate neurological function with qualia, but that cannot explain qualia because that's fundamentally irreducible to physical system.
All these things like pain, your joy, all these experience you're describing. What I'm meaning by you're saying it because you're a human is because you're the one experiencing these things. Like all these things actually, the purpose is just to help you to survive, really, to function within your environment. All of these things are just byproducts of evolution.
It really does not matter whether or not they have an adaptive purpose or not. What I'm talking about is the first-person perspective and how it's logically impossible to explain that in a physical sense. It could be adaptive, it could not be adaptive, it could be the source of our being, it could be epiphenomenal. Basically, it does not. It's not because we're not saying, oh, there's no explanation for why we have this in terms of a motivation. What we're saying is that what we're describing in terms of first-person perspective cannot be described in terms of a physical system. Physical systems are not conscious. They can be correlated with consciousness, but we could not never explain the sensation of pain from the first-person perspective by a physical system.
I'm just telling you. So where I was going with that is I'm telling you that all these things are mechanical processes. This is what we have been equipped by evolution. This is all.
Okay, but
everything
you're not
we
addressing.
experience. No, everything we experience is mechanical, and therefore, like that's how I'm going on.
Okay, what you're confusing there is the physical system with the first-person perception of that system. A camera does not perceive anything, even though it records things.
A camera. We could eventually maybe create something like a human, if we just copy everything that it's made of physically, like just make a robotic version of it. We could probably eventually do that.
We don't have a basis in science for knowing what's conscious and what is not conscious. That's why some people think even atoms have a consciousness to them. So yes, we could create a system one day that's sufficiently like it has consciousness, but we wouldn't be able to say, oh, it's conscious because we set up this configuration of atoms, and we would never be able to look at a configuration of atoms and say that thing is conscious.
But conscious is it not merely being aware of things? Is it not merely like...
When I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about the first-person perspective. I'm not talking about neurological function. I'm not talking about the physical systems. I'm talking about how you actually experience pain. And that's different than you just being aware that your body is, your body reacting to pain like a squeaky wagon wheel. Like I'm not talking. Like there's behavior, there's physical systems. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is what I'm describing is something completely different, and it may be correlated with physical systems, but it really comes down to. If you didn't have an immaterial mind that perceived things and experienced things, then you could report that you are a materialist, but you could never actually be a materialist in the sense that you hold a belief. You merely have a configuration of atoms that reports that it's a materialist. So,
are you?
So you could. I could believe that you are nothing more than material, but you couldn't actually perceive that you are nothing more than material. It's a logical impossibility.
Are you talking about reflexes, or like when you talk about experience of pain, you're talking about reflexes? What are you specifically talking about?
I'm talking about the difference between somebody that studies and knows everything about the neurological functions of pain and what they learn by acquaintance of actually experiencing that pain. There's another level of experience that, like, there's something that's experienced and something that's learned from that experience that a physical system with no mind doesn't ever know.
But in my mind, this is all
like the brain is a muscle. The brain is a muscle. Your arms and legs and whatever is all muscles. What you learn intellectually from books is your brain's way of doing push-ups, and what you like if you sting your hand or whatever, uh, that is your brain's way of learning it through another means.
Okay, but what you're doing is you keep confusing the physical system with the perception. Like, you and I are in agreement about how the physical system works. There's no disagreement there. But what I'm trying to point out is that your perception, your first-person perception of not just reporting, oh, that hurts, like a wagon wheel squeaks, but actually having that experience of pain, and that being qualitatively meaningful, is not something that can be explained by a configuration of atoms.
Yeah, I'm probably misunderstanding. Maybe we should move on.
I think it's a semantic thing where Nicholas is taking perception to be something qualia laden, and Palm is not. I generally don't.
Yeah, I'm definitely not talking about just behaviorism.
I'm not trying to be obtuse, Nicholas. I just don't understand what you mean.
Oh,
Maybe we
but
should
for
just
you,
move on.
perception. But for Nicholas, perception implies qualia, right?
Right, I'm specifically addressing qualia when I'm talking about first-person perception, as opposed to just a system like acting as though it's conscious. Like, do you like imagine? Well, the Mary's color room is a good example. Like, I don't think I need to go through the color scientist. I don't think I need to go through that thought experiment. If you'd like me to, I can, but I think we're all familiar with that one.
Oh, we know. Yeah, I pretty much say no. She doesn't learn anything new, and people say, "Oh, wow, you're weird for saying that." And I say, "You're weird for saying she does," and you know.
Yeah, it's really the difference between a system that merely reports certain things and a system that is actually, from a first-person perspective, experiences things. The difference between an orange and an orange that experiences being an orange. Like, that is a qualitative difference there. And since we have no scientific basis, and we couldn't ever have a scientific basis for an immaterial thing, we don't have a scientific basis for saying, you know, palm is conscious, from my perspective, or an orange is not conscious. We don't have a scientific grounding for that. We generally have polemics that we all agree on, but that's not scientific. There's no scientific basis for that.
The sad thing is that the human brain is too complex. It would be good if we had the possibility to replicate a brain, you know. Every neuron, every part of it, replicate it and then turn the power on. But it's, I mean, that would be a very interesting experiment. I don't think we would have. In practicality, we should have some kind of consciousness there. You know, if we could really copy every you know, every neuron, everything in the brain, but it's just totally impossible. I mean, it's too complicated. Do you understand the thought?
Yep.
But
I think it's debatable if it will always be too complicated, but yeah, definitely currently it is.
Yeah. No, I thought when I was young, I thought about this, you know, and I didn't know so much about it. But I mean, no, just to copy a very small part of it. It's just almost impossible. So that would be perhaps an experiment where one could see what consciousness is. If there,
No,
if we could
because
copy.
all you'd be doing is,
No.
creating a physical system that's identical to ours. That wouldn't necessarily imply that they're conscious or not. Like, you are built very similar to me, but my belief that you're conscious and have a first-person perspective is not a scientific inference.
Yeah, but at least would that brain then, if we take your brain and copy it from yours, would it have the same experience, the same quality as you?
I can't even know that the brain that I had 5 minutes ago was conscious. It's logically possible that the brain I had 5 minutes ago was not conscious and didn't have a first-person perspective and merely acted that way. So the only window into the first-person perspective is the first-person perspective.
Yeah. Well, I think it's impossible to. I mean, I don't believe in computers gaining consciousness in some 100 years. I just don't believe it. And there are many. I mean, like if you take Penrose or Isham, and that. Yeah, there are some that a lot are very positive to this, or they are sure about it. You know, they know it already that we can produce it. Do you think it's possible to program a consciousness?
I don't know. That would be a question of the persistence of self, and that's not something that could be scientifically described. Like again, the idea that I was conscious 5 minutes ago, or I'm the same person in essence. I have the same mind that I had 5 minutes ago, even though I have new memories. That's not something that can be, like, we don't have a logical argument for that. But I will say, talking about scanning your consciousness into a computer, I think is very similar to the concept of a teleporter, like in Star Trek, where what they do is they look at your molecular composition, they copy it, and what they do is they're not actually moving those molecules over to the other space. What they're doing is they're recreating your body to the molecule, to the atom, exactly the same in that other place, and then disintegrating your body in the first place. And I think that's murdering where you were and creating a new you in the other place. And I would say the same thing about uploading your mind into consciousness. Into a computer, is that it may be that you're creating a new consciousness, but on what basis do we say that's you?
Yeah.
I could wrap my mind around these positrons.
Oh. Hey James, if you're still around, what's your response to the argument from the evil God perspective?
What was the exact question? If evil God can exist?
No, how would you respond? Basically, the evil God argument is anything that you can explain with your God, I can explain with evil God. So we don't know which one of them exists.
Yes, I accept that, but I think the way Shamos explains, you're using the term God two different ways. From the Christian perspective, once you say God, you're completely eliminating the possibility of evil, because he's maximally great, and a maximally great being wouldn't have the deficiencies of being evil. You know what I mean? So just by saying God in the first place, you kind of eliminate something that can be evil, because that's a negative trait. But if you're just classifying it as an maximally great, an omniscient, omnipotent, but omni-malevolent being, then, oh, okay, sure, yeah, he could be doing all this good stuff just to give us the thought that he's good, and okay, but there would be there would be a greater being above him, but sure, I could go with it.
Oh, that's the way you would approach it. Okay, so you would use some kind of
what is it? Retreat to the greatest concept of. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the term just God would apply to that, but yes, I haven't found a way to work my way around that argument, like that God could possibly be evil and just presenting himself as really good. I mean, okay, sure.
Yeah, because geez, I can't remember what's it. Yeah, it's Anselm, right? That a maximally great being has to exist. Like he makes an argument that a maximally great being has to exist, so you can retreat back to that. So yeah, that is one. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anyone make that argument.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because I don't even, I don't know that I even say that the maximally great being necessarily exists just based on those characteristics. I mean, but what's Anselm's what explain that?
Yeah, that's he. I think he was one of the first guys to make. I don't know enough about history, but it's basically an ontological argument, right? For a maximally great being having to exist, and he was one of the first guys that made that. And it comes into because in order to be maximally great, it has to exist. Is one of the lines of the argument, but that's where he comes from, right? And if you can conceive of it and all these other kinds of things, there's a bunch of layered arguments in there, but that's where you end up making it that a maximally great being has to exist by very nature of it being a maximally great being.
Okay, I don't know that I don't agree with that, but I do believe that God is a necessary entity. Like so, that's what. Do you see the difference? I don't say just by the definition of what God is that he would have to exist, but being that God is God, he necessarily exists. Like he would have to be around no matter what.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that's different. Where do you see it as? Okay, I'll ask you another question. That was a really horribly sloppy question. Why does God have to exist then, if it's not just defined in his nature?
Well, I'm saying that he could not exist.
He's not
at any point. At any point, right? Exactly. So, and that's based on him having revealed himself to us, and so we have knowledge that he does exist, and now that we know who he is and what he is, we understand that he would have to exist at all times. Like there couldn't be a time before God or anything like that where he wasn't around. He would just necessarily exist. So like there would be any type of infinite regress situation or anything like that. Who created him or what? He just necessarily exists. But that.
So is it rooted in the revelation then?
Well, because we know of him. I'm just saying that the characteristics that have been presented indicate that he would necessarily exist. But it doesn't come just from the fact that he is defined into necessarily existing.
Right.
Like I don't.
Yeah, it's like from the Bible and your personal revelation, stuff like that. The nature of God has been revealed.
Right.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that.
Yeah, so I wouldn't just from the definition define him into existence. I think you could define a lot of things into existence at that point.
So when you talk about God, do you, in your definition of God, is goodness one of the parts of the definition?
Yes, but what I'm saying is from what he's presented and what we know of God, not the definition is creating God as a good and eternal God. I'm saying that because we know of God, we know that these are the characteristics of him. And that he is maximally great and omnipotent, omnibenevolent, all that stuff.
Right.
But no, we wouldn't know that to be sure if God hadn't presented himself to us. I wouldn't know of that. I wouldn't be sure of that.
That leads to another question, which is, how do you know that your revelation wasn't from somebody who was trying to deceive you? Like, just imagine the evil, okay, it's not an evil God. Imagine a very powerful evil being who wanted to make you believe something. Could he make you believe something that would be false, but you would think it to be true?
It could be possible. And so when Justin Schieber, when he would bring that up, he, you know, what they're attempting to do is to not say that it's impossible. It's just that it's possible. Like you can't have 100% confidence in the fact that God is who He's presenting Himself as, but you can't 100% eliminate it either. So you just are reducing the 100% confidence down to, I mean, he said you can't do it to probabilities either. You can't reduce it to, oh, it's 75% sure that God is what He is presenting Himself as, or 99% or 20%. You can't do that. You just have to say that it's possible, or that He's not who He says He is, or things like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else has a response to it,
Hey,
but
can I chime in here for a second? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey, Cliff, I was watching on the outside, and I heard James pitch you that argument, and you were like, oh, that's kind of unique. I don't think I've heard that one before. That's actually the first of 3 arguments I pitched you 2 days ago.
I wasn't talking about the semantic one that you wouldn't say it's not God. I was saying that he would say, yes, that thing would exist, but he used Anselm's argument to say that God would necessarily exist on top of that.
Oh, right, as a necessary being.
Yeah, like even if God did exist, Anselm would argue, okay, fine, that evil being, whatever you want to call it, right, Billy the evil person, he exists, but you basically make from Anselm's argument that God would still have to exist, even if that other
Right.
evil thing did exist. Like
Okay,
even if
yeah, that's different
that's
than what I
Lucifer.
said. That is
Yeah.
different than what I said. That's true. That's true, and it would give you, if God is a necessary being, and if those arguments are true, whether modal ontologically or just classic ontological argument like Anselm, then there would necessarily be a being higher than that would possess the trait of omnibenevolence, and thus make him a maximally great being above and beyond the being of which was talked about. So yeah, I didn't make that argument.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone runs Anselm's argument anymore, because there's a number of things, like the most controversial part of Anselm's argument, the part that most people hitch on, is basically a being that exists only as an idea is inferior to a being that exists in reality. Therefore, if you can imagine God and God has to exist, that's the premise that most people hitch on, because most people would argue like if a being could create the universe and without the being existing, that would be more powerful than a being who had to exist in order to create the universe. So you start getting into semantic arguments of what some of these words mean.
For one thing, it's logically impossible for an idea to create anything. But for another thing, you know, the argument is that existing without contingency, that is to exist by one's own logical necessity, is greater than to exist by contingency. It's not about
that's one of
a
the
thought
other
being
arguments,
less
right?
than.
Like a being who isn't bound by logic is more powerful than a being who is bound by logic. So
Well,
a being,
I think saying that something's not bound by logic is meaningless. But
Yeah, that's like non sequitur or some type of disconnect.
That's because you're bound by logic.
Okay, well you're implementing logic in order to communicate that thought to me. So I would take that as self-defeating.
No, it's classical logic, right?
I'm serious. If you're using logic to communicate to me the fact that logic isn't a thing, then you have just self-contradicted yourself. That's a self-defeating statement. Well, I would agree to disagree, but I think Nicholas
okay, do you know what
the same sentiment.
do you know what the natural numbers are? It's not a trick question,
I'm not a
right?
mathematician. No, I'm not a mathematician. I don't really.
Does anyone know what the natural numbers are? The set of natural numbers, like what makes a number a natural? Okay, what makes a number an integer? Most people are familiar with that, right? Whole numbers, integers are whole numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they go positive and negatives.
I obviously know what they are.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, the set of real numbers includes integers as a subset, but it's more than that. So in the same way, there are logic systems which include classical logic as a subset. So you can say there's a God that's bound by systems which include classical logic as a subset, but he is not bound by them because he's bound by a higher logic which collapses to that as a subset. So simply saying that you don't hold to classical logic doesn't mean that you don't hold to any logic or you're completely not being able to think. Just in the same way, simply saying that...
It's just a meaningless statement. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm not trying to pick on you, but I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It's just like saying, well, you know, maybe this, but okay, maybe that.
You're not aware that there are higher logic sets which encapsulate classical logic and reduce to it?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it might be something to look at.
There's no thought that anybody's been able to coherently think that violates the laws of logic. Like, the whole way that logic works is to actually comprehend something, it has to be logical. So if you're going to suggest something, you're going to say, oh, I have this idea that's illogical. What you're saying is, I have this idea that's meaningless.
Not illogical in a complete sense, that violates classical logic. So if you had a god who could do something while he didn't exist, that would violate classical logic. It wouldn't violate systems that are larger than classical logic. Just
It
like
would
you can take
violate
on a
the
number.
logic of something that doesn't exist with having potency. Like, that's logically impossible.
Right, under classical logic. So I'm not
Yeah, but I don't know why you say classical logic. Like, this is just the way that reasoning works.
It actually
Someone
doesn't.
clearly conceived of the Epimenides paradox. And
I mean, there are physical
You're just
systems.
offering something in the way that doesn't seem very tangible or with meaning to me. You're
It's
just basically
completely
saying,
tangible. There are physical systems
Well,
that
listen.
work on non-classical logic laws. Like they're
Listen,
physical systems.
I have a feeling that you think everything you're saying is right, and I have a feeling everything
Charlie.
I'm saying is right. But I don't think that's going to be in the way to convince everyone. But we need to give the arguments for that. But I'm thoroughly convinced that when someone is making the statement, well, that's because you're drawing on logic, when there could possibly be something else. It just, to me, and I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I'm just giving you the world according to Shamos. That seems like a self-contradictory
I
statement.
never said logic. Again, numbers can exist that are not integers. So simply because you say there are non-integer numbers doesn't mean integers don't exist. It means there are numbers that are non-integers. 1.5 is not an integer. That doesn't mean 1 doesn't exist, and it doesn't mean 2 doesn't exist. It simply means 1.5 exists, but it is not an integer. Just
Yeah,
like
this has
pi is
nothing to do with Aristotelian logic and stuff like that. You're kind of
That's
just
totally irrelevant.
I mean, Cliff, you retreat into these examples quite frequently. Like, you're like, oh, maybe if I can pull them into deep water, maybe it'll all work out. But I mean, we're talking about Aristotelian logic here, and you're talking about sets of rational numbers and stuff like that, and trying to say that these things somehow violate laws of logic.
Yes, because
No.
non-classical logic, they don't violate it, Seamus. It encapsulates it as a set. The number 1.5 doesn't violate the existence of 1. It doesn't violate the existence of 2. But it is a number that exists, but it is not an integer. Just like there are logical systems which exist, which are not classical logic, but they collapse to classical logic, which means they encapsulate it. Just like general relativity collapses to Newtonian gravity in certain
You're
situations.
taking philosophical logic and then broadly applying it into other things and trying to transpose that. What we're saying is much more simply, and we're based on Aristotelian logic, which all of language semantics
No, it
and stuff
doesn't.
like
I've
that is
already
based on.
explained to you this before. There are real physical systems that do not work on classical logic. They're real physical systems. The mathematics behind them is not classical logic based, but they're physical systems that work. And in fact, if you've ever been in a hospital, you've experienced them. They don't work on classical
You're
logic.
not actually talking about what we're talking about, though. You're just bringing something else up and thinking it's making your point. But what I'm trying to show you is what you're bringing up is independent from what we're talking about and does not make your point. And I think Nicholas is basically has the same feeling as me about that. I don't see how any of that makes your point.
you himself speak with a rather rich variety of modalities and such, and beyond modalities, also, in some respects,
See, if you can,
richer sort of assessment than mere truth and falsity, like likelihood and confidence and so on and so forth. Right?
Yeah,
So,
our language is not based on classical logic.
Yeah,
Because our brains don't work on
it
classical
implements
logic.
classical logic. It implements classical logic. It surely
As a
does.
subset, sure, but it's not restricted by it, because our brains don't run on classical logic systems.
Yeah, but this is my main point. You can talk about mathematical systems not based on certain conceptive notions of logic and so on and so forth, but when you're trying to communicate, and those things work on their a priori fashion of mathematics, but the moment you break down and start communicating to me that things like this don't need to use the laws of logic, you're self-refuting yourself because you're drawing on those things to communicate to me what you're trying to in fact say doesn't exist.
No, you're not.
Temporal modality.
That are encapsulated are not contradictory statements. See, what I'm not saying is classical logic is false. What I'm saying is that it is a subset. So you can still use classical logic just like you can count in numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't mean pi doesn't exist.
Think concentric circles.
Yeah, I mean, I hear him saying that, but I have no basis to believe him of saying that's true. Now, if he's working from an a priori mathematical basis, then yeah, of course that applies, but that's not at all what we're talking about here. We're not talking about an a priori mathematical basis that can be proven outside of logical.
Language.
Okay, maybe perhaps Nicholas could communicate this better, but I really don't have a whole lot. I mean, I can't really rephrase it much better than, or you know.
Basically, what we mean when we talk about logic is things that are not self-contradictory, that are logically coherent. So when you try to break away from that and say, oh, well, we don't need to always talk about things that are logically coherent, you're now talking about things that you can't even conceive of. So it may appear that you're thinking about an idea, but if it's logically incoherent, you can't even conceive of it.
Right, so what you're saying is if I say there's a set that's not classical logic, what you're saying is what you think that I'm saying is that the set of classical logic doesn't exist or that it's false. That's not what I'm saying.
You keep saying classical logic. I really want to bring us back to the fact that we're talking about what's logically coherent. We're not talking about some branch of logic.
Okay, what are the
laws?
when you say something's logically coherent? What are the rules? What are the rules? Like, in order for something to be logically coherent, what are the rules? What are the characteristics? What has to be true about it?
It has to have semantic meaning. It can't be self-contradictory.
Okay, it's okay. So
that's about as far as it goes.
That's one. What else besides being self-contradictory?
It has to have semantic meaning.
That's a circular definition, so that doesn't tell me anything. So it can't be self-contradictory. You can't say in order for something to have meaning, it has to express an
idea, and that idea can't be self-refuting.
Yeah, okay, so that's self-contradictory. So is there anything else besides self-contradictory?
All right, well, you can just keep on saying that, but I just gave you two things. So
no,
you can ignore one of them, that's fine.
No, you said circular. You said in order for you to express an idea, it has to have meaning. That's the same thing. You just said in order for something to have meaning, it has to have meaning. So that doesn't tell me anything at all. So you said it can't be self-contradictory.
Okay.
Besides being self-contradictory,
the idea that blah, 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 blah equals blah, 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 blah. Now, that's not self-contradictory, but it doesn't have semantic meaning. Those are two different things. And so, for it to make logical sense, for you to be expressing an idea that's logically consistent, it has to have semantic meaning.
Right.
You're not saying anything.
In order for it to be logically consistent, it has to have semantic meaning. That's the same thing in two different ways. So
okay,
what properties does it have to have
Cliff,
semantic meaning?
That's the thing, Cliff, is this happened last night as well, is that when you really should be listening, you just keep on talking.
Okay, like, so in order for something to have semantic
actually, you know, as an observer, Nick, I think that's quite the opposite. If you rewind the past couple minutes, but that doesn't reflect last night. But give Cliff a chance. Give Cliff a chance to lay the framework for what he's saying.
He's bringing in tertiary subjects to prove his point, of which are going outside of the scope of what me and Nicholas are talking about, even though it's encapsulated in logic, right? So we could talk about computer logic and all these things, but that's not what me and Nicholas are referring to. So when he retreats into these examples, he's actually just trying to retreat into ground which is closer reflective of his point without addressing the stuff me and Nicholas are actually talking about. And I think that at the end of the day, in order for us to communicate, you have to address the things we're talking about rather than retreat into a similar area that we're not bringing up. So I mean, if you were to ask me, I would concur with Nicholas that it would be better if he listened and responded to the usages of how we're using this in reference to the conversation rather than retreating to an area of which we're not referencing in order to make his point.
Okay, Nicholas, I'll ask you this question. Does a thing have to equal itself in order for things to have meaning?
Let me try a different way. Is it? I mean, the idea that it has semantic meaning and is not self-contradictory. I mean, ultimately, it's sort of like the the formal logic within which it's embedded. You can pick it out of a hat. Pick whatever formal logic you want. You can, as long as it has semantic meaning, somehow maps to something real, and then isn't self-contradictory in your chosen logical system, then it's fine. Is that right?
Well, it doesn't have to map to something that exists in the physical world. I mean, we can talk about the number one, and we can express what that means, and it may be that there is no physical world where there is an actual one of something, but we could still describe the concept of one. So it doesn't have to map to something in the physical world, but it has to.
Right.
So,
you don't have to be a Platonist.
Does the number one have to equal the number one?
Notion of those things.
Okay, Nicholas, does the number one have to equal
must
the
have
number
logical
one?
identity with itself.
Right. Okay. Well, that's the other one. Now, so that's the other rule. So you have two rules so far. You have a statement can't be contradictory, can't be self-contradictory, and your other one is that a thing has to equal itself. So what's the other one? There's one final one that most
excluded
people
middle. Everyone knows it. There are three
Okay,
classical
fine.
laws of logic.
Those are the classical laws.
Let's not have a pre-K kindergarten class here.
So those are the classical laws. There are systems which encapsulate that, which include those things, but encapsulate it. From that system, okay, you can still have meaning in that system. You can make statements. The statements have meaning. They actually map physically to the real world. Like you use it to physically map to the real world. Not even within a statement. They have observable effects. But they collapse to the classical laws. So if you say basically that the classical laws are not always true, you are not saying something is illogical. You're saying it doesn't just map to that. Just like 1.5 exists, but it's not an integer because there are other numbers which encapsulate the integers. Just like there are other logical systems which encapsulate
that has nothing to do with what's being brought up.
I'm telling you what's necessary in order to have a coherent idea. So there is nothing outside of that. There is no thing that escapes that collapses down to that. If it's an incoherent idea, you can't think it.
Right. So when I tell you, okay, I've actually worked on systems in engineering labs that use mathematics that violate classical laws, and these are physically used, and they create real observable results. What do you say to that? That I didn't do any of this?
I'm saying that you don't understand the philosophical underpinnings of the work that you're doing, and that in mathematics we make certain assumptions that are actually, in terms of the actual world, incorrect. In terms of actual logic, incorrect. We make certain assumptions and we do rounding in order to deal with extremely small and extremely large systems. So yes, what I'm saying is you didn't actually do that, but what you did was you worked with a system that approximated to what you were saying. But when it actually gets down to the logic, the underpinnings of what you're doing, you fundamentally don't understand actually what was going on. This is what bothers me so much, is that I want to help people. And a lot of times we've got these brilliant academics, and Cliff, I imagine you're quite a bright guy. But the thing is that you're completely crippled in understanding logic, and so your critical thinking is severely lacking. So you can do excellent work in the lab, and I want you to continue doing that work. But when I try to explain to you how the approximations you're making are actually not logically true, you're unable to examine that idea. And this is why.
What do you think it means to say something is logically true? Are you saying basically it has to hold to those three laws? Is that what you mean when you say something has to be logically true?
Well, yeah. If I said logically true, I should have said logically coherent.
Okay, but by logically coherent, you mean it coheres with those three laws.
Okay. So, you're using those three laws. I didn't say excluded middle. I think that would be comprised in semantic meaning.
Right. Excluded middle only applies to proper dichotomies.
Yeah.
So if it's not properly dichotomous, that rule of logic holds. But we say under proper dichotomies, we assume that there is no middle between true and false. That there are true and false, yes and no, proper dichotomous. There is no in between. And then that's what we assume.
And what it comes down to, Cliff, is that you can go to even an elementary school child. You can go to even an elementary school child and ask them, if you add 0 an infinite number of times, what do you get? And they will give you the correct answer in that you will get 0. But in mathematics, when you're working with extremely large systems,
That
you make
is one of
certain
the silliest
approximations.
arguments. I can go to, okay, fine, I can go to a child and I can ask them about the Christian God, and they can give me an answer, so I believe them. I mean, come on, like that's a silly
My point
argument.
is that there's a certain
point
point
is
in
that that's a
academia,
silly
in
argument,
physics and
and you know it's a
mathematics,
silly
where
argument.
people forget the logical underpinnings of what they're working with.
Yeah,
And
so
they're
like,
they're
that's a silly
fundamentally
argument, right?
unable to think critically about their position. This is why you should be listening and trying to understand instead of trying to push this
Okay, no,
illogical
let's be
system on
fair.
us.
Okay, let's be fair. You said that my position, if I was to explain it to a child would say I'm wrong, and that I should recognize that. So if I take a part of the Bible, and I read out a part of a Bible to a child, and I say, does this make any sense? And the child says, no, that is completely illogical. It can't happen. It has no meaning. So should you throw out Christianity now?
You seem to you don't understand the difference
Should you,
between
yes
a
or
lack
no?
of
Should you
ability.
throw out Christianity?
No, because I can
That doesn't
explain to them
apply.
the
The child
answer.
cannot explain. The child could not be expected to understand that.
What
Just like
what
a
I'm
child
showing you,
can't be expected to understand
is that this
calculus.
is so intuitive that it's laughably obvious.
Yeah,
Okay,
from
so-
nothing,
And
nothing comes. That's a scientific
yeah,
principle that's been around for a long time. From nothing, nothing comes. If we define nothing as the absence of something, the absence of anything, nothing comes from that. From nothing, nothing comes. It's the most simple philosophical principle ever. 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 ad infinitum always equals 0. Nothing comes from nothing.
Right. Yes,
That's
exactly.
simple. That's okay.
And
Yes,
so
exactly. You
the
can
thing
make
is,
up lots of
Cliff, is
philosophical ideas. It doesn't
if you
mean that's the
listened and you
reality.
understood, you would realize that when you're talking about zero in your experiment in the lab, you're not actually talking about an actual zero. You're talking about an extremely small number. And you approximate it to zero in order to work with systems. This is something that you can learn, but because you're not able to think critically of it, because you're quite honestly
Right.
philosophically
So,
ignorant of the underpinnings of it,
Let me
you're unable to
understand.
understand
So,
the basics
This
of
is
it.
what your argument is, right? And I just want to understand this is what your argument is. I use a specific form of mathematics in the lab. If I don't use that form, if I instead use classical laws, if I make the classical laws bind to mathematics, it won't work. It won't actually run the machines. The machines will not work. But if I
No,
don't use
what
classical
I'm
logic,
saying is that you don't have the computing power
okay,
to work with these extremely
okay,
small
just
numbers.
let me finish my example before you tell me that I'm wrong. I haven't even finished it yet. So I have a machine, okay? Now I run the machine using a math that's based on classical logic. The machine does not work properly, okay? It produces suboptimal results. Now, if I abandon classical logic and I use a logic which encapsulates that, the machine works much better. And by much better, I mean something that has faster motor response time. That's one of the main things that you use in systems because it minimizes motor load, it causes less burnout. So if I use this higher mathematics, okay, and by higher I just mean that the larger set, it encapsulates it, just like the real numbers are bigger than the integers. So if I use that system, the machine produces a much better result. Your argument as to why that happens is I do not know how to use classical logic to produce the other result. That's what your
No, it's
argument is?
because the system that you're using can't approximate these extremely small numbers, and so what you're doing is you're using a useful fiction.
No, I'm not talking about
If you had
small
perfect
numbers.
knowledge,
I don't know
if
where
you
you're
had perfect
saying
knowledge,
that.
you would realize that what you're adding together aren't zeros.
Where are you getting these adding together zeros for? This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about calculus of infinite sums here. I'm talking about logical systems which are not bound. This has nothing to do with 1 over 0 or adding up zeros. I don't even understand where this is coming from. There are systems which do not hold to the 3 classical laws: law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, and law of identity. There are mathematics which do not hold to them, meaning that they do not bind to them. That doesn't mean in those systems those laws don't exist. It doesn't even mean that those laws don't actually hold true in certain cases. Of course they hold true in certain cases, but they don't have to hold true in every single case. So when you're actually doing the programming, when you're doing the calculations, you can allow exceptions. And when you allow exceptions, the actual responses improve because you allow the exceptions. So I just want to know is that what do you think is the explanation for this?
Okay, when a carpenter is making a house, he will measure a particular plank that he's about to cut. Now, that measurement is not perfect, but if he were to try to invest all the resources that it took to perfectly measure in between the atoms exactly the right spot to do it, he would be less effective at the work he's doing. but that does not mean that his eyeball cut is actually more accurate. So the reason why this system that you're using works better than if you're to actually work with the actual numbers is because the systems that you're working with don't have the computing power to deal with these extremely small and
Okay,
extremely
that's
large
completely
systems.
wrong. It has nothing to do with approximations whatsoever. It has nothing to do with approximations.
And again, like there's no point in moving forward because what I'm trying to explain to you is what's necessary for an idea to be logically coherent.
Right. So
and
you're
there's no
telling
system
me,
that you
okay,
can.
now let's
There's
just
no
listen.
system that you. Let me finish. There's no system that you can have where you have a logically incoherent idea that you actually understand. You can deal with useful fictions and approximations, but that's all it
Somebody
is.
broadcast Balthazar. He got disconnected momentarily.
So I just want to repeat something now. So I
Thank
just
you.
told you. Okay, boom, man, dude. Somebody has fast reactions. They're obviously running on fuzzy logic controls. So what you're telling me is, when I wrote this or worked with under engineers who work with non-classical systems, your explanation of why those things worked is because we don't have the computing power to write it under classical logic. So we had to use an approximation of classical logic because of our limitation of computing power?
To deal with the actual values accurately, right?
Yeah, okay, that's completely and utterly wrong. And it shows that you don't understand anything that's going on in the programming. You can't program it under classical logic.
Just a
It's not a
total lack
limited
of
computer
ability to
program.
critical think. It doesn't faze me that you say that I'm
The
wrong.
thing that makes me crazy about this is that you've never done this, but you're telling me characteristics of it. Like there's
Right,
parts
because
of the
I'm telling
Bible
you
I
the
haven't read.
fundamentals of
Right.
ideas. The
Yeah, I know.
fundamentals of
I don't
ideas.
understand it, even though you haven't done it. This is the kind of argument. I was in a discussion with Seamus a while ago, so I was asking him about phrases of the Bible.
But I try to clarify is actually that the non-classical logical systems are, in some respects, constructed atop classical logic. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. They encapsulate them. It doesn't mean classical logic is wrong. It just means if say you have a framework of say 150 steps, 148 of them are restricted to classical logic. 2 of the steps are not restricted to classical logic. It's usually not very many. It's usually more than 150. It's probably like for a simple motor control, it'll probably be 500
I want you to
or so
stop
steps.
saying classical logic. Don't say classical logic anymore. Just say logic. Because that's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
I'm not talking about classical logic because there's no exception to logic.
Okay, so from now on, you're not allowed to mention Christianity, or you're not allowed to mention God.
Well,
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, the position that you're trying to address isn't the position that we're trying to explain to you.
Yeah, not even. It hasn't been for the whole time.
Yeah, so I'm not particularly interested in your position once that's what you told me what your understanding of it is. So this is what it is. So if I ask Seamus for a biblical verse, and I say, Seamus, how do you interpret Genesis 6:6? And Seamus made an argument to James that he interprets it more of an allegory, that it's not literal. And I say to Seamus, Seamus, but like, how can you possibly think that God is being allegorical? And Seamus says, oh, well, there's multiple other references in the Bible where you can clearly see it's being allegorical. And I say, no, they're not. They don't exist. And Seamus says, well, okay, this is not true, right? So I don't know very much about Bible verses. But Seamus says, well, I mean, have you read, whatever, some other part of the Bible? And I was like, no. And Seamus was like, so you know those things don't exist there? And I said, yeah. But you haven't read it? I was like, no, but I know they don't exist. Well, at that point, Seamus would probably say, I don't know how to continue this conversation, right? So that's all I'm going to say.
He's similarly telling
If I
you
could,
the verse, but if you're taking for granted your knowledge in science as qualifying you as a philosophical logician, like you're
No,
basically.
Seamus, I actually teach that as well, right? So it's not just because I apply it in science. I actually teach that as well, right? I teach logic, classical logic, and I teach higher forms of logic. And the reason that I teach it is because it's
Then why don't
applied.
you
You need it in
understand
order
it?
to do it. Yeah, see, that's right. So because you think I don't understand it, but because people actually pay me to think it, I should listen to the fact that you think I don't understand it. So that's awesome.
Well,
And that,
listen. If a base understanding of logic, and what Nicholas is saying, I can understand from a very base understanding of logic, and then you deny it from the position of computational logic from a different perspective, then I have the feeling that
I don't
feeling.
deny it, Seamus.
Listen,
I don't
dude,
deny
you don't
it.
have to ignore. You don't have to interrupt me every time.
I don't deny it. So stop telling me what I didn't say. I didn't say I denied
I
it.
could finish a sentence and be just as wrong when I finish as in the middle of a sentence when you decide to interrupt me.
Right. So if I started saying the problem with Seamus is that he's an actual Satanist.
Oh wait,
Yeah. So
conversation
okay, fine.
pause. We'll do that.
Ludic, fuzzy logic doesn't just reject the law of excluded middle. It rejects the law of identity, and it rejects the law of non-contradiction as well.
Okay, great. Cool.
It rejects all of them.
It feels good to
I wish
pet,
I was in
too.
your class, Cliff.
If I, could maybe say something with the difference in perspective and such, and there's a matter of the meta language or meta logic being used to construct things, and the concrete ones involved. Also, the matter of whether one views, the non-classical affairs as extensions, or whether one sees the classical ones as restrictions, right? So
yeah,
there's kind of that difference in angle that might be coming up here.
Because something that is logically self-contradictory cannot be true, cannot be comprehended. It doesn't matter if you read 10,000 books or do a million experiments. No matter how many times you do that and you think you're right, when you come back to me and you say this logically incoherent idea is true, I already know you're wrong. But that's the thing, is like, you think I need to get my hands dirty.
What logically incoherent idea?
If something isn't logically consistent, then it's not true, and it can't be thought. So when somebody says adding zeros ad infinitum, it gives you an infinite number, or that adding the idea of Zeno's paradox gives you it means that let's use the 2 is where you get half of that lab and tell me I'm wrong about that. But I can explain to you why you're using those numbers, why you're using that thing, and I don't need to get my hands dirty, because what I'm telling you is that for an idea to be coherent, to be translatable, to be even expressible, it has to be logically coherent and it has to have semantic meaning. So
well said.
Like, yeah, so it's a real shame that you are teaching people about logic, because you have such fundamental misunderstandings about it.
What was the topic? Because I don't know whose side to take.
Joe, I originally asked James for his response to the evil God hypothesis.
Yeah.
And he brought up an argument I hadn't heard before, and it's quite interesting. Are you familiar with Anselm and his ontological argument for God?
Yeah, well, I thought I was, but Seamus kind of showed me that it's been improved upon a little bit.
Yeah, almost
And
nobody
so-
runs it because there's a number
Yeah.
of defeaters, right?
That's why
basically-
I didn't know about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it was quite interesting. So what James said is, okay, fine, there's this evil being out there. He wouldn't call him God because that's not what God means to him, right? That's a semantic argument. I really wouldn't care. Let's call him Ted the Big Evil Being. So he said, yeah, sure, Ted the Big Evil Being can exist. And he can be giving out revelations, and all the good in the world can be caused by Ted the Big Evil Being, who's doing good in order to make some maximally bad thing happen, right? So he said, even if Ted, the Big Evil Being, exists, this is not what James said, that's quite foolish, but I think it's funny, so I'm going to keep saying it until someone makes me stop. So even if this guy exists, God would have to exist, and he ran a version of Anselm's ontological argument. And I made an offhand comment. I was like, yeah, but nobody really runs Anselm anymore, and there's a number of defeaters. And one of the defeaters for Anselm is that a being who creates the world while he doesn't exist is maximally more than a being who has to exist in order for him to create the world. Like, there's a number of defeaters. That's one of them.
Stop saying that. You're bothering me when you say that. You need to say there are a number of proposed defeaters, because there are a number of proposed defeaters for any argument, be it atheological or theological or whatever. But from your bias, you're dropping the word proposed and assuming they are actual defeaters. Like, you seriously stop doing that.
Yeah, right, Seamus. So because
So
you're going
the
to
Anselm's ontological argument is factually proven wrong as a syllogism. Factually, no, that's a lie. It's
okay,
only
so
been
from now
proposed.
on,
Those philosophers don't take it seriously.
No,
Say proposed Christians exist.
No,
There's
listen.
no, so unless you can logically prove to me that Christians exist, unless you can absolutely prove that your Christian God exists, you have to say they're only proposed Christians from now on. So you're never allowed to say that Christians exist anymore. You can only say proposed Christians
No,
exist.
listen. If it was a true defeater, it would be openly accepted by all as a defeater. It would be shown
Right,
to
so
be
okay,
logically.
so
Hold on. It would be.
when
Please
you
stop
put these
interrupting me,
restrictions
Cliff.
on me, they're
Cliff, please
cool.
stop
But if I
interrupting
try to
me.
put the
Hey,
restrictions on you,
Cliff,
it's
Cliff,
not
hold
cool.
on, hold on,
Cliff,
hold on a second.
You're
Just
devolving.
go, Seamus. Just go with what you were saying.
What was I saying?
You were talking about how it has to be universally accepted to be a defeater.
Yeah, if something is a defeater, then the argument, okay, is logically unsound, okay, and then that would mean that the defeater would just basically be obvious. One of the premises are not true in the argument. It's proven to be not true. Therefore, that argument is defeated. But these arguments only have proposed. Listen, I know enough about philosophy that I know right now this is wrong. They're only proposed.
He accidentally he said just defeater instead of proposed.
Yeah, but but what bothers me about that is like he assumes that Anselm's ontological argument has been defeated. But if I were to pitch an atheological argument, one that he likes, I could say, well, there are defeaters to this argument. But he's basically like, no, because a philosopher has proposed a defeater doesn't mean it's an actual defeater.
Seamus, I don't mean to be a dick or anything, but I don't think it would keep me up at night if you accidentally said just defeater. I understand that you find something more persuasive than I do.
Well,
if it's something.
Reflecting
it's
bias
not a
if
big
you're
deal.
saying that one side
We all
of the
have
argument.
biases, though.
No, but listen, you're reflecting
I don't
your
have a bias. I'm a scientist. We're completely without bias.
You have a bias. I'll argue with you on that, Cliff, actually. I think there's something I disagree with you on.
Yeah, but you would be wrong.
I'm pretty sure Cliff is just trolling at this point. He doesn't honestly believe that.
He might be just trolling with me. I'm waiting for the
problem is when you assume from your position that all the arguments against your position have defeaters, then you assume the truth of your position. That's ridiculous. You have to say they're proposed defeaters. Like in a philosophical context, you could never say, look, these arguments have defeaters unless they actually have premises that are established to be false. But when the premises are transcendental in nature, the premise for Anselm's ontological argument, that something would be greater if it in fact existed rather than existed. How do you prove the falsity of that? How do you say that that's a proven defeater? That makes me sick. I'm a noob in philosophy, and I know better than to say stuff like that.
Well, I think you kind of answered a question with that statement. I think I don't know.
That's not even what defeater means, even in the literature. Like, for example...
No, a defeater means, in a deductive argument such as Anselm's, who uses modus ponens, a defeater would be something that proves one of the premises is not universally true.
Good
and
thing you never
the
interrupted
premise
me.
needs to be universally true in that deductive argument, right?
Well, that's what makes a deductive argument.
Right, that's why I was just saying,
So, Craig runs an argument against the logical problem of evil, and it's considered a defeater for the logical problem of evil. However, there are people who don't accept that, and there are a number of people who still run the classical argument for evil and do not accept Craig's argument, which is not really Craig's argument. Do not accept that argument for evil. But now, just because
but it's the
they
free will
don't
defense from Plantinga, it's not Craig's argument.
Right, excellent. So because there are people who don't accept that, does that mean that you can't call it a defeater?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with the people.
Right, exactly. It doesn't have
or
anything
not.
to do with it, right? So you can't simply say just because there are people who argue that those are not defeaters, that you can call them a defeater. When someone says there is a defeater for something, what they do not mean is that there is uniform consensus that this thing is a defeater. Because you can never have...
You're saying definitely the premises is untrue, which means...
No, that's not what that means. And, like, why do you keep telling me what I mean when I say something? Like, that's one of the craziest things. Like, I've never once said to you what you mean when you say something. I've asked you for clarification all the time, but you keep saying, Cliff, this is what you mean when you say this. How would you even know that? Like, that's a wild thing to assume.
At some point, we're going to get back to the conversation, I hope.
No,
Right.
Seamus, that actually is a problem that I kind of feel I have with you at times. I feel like
At some point,
kind
we
of...
will get back to a conversation, I hope.
Right. So
Hey,
this is what
Tommy,
it
how's
means
it
when
going?
someone says you have a defeater, right? It doesn't mean that there's uniform consensus. It doesn't even mean that they think the argument is true in an absolute sense.
It means
Because,
the
for
premise
example,
is false and can be
right,
proven
again,
false.
so Seamus, you just want to keep talking no matter what I say and just
No, I'm
interrupt
just
right in
trying
the
to
middle of it?
stop you from going into a 3-minute explanation about how it has
Well,
to
you
do with
know,
people's
you guys
opinion
could do
or what
this
they
very,
think.
very easily, you know,
It
because
doesn't have to do with. It has to do with
when
it
you
being
have a
proven
real
false.
defeater, when you have a real defeater, all you got to do is throw up your hands and say, "You sunk my battleship."
Well, wait, Seamus, did you explain what the one defeater that I
A
recall?
defeater is something that's proven. It's
No,
proven
I'm
false or
over
proven.
talking about what a defeater. Did you explain why the argument that
I'd be happy to.
Cliff brought? Okay, you know what I'm going where I'm going there.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I'd be
cool.
happy to. So, what Cliff was proposing is that one of the reasons why this Anselm argument isn't used popularly today is because of this concept of a being that doesn't exist creating the universe being greater than one that does exist. But the thing is that that's not a popular defense. In fact, it's quite ludicrous because that's implying that nothingness has potency. An idea does not have potency. Something must exist in order to have potency. Now, the reason why it's not used popularly today is not because of the greatest island, which also fails. It's because the limit to that thing is what is the greatest possible thing, and we don't know what that is. And so the argument is useful when you're dealing with polemics, when you've got a group of theists that agree that the greatest possible being does exist. But the thing is that when you're dealing with people and trying to prove God exists through this Anselmian argument, it's relatively useless because they generally do not admit that this greatest possible being that is God as you describe it could possibly exist. So something I find so frustrating is that he's listing really bad defunct arguments as the defeaters when the real defeater is the argument's just generally uncompelling.
Ontological argument? That's what you think the defeater is? I think it's uncompelling too, or it's not compelling. But I do think, I mean, Seamus and I went back and forth, and I feel bad because I'm not really sure I can remember what it seemed like. If I remember the conversation correctly, it seemed like I think Art was also in the room. Is Art in the room? I don't want to talk behind his back. Okay, I can talk behind his back. He's not here. It seemed like Art was in the room, and like when Seamus and Art get to talking, that becomes the conversation. But I didn't agree with the contention that Seamus made about the perfect island defeater. So
I can address that one as well, or Seamus can if you'd like.
Let me see. You know what? Go ahead and address it because I was just about to bumble through what I remember. So I might as well just let you talk.
Okay, so the reason why the greatest possible island is not parallel to the greatest possible being is because an island has specific designations that limit its greatness. One of the things is that it has boundaries. An island isn't an island unless it's surrounded by water. It's contingent, so it's not logically necessitous by its own nature. So in order to parallel the argument, you have to be dealing with the greatest possible ontological being. And an island has many restrictions on it that make it not the greatest possible being. And this is why only the definition of God can fit this argument.
Right.
That's not what
Island is
Seamus actually said.
Yeah, no, that's actually a lot about what I said. The argument is contingent on many things. Contingent on the sand that creates the island.
Sure.
Contingent
No.
on, there is no.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm like moving all over the place. I'm not used to. I'm talking on my phone, so I'm being all weird right now. So sorry if I'm interrupting people and not noticing. No, well, immediately the way that it sounded like, I think you gave a slightly different. You gave something else. Even though I think you just said you don't think you did, because what Nicholas said to me, I mean, he's saying that islands have constraints. Well, let me make sure I get this right. Islands have constraints, but when we're talking about what you guys will ultimately describe as God, you're saying he doesn't have constraints.
Yeah, the easier way to say it is an island is contingent on many things. God is not contingent on anything. See, an island would be contingent on the sand, the elevation of the substrata below it, volcanic activity, or whatever. It doesn't exist necessarily.
I just want to also point out that being logically consistent isn't a restriction.
Dang it.
You're creating a proper
That's where I was going. I was going to say, I mean, God does have constrictions. He can't, like, make a squared circle, right? But it
Right,
sounds
but,
like
but when you
Nicholas...
actually go down the route of examining what those statements mean, it turns out they don't actually have semantic meaning. They're
It doesn't have any... God can do all things logically possible. If something is logically possible, it can't be done. It has no meaning. So to say that God can't do something that is impossible, has no meaning, is an incoherent thought. So of course, God can do all things that which can be done, and all things that which can be done are logically possible. The things
Are you saying that the idea of an island is incoherent if you take away all of the attributes that you described earlier, or even just one?
No, what I'm saying, the one defeater for the island being maximally great is it's contingent on many things, and the notion of maximal greatness cannot be contingent on things. So that island couldn't exist necessarily. It would be contingent. That's why it's a categorical error. Many philosophers have written on that.
I mean, so it sounds like the answer to my question was it would have to be all the...
Yeah, basically, once you remove all the things that make it contingent, and all the things that make it not the greatest possible thing, you end up with God.
Right.
You can call it an island, but it's now the greatest possible being. So.
Well, the other
God with a different name.
Yeah, the thing, and it I think this is where it did actually boil down to. It boiled down to a kind of just who can name the most people who agree that the argument is legit on your side, and who can name and for me, how many people I can name.
Right, that's why we don't sit around and say there are defeaters for arguments. You uphold the argument, and then we sit around and we discuss it. So that's what me and Nicholas are doing. We don't need to say there's defeaters for the argument. You put forward your defeater, and then you argue towards it. And if it doesn't hold and you can't keep arguing your position, then obviously you either don't have very much justification, or you need to rethink it. You know what I'm saying? So that should be the area that we fall and die on, not how many people we can say disagree. It's we can use their ideas and use their logic in a conversation, but if those things are actively being rebutted, it doesn't matter.
You mentioned that there are people who have actually rebutted the island thing. I'm interested, like, is there...
No, we're rebutting it to you right now, and it doesn't seem like you have a response to our rebuttal. So you said, what about a maximally great island? And he said, no, it can't be because it's contingent on many things. And then you basically went on and said,
Seamus, I don't know what I mean. I'm asking you for more information on the argument we're discussing, and you're getting upset about that.
I'm not. I haven't raised my voice. You seem to be.
No, you are getting upset.
Listen, I'm perfectly calm. I'm not raising my voice. I know you have a few times. I'm cool.
Okay. All right.
In fact, you raised your voice earlier at me when Cliff...
Oh, I don't care. I am getting upset. This isn't I'm being calm.
Yeah,
I am upset
I hear you. But
it's
listen, you got to
frustrating
understand
the way you talk to people.
Right, but you have to understand that I'm not raising my voice at you. You're the...
So what's your issue with the argument?
I mean, he doesn't want to tell me because they've already...
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Well, what's your
position
position with the argument?
No, I didn't. That's not what was said. What me and Nicholas said is that we've already given you examples of why a maximally great island isn't a proposed defeater to the ontological argument, because that island would be contingent on many things, okay? And as soon as you start removing away all of the things that place contingency upon it, and you've removed it to a point of where it's necessity, you basically just stripped it down to God and named it an island, which has no properties of an island. So that's what the thing was, and then you rose your voice at me. Okay.
I just asked you. I asked you, is there a philosopher who you said actually has said, because you mentioned earlier that there was a philosopher. I rose my voice when you told me, well, we've already told you the argument,
No,
and so you're
what I'm
trying
saying
to
is,
change the subject.
it doesn't matter what a philosopher says, who's what. What it matters is if these arguments are logically valid, if they're tenable under scrutiny. So we could sit here and talk about who said what, but what we're really trying to do is represent the arguments under scrutiny, give you proposed, you know.
Joe, if the only thing you're asking for is further reading,
just
then
name a fucking person.
I would suggest that you
attitude would
go to
drop
the
a little bit.
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and just do a search on ontological argument, and it will not only will it deal with the argument itself, it also deals with the proposed objections. And I haven't read the article recently myself, but I imagine it will have responses to those objections. And I do know that at the bottom of these great articles that they always have a great long list of the discussions, and
No, you're
sometimes
right.
that's the best way to look into it.
The Stanford, what is it? Stanford, or it's plato.stanford.edu. Yeah, that's a great site. Yeah.
Joe, do you actually find that a compelling argument?
That's, I mean...
The island defeater, I mean.
It sounds like I just have to say, I just don't think that it's being articulated to me persuasively, but it could be because of my lack of familiarity with these types of arguments.
You can't
so
just be
I
like,
wanted
that's
to
not
hear...
persuasive to me. You say that's not persuasive because of reason X, Y, and Z. But so far I haven't heard any reasoning why the argument me and Nicholas put forward to you isn't valid.
I was just about to say it.
Great.
And it sounds like I have to say I just don't understand what you guys are talking about. So I wanted to find out if there was another way, because there's several ways you can skin a cat. And I wanted to find out if there was another, and thank you, Nicholas, for telling me where to start.
So, Joe, do you actually think the island argument is a reasonable defeater to Anselm's argument? Is that what you were saying?
Well, I think that it was. It sounds like, I mean, they're very sure that it isn't. And
why do you think it is a defeater?
Well, I'm already getting
what's
very
going on with your
frustrated.
camera? Like, it's freaking the hell out. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just turn it off. I'm moving my hand right now. I'm in my Kerr. There you go. There's me enjoying a jacuzzi.
Yeah, so why do you think it's a defeater?
Why do I think it's a defeater?
Yeah. Like, do you think it's a defeater because it shows that a maximally great island has to exist? And we know maximally great islands don't exist?
I mean...
Like, is it a reductio argument?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's, I forget the monk's name. It's like Wanillo or something. I think that, I mean, it's...
Wanillo,
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying that... It sounds like they're saying that the difference is that there's too many things that a maximally great island would be contingent on. Whereas when you're talking about the maximally great God or being, it's not, I mean, the only thing it would be contingent on is something that actually is, it's incoherent to be, to say that that's a restriction in the same sense that the restrictions that Seamus was mentioning to an island would be. To say that, the fact that God can't do logically impossible things it's an incoherent concept, whereas you can say, oh, well, I mean, and so this was where I was asking, well, is the idea of an island incoherent if you take away one of those limiting characteristics of an island? And it sounded like, I think the answer was no.
Yeah, I think that's getting way more complicated. I think the easiest way, some of these arguments they can look kind of complex. Like, one of the things that bothers me about really hardline atheists, like the one that will say God doesn't exist, if you run the modal argument for Plantinga's modal argument against them, they'll reject it. They'll reject the argument, but they won't say how they can reject it. But like, if you can't reject that argument logically, and you just say, "Well, I know that it's wrong," it means you're saying it's wrong irrationally. That's a hard, like, and there's nothing wrong with being irrational. Like, we're irrational all the time, right? But like, if you say you're an atheist because of reason, and you can't figure out why you reject, that argument, that's kind of an interesting position. But like, the easiest way to, like, I don't find the island thing to be a defeater, and the easiest way to look at it, the way I would look at it, which is not a defeater, because what does it mean to say an island is non-contingent? Like, forget about sand, forget about anything.
Yeah.
What does it mean to say, imagine an island that's non-contingent? Like, is that thing an island in any sense of the word that you would say island?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
But, well,
so that's why I don't find it compelling. Like, replace island with X. Let's say, run the same argument, and let's take out X, let's take out God, let's take out island. Let's just call it X. Okay, well, what the argument shows is that X has to be non-contingent. The argument is essentially making an argument that for a non-contingent thing, a maximally great non-contingent thing. So it doesn't make any sense to say islands are non-contingent, which is why that's usually where most people reject the argument, because it doesn't make any sense to say non-contingent islands.
Right. They're contingent on many, many things. And at the point where you start, and this is where Nicholas said something that I think is, that I didn't quite catch on to, he's saying, as you begin stripping it from the things that it's contingent on, you strip it of the things that make it from an island. If you strip it of all things that it's contingent on and try to turn it into something necessary, then you no longer have an island. What you have is basically something that is necessary, has all the attributes of God in that sense, but you can name it X or you can name it a maximally great island. But like Cliff said, it really doesn't in any way, without all the non-contingencies, it's not anything anyone would call an island. It's just redefining the word God. And that's why I think personally it's not a very good defeater at all.
Cliff, do you think the evil, why isn't the evil God challenge a good defeater for it either?
It is. I haven't found anyone who can run a strong argument against it. And like, it even took apart, Craig instantly, which shocked me.
He used with Stephen Law. He used an ontological argument. Hello.
Yeah.
He did.
No, I'm saying like when the evil God argument was ran against him. And the other thing is, most people don't understand what the evil argument the evil God argument is actually doing. The simplest way to understand it is this: like, if I'm in a lab and I make an observation, and me and you come up with a model, and both of the models explain the observation, can either one of us say which one is right? No, at this point we can't, right? You have a model that explains it, I have a model that explains it. If that's all that we have, we can't falsify it, we have no other observations, then all we got to say is, I don't know, I guess let's leave apart for the fact about scientific realism, because that just goes down somewhere else. But let's pretend that's all scientists are scientific realists, because that's the sort of analogy that I'm trying to make. At that point, you're saying that, well, we don't know. So the whole point of the evil God is not to say the Christian God doesn't exist. It's to simply say you can't know if the Christian God exists, or Bill the evil God exists, or Bill the big evil man exists, whatever you want to call it. So that's what the whole point is, right? However, I think there is a defeater for it. And when I proposed it to Jimmy, he started to make an argument, and I had to leave. And then after I left, you started talking to him about something else. But as soon as I said it to Jimmy, he said, no, you can't run the evil God. And I think the way he was going to say it is that, because he's Van Tillian, right? Yeah. So he says, if you assume the Christian God, you get coherency. I think the argument he was going to run, but I only heard like 2 sentences and then I had to leave. I think the argument was, if you propose evil God as your starting point, it has to lead to coherency. Now, the reason why is that, you know who Sai is, right? The, hey, how do you know guy that goes around talking to atheists all the time?
Sai? I'm going to see
Sai
him, I think, this week. And
yeah, cool. He's a Canadian, right? I'd love to talk to him at some point or another, because I think that's one of the sillier arguments, but he's, really funny. Anyway, okay, so Jimmy's Van Tillian, but Sai is more Clarkian, because he attacks you, right? He's the absurd thing.
Yeah.
But there's a massive bulk of Van Tillian philosophy, right? It doesn't just say that Christian, it doesn't just say that the Christian God allows you to know things, because Sai's argument is really simplistic. All Sai says is, I have revolution from someone who knows everything, therefore I can know things. What Van Til actually showed is the three classical laws of logic come from the Christian God. The nature of the Christian God, those laws follow. And it even solves the problem of the one and the many, and all of these other problems in classical logic can directly come from the nature of the Christian God, like the Trinity, the fact that Jesus exists as man and God. These are like specific to the Christian God, and that's one of the defeaters. Like if you try to run against Jimmy, I propose Allah. He'll immediately shut you down because Allah doesn't have a Trinity. That can't explain the problem of the one and the many and stuff like this. So I think Jimmy was going to say, you can't propose evil God unless the evil God also had, an anti-Jesus, although it also had the evil spirit, and you had to have the same parallel. You had to run all of that in order to get coherency. And I think even if I ran all of that, I think he would attack that. I think he would make some kind of argument from incoherency. I think that's one of the reasons I've looked for. I think that's what he would do. If you ever see him, ask him it. If he's ever around and I'm not, just because I can't run into him. But I think that's what he would run.
I want you to be there when we talk about the problem of induction, because that's where he got me. Or I couldn't answer a presuppositional argument concerning the problem of induction with him.
Yeah.
You just presuppose it. You don't need to. It's a problem to you, but you just get around it about it through taking it up as an axiomatic. As being axiomatic, and that's how most foundationalists do that. So you don't need to explain. To try to explain the problem of induction would be a grave mistake. You would just start from presupposing that the uniformity of nature and the law, that induction is valid and necessary for reasoning, and from there, I mean, it's whatever.
I don't think he does.
Who?
I don't think that's the way Jimmy runs it.
No. I'm saying that's how you should approach anyone that's trying to get you to justify the problem of induction. Say, I don't need to justify the problem of induction. I presuppose it. It's axiomatic. I use the induction for reason, and and that's what you say. And you say, I can't reject it. It's axiomatic. And then that's how I would deal with it. I wouldn't dare try to explain the problem of induction.
Well, yeah, my issue is that it's a problem for both of us, but I think that it's more of a problem if you think that there is a deity who actually has the ability to suspend the regularities that we identify with induction, and that's the avenue I go down with him. But
I don't find that a compelling argument at all. Like, why do you think that's a problem?
For them?
Yeah.
Well, it kind of takes away from the. I mean, if okay, so the way we could show that there's an issue with induction is take, for example, the classic description of induction is you see one sheep that's white, you see 50 more, you see 100 sheep, they're all white. You can say okay, the natural law is all sheep are white, but then one day you see a black sheep. You can't say that all sheep are white anymore because there's a black sheep. But what if it's actually the case that for whatever reason God actually just manifested a supernatural black sheep? So it actually is the case that all sheep are white. It's just that God's black sheep that he manifested, that's what happened. So, and it's that kind of thing. I mean, how do we know that something that is an anomaly or a break in the regularity of natural laws isn't actually a supernatural, happening that's coming from God? You know?
Yeah, it sounds like you're running the argument you can't know anything because there could be miracles.
Yeah. I don't like saying miracles because then people go to just talking about Hume, and I mean.
Okay, we'll say divine intervention.
Yeah, I say supernatural. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's a less loaded word.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I don't understand that. I mean, like, because if you run that argument, you had to allow them their premise, right? So you have to allow that a God exists, that's a theist God, which means he can reveal himself to people, and that he can reveal himself in an infallible way. That's the problem I have an issue understanding it. I can't get coherency out of that, which is the other question I was going to ask Jimmy. And I meant to ask James, but he took off. But let's not forget. Let's just forget about it for a second. But let's say we have a being that exists that can reveal himself and can reveal himself in an infallible manner. So you're looking at, well, when you see something, okay, how do you know that the divine intervention, like how do you know that anything that you see is not just a case of divine intervention? Well, isn't the easiest answer to that because it hasn't been revealed to be? As if something hasn't been revealed to be, like can't God reveal to you, right? Okay, can't God reveal to you that he will always tell you when there's going to be divine intervention?
Yeah, this is where Jimmy went.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Jimmy
okay.
went. I mean, all the things where God is intervening happen to be mentioned in the Bible. And,
yeah, I wouldn't go to the Bible. I would just say he reveals them, right? Yeah, in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form. Yeah, that's why I don't see that's why that cracks me up. I mean, there are interesting arguments that I think are very difficult to solve. The evil God one is one of them, but some of these ones like are not. Like I don't find that very.
I'm
I don't
surprised you
find
don't
that very
find the
much of a defeater.
the practical part of it, or the issue is that well, it's the idea that if God is needed for us to have, you know, for induction to be reliable, it's saying that, like, well, one of the things that we've concluded due to induction. Okay, hold on, let me start. God has to exist for induction to be reliable. One of the things that we've concluded that is reliable via induction is that when people die, they stay dead, and so it's saying, well, God, if bodies did actually rise from the dead, then that might mean that God doesn't exist, because God's existence justifies our use of induction. But if one of the things that we've concluded through induction actually is shown wrong via a resurrection, then does that mean that God doesn't exist?
Yeah, see, I don't. That's the part I don't get. Like, what I would think is, it gets explained really easily in the Hindu scriptures. I read a lot more of the Hindu scriptures than I have of Christian scriptures. But in the Hindu scriptures, it's quite explicit, like in the phrases. I don't have the exact phrases represented. But when Krishna does a miracle, he manifests himself as Vishnu. So he manifests that he's God in flesh. So you know it's a miracle because of the way he manifests. And that's the argument that they make. So if people, like for example, just because people could rise from the dead naturally doesn't mean that, okay, so I got the flu right now. I don't, but let's say that I have. I could naturally be cured of it in some shape or form. But Jesus could cure me instantaneously. I don't see how the fact that I could get cured on my own would contradict the fact that Jesus could cure me supernaturally. Like, I don't see why that would be either.
That I think, Cliff, that's kind of exactly where I sit on it. It's kind of where William Lane Craig said to Bart Ehrman. Now, if you presuppose naturalism, or if you're working from like a naturalistic paradigm, that becomes a problem. But when we're appealing to a God, we're appealing to something supernaturally. So those problems that arise from the natural paradigm no longer have sway when appealing to the supernatural in that sense. I think that's kind of similar to what Cliff was saying.
Yeah, there's a very geez, I can't remember his. I think it's Concordance. It may be, maybe I'm mistaking it, but he's one of the more popular YouTube atheists slash science. He's a scientific realist, and he makes a very similar argument. He makes an argument that if you propose the Christian God is true, you can never know anything. And he says you can never know anything because no matter what you observe, you would never be able to know that God isn't tricking you at some point in time, that he isn't always changing the universe, that you would never be able to know anything. So you get up this morning and you go to put your coffee pot on, you could turn your coffee and dragons could come out of it instead of coffee. And if dragons could come out of it, you shouldn't be surprised because God is real and he exists. He like proposes God as some Loki, like some kind of trickster who's always going around doing that. I'd have two objections to that. That's not the Christian God. Like, I don't know what that is, but that's not the Christian God. So if you propose a Christian God, he isn't doing that. Like the Christian, okay, you can get into Bible verses about whether the Christian God is a trickster God or not, and that's an interesting argument, whether or not the Christian God deceives people. But the standard defeater for that is the Christian God manifests himself in a way so that you understand it's the Christian God, not that the universe suddenly has turned chaotic. Like when people saw Jesus rise from the dead, they didn't think it was a change in, okay, the world has gone chaotic, everybody can rise from the dead now, I can go kill my neighbor, he'll rise from the dead tomorrow. Like they recognized that the reason Jesus rose from the dead was because of a direct intervention. That doesn't mean if their son dies, he's going to rise from the dead. So
Right. It
I don't
doesn't
consider that
suspend
much
the
of a
rest of
defeater.
naturalism. They view it as a suspension of naturalism in that instance, not like a disembodiment of taking away of all naturalism from that start. They looked at it as a singular event where God had acted in the world and had worked a miraculous thing, and they appealed to it solely from the supernatural.
I think it was Matt Slick who ran an interesting argument that said when God intervenes, what he does, he said a couple of things, but like if you go back to the very, very early universe, there were changes where symmetry was broken, and so the laws of the very early universe are not the same laws that we have right now. So I mean, you can make a similar argument that that's what God does. Like, why can't God break symmetry? If it broke in the early universe, surely God could do it now. So just because God chooses to do something that breaks the laws, I mean, that's where you get into an interesting thing about supernatural but natural, but I wouldn't see any issue with that. Like, I don't see why God can come down and break symmetry. It broke in the early universe, so he could obviously make people rise from the dead. Plus the fact, if you accept quantum field theory is true, you can rise from the dead anyway. It's just not very possible. Not very probable, but it's certainly possible.
Hey, are you guys going to be in here for a while? Because I'm near the Pacific Coast Highway and I'm going to get food, so my phone's also dying, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Man, who's Nadia talking to?
I can't even hear you.
Probably her roommate. She has a roommate that lives in that room with her.
Bye, everyone.
Ludic, why did you feel Saitan Bruggencate was rude to Dillahunty in that debate? Ludic, you there? You're off playing with your cats.
Is that I don't know why that really needs justification. I don't know so much if he was rude, but that debate was very sad what Saitan did. I think what really pissed me off is when he actually stopped about 4 minutes short, okay, and then said that's it, and he seemed all pissed off about it, and then he just he was kind of like ranting without any any structure. And he just got like overly emotional. I think Saitan did really shitty on that one. I don't know if I think maybe his anger and his raising of his voice and forwarding that amount of time, and then maybe that could be interpreted as being rude. But I don't know. I think he did a shitty job. Saitan did terrible.
The biggest issue that comes from Saitan that makes it's like who does it? What's his name on YouTube? There's a couple of people on YouTube who look for other people and watch their videos to try to find sound bites of them. And Saitan Bruggencate is a massive source of sound bites to make Christians look bad. And one of the things that makes Christians look really bad, because you can go up to Cy Tim Brunkate and say, "Hey Cy, what does this verse mean in the Bible?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't do Bible studies with non-believers. So you don't want to help me understand this?" No. Okay. That's like, for a non-biased person on the outside who's just looking at that. And the really weird thing is, it's like, you have to believe in my position before I'll help you try and understand it. Okay, so I can't try to understand your position? No, you have to just accept my position is right, and then I'll try to teach you how to understand it and how to interpret it. And
Well, I
that's
think
where...
he's uninterested in doing a Bible study with someone that starts from a different presupposition, that either starts with the presupposition that the text is false or that the text isn't true. And if he's starting with the supposition that it's true, and then you're starting with the supposition that it's either false or could possibly be not true, then I think what he's saying in terms of an exegetic, or it's not gonna work. Now, I don't fully agree with that, but I think a lot of times those presuppositions coming to the text are in fact a hindrance in actually being able to dialogue. But there are certain people who come in with a more of an open mind, and they're really not presupposing any exegetic. Like, they haven't like read the verse and presupposed their exegetic. They're just trying to, they may have heard a verse and heard how someone exegeted it and then wanted to ask if another Christian did it the same way. But when you're already entering the conversation with the presupposition of your exegetic, and a lot of your exegetic is based on things within your worldview that you think couldn't have happened within this text, yeah, that's going to start some baseline problems from the get-go. I mean, I think there's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, sure, there's problems, but like, who cares? You can still have dialogue. I mean, basically, if you watch, like, for example, you can have a string theorist talking to someone in loop quantum gravity. Both of them think the other person is completely wrong. Both of them think that their position is completely right. But like, you will never see that. I'm not going to talk to you until you exact loop quantum gravity first.
Right,
What?
but they do it from evidential standpoints. Imagine doing that thing, but from a presuppositional standpoint. Not
Yeah.
really. That's a lot different, you know.
They
I guess
some of
someone's
these
like,
things
I
are
do
not
this
argued from
because of
evidence.
this evidential basis or whatever, right?
Yeah, they're not argued from evidence.
They have to be
very
argued
hard.
from some measure of evidence.
No, they're not. That's one of the big problems with string theory for quite a long time is
So
you
it has
couldn't
no
make evidential
evidence to
arguments.
support it. So it's just as good as something that I could propose that has no evidence. So I could propose a host of things that are unevidenced, that are just completely ad hoc, and that's just as explainable as what you're saying. I don't know anything about it, but I have a feeling that can't be true.
Right. So one of the big problems with string theory for the longest time was there was just no way to make an evidential argument for it. And because that's such a fundamental part of what people think science actually means, there was a huge division in science at that time where people on one side refused to even acknowledge string theorists. You know where Nephilim Free makes all these arguments about there's this big conspiracy in science and you can't write about evolution and all that kind of stuff? As far as I know, that doesn't exist. I've refereed papers, and if somebody sent a paper into me that was saying some part of modern evolutionary theory was false, I'd love to read it. I'd love to be the referee to publish that thing. That's crazy. But anyway, there was a big division in science about string theory, and because you couldn't evidence it, so people were saying, how in the hell can you call this thing a scientific hypothesis, let alone a scientific theory, if you can't make an evidential argument for it?
Does it have explanatory power?
Yeah, but that's one of the other problems.
That's evidence.
No, it doesn't. So the reason why it doesn't have evidential arguments is because the explanatory power is fully mapping. So basically, you go and do an experiment and you can have observations. Regardless of what observations you make, I could explain it. So you can't evidence it.
I didn't say proof. I said explanatory power constitutes evidence, not proof.
Yeah, but it's
the more
explaining
explanatory
evidence.
power and the more explanatory scope leads you to having a more credible hypothesis.
Right, but if it can explain every possible observation, it can't be evidence, because no matter what you observe, can be explained. So that was one of the big issues, because if it explains it, it's like, I can't remember who said it anyway, but one person said, if you have a model that explains absolutely every possible observation, no matter what that observation is, it has no predictive capability, so it can't be evidenced. You can't, anything shows that it's true. So, but anyway, so that was a long division between string theorists and loop quantum gravity, and you also have people doing unified field theory and a bunch of other things, and Ludwig even brought up supersymmetry and a bunch of other things. That changed recently finally, when string theorists started to actually be able to, and they did some calculations on black holes and entropy and all that kind of stuff. So there is some evidential basis for it now. But for quite a long time, like I believe it was decades, there was this huge division where one group of people and another group of people ran diametric odds. But they could still talk to each other. The conversations often weren't very polite, but you could talk to each other. I mean,
But are you saying that you don't think explanatory power constitutes as a form of evidence?
No, I don't think you have explanatory power if you can explain every possible observation. That's not, you haven't explained anything.
No, but I'm just saying in general. I'm speaking very generally here. Do you think that explanatory power constitutes as evidence? For example, like the synoptic problem in the Gospels, the only thing we have is the explanatory power. The reason why Markan priority is so held to is because it has the most explanatory power.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. What's the synoptic problem?
The synoptic problem is trying to explain the relationships between the three synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, from a perspective of source criticism. There's a huge relation amongst the three synoptics. For example, of the 660 verses found in Mark, 602 are found in Matthew, almost verbatim. And then another 400 of those verses are found in Luke.
Well, I don't understand. What's the problem? What is the problem part of it?
The problem part of it is to find out which works are predicated on each other. They have a literary relationship, but we need to find out which work is the first, which one's prioritative, right? So we know there's a literary relationship because they have so many verses that are in fact verbatim that they have a literary relationship. But the problem is to find out which order is a literary relationship. Is the literary relationship the fact that Matthew and Luke used Mark, or is it reversed? And what are the evidences for it? And then the only thing that can get us any closer is that the postulation of Markan priority has the most explanatory power over the data, and that would be that's why it's the most evidenced.
Yeah, so I would just clarify that in order to say you have explanatory power, you have to be able to say that a subset of observations can be predicted, not every possible observation. That's what explanatory power would mean.
Right, yeah, that's exactly, yeah, I understand. So you're saying the reason why it fails is because it's saying it instead of explaining some of the proposed phenomenon, it's purportedly trying to explain everything, in which there is no true explanation or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't distinguish. If you can't distinguish between any possible fact, well then you don't know what's true, what's false.
Okay, so you weren't saying that explanatory power doesn't constitute as evidence. You're saying theories in which the explanatory power is indistinguishable doesn't constitute as evidence. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll agree with you.
Yeah, they don't have explanatory power because they don't have subsets. Like I don't even know how you could say it has explanatory power, right? It'd be like saying if I had a document, right, and I have a document that shows that that provides evidence that anyway.
God done it.
You have to have one thing or the other, right? You can't use the same document to make an argument for all possible outcomes and say that your document, say that any outcome is evidence for your document, because whenever you witness,
God done it. Because any time a Christian could say God done it,
no matter what happened. Yeah, but
that explanation does have explanatory power, even if it's unfalsifiable.
But what he's saying is he agrees that it has explanatory power, but he's saying if it applies to everything, and it's not really, he's saying it doesn't really give an explanation. So even though
falsifiability is a different concept.
Right, even though God did it, does have explanatory power, he's saying if you can reference that to anything, then what does it really explain? Or right?
Like we still can't falsify string theory, but you can actually verify it, which again is a huge, big problem, because a lot of people in science take really hardcore lines, and they say in order for something to be scientific, it has to be verifiable, and it has to be falsifiable. And since you can't currently falsify string theory, a lot of people still have a dichotomy and still don't view it as scientific. But I mean, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Because who gets to decide that anyway? Let's say that there's only 50 scientists in the world, okay, or 50 people working on these problems, and 25 of them make that one point, 25 of them make the other. So like, it's one of the big problems in science, right? It's called a demarcation problem. Who gets to decide what's scientific, and where do you possibly draw the line? Like one of the easiest ways to understand why it's such a problem. Let's take Bill. Bill wants to be a scientist. Bill goes to university and starts studying science. At one point, Bill does an experiment. At one point, he does a presentation. At one point, he gets a publication. At one point, he starts to teach. Then he does research, and all throughout his life. At what exact second did Bill become a scientist? And the exact second before that, he was not a scientist? So you ask most people, and they'll be stumped. That's a very difficult line in order to draw, and it's called a demarcation problem. How can you possibly say at exactly 11 o'clock, 1 p.m., 3 seconds after, Bill was now a scientist, but 1/1,000,000th of a second before that, he definitely was not.
Right. You could say the same for adulthood or anything like
Yeah.
that, right? We arbitrarily define adulthood as being 18, but is there any real substantive difference in the second before the clock struck midnight or the second before the minute of their birth hit than when it did hit? Was there any substantive difference? Right.
Right. That's why I really disagree strongly when someone like DPR will come in and say there's a clear difference between science and the way it produces knowledge and the historical arguments, or the argument that the Bible is a historical document, because that has nothing to do with science. And like that completely blows my mind out of the water. What do you mean it has nothing to do with it? Do they make observations? Do they have rational discussions? Do they try verification? Do they try falsification? There's a massive overlap between the two of them. And if you look at historians, I mean, there are historians that I don't know how you couldn't possibly describe what they're doing as conforming very strictly to an experimental method. But like in DPR's mind, he knows what science is. I don't know what it is, and I've asked him a couple times, he won't explain it to me, but he has some magic marker that he can draw down and say, everything on the left is science, and everything on the right is not science. And I don't know how anyone could do that in a strict binary sort of sense, but he can.
I've got to run to the store. I'll be back if there's space in the room. See you guys later.
Hey, James, I got a question for you. James, you around? He's mic'd. I can't hear him. He's muted.
Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
This is related to a question that I meant to ask you earlier, and I just want to clarify something. This is a question that's controversial, but I don't mean it to be controversial. There are people who have false revelation, and I'm sure I can quote you examples. Like there was a famous example of a mother who believed that God was telling her that she needed to kill her children, and she drowned a number of her children, and then her husband came home and found her drowning one of the other ones, and he stopped her, and she was tried, found guilty, and found to be criminally insane, and she's undergoing psychiatric treatment. But she maintained for the longest while, I don't know if she still does, but she maintained for the longest while that God was actually telling her to do this, and she seemed to really believe that. How would you know that's not true? Like a person, like say tomorrow, right? Like say tomorrow I have that experience. Like how would I know that it's really a revelation from God and not like a revelation from, say, like Lucifer or somebody else?
Is it contrary to the scriptures?
Yeah, so in that situation, like Shamo said, took the words out of my mouth, you wouldn't be talking about the God of the Bible. That's contradictory to what the God of the Bible would say. So if Jesus says you can know them by their fruits, as far as those who follow me or those who are with me or those who I've instructed or revealed myself to, for the idea that God would tell you to do something that he has told us specifically is a sin or that he's against would indicate that message didn't come from him. You could go down the line of saying, well, can God do anything he wants to do and still tell someone to do something that he's already told us he doesn't want us to? That you end up in a situation where I think you're talking about a God that it's not presented in the Bible because of that contradiction where he would not do that thing. And I think even Shamos would go as far as to say that he can't do that thing because of his nature. So that's where I would put it. But if you want to say that that was a demon or that it was some other god, quote unquote, okay.
Yeah, the Bible tells you exactly. They say if anyone comes to you and they preaches you something other than what's written here, other than what's in the Bible, other than what's in God's word, then they're anathema. So the reason why we can say that is because the Gospels go all the way back to the earliest apostles that had knowledge of Jesus and from followers of him, and that's where these things disseminated from. So we have an unbroken line that tells us that these are actually what was taught by Jesus, and there's no denying that at all. So when we know that these are the teachings of Jesus, they've been reliably recorded. The manuscript tradition is very, very reliable. Bulk of the variants are spelling and stuff like that. Then yeah, we have a consistent thing that has an unbroken line from the very, very beginning. And we know that if someone is preaching different to this, we know that they're wrong because it's contrary to what was preached by Christ. And if that's who we're purportedly following, then it gives us an easy way to decipher against that. Like in James said, the verse is that, by your fruits you will know them. So when someone is yielding contrary fruit to the Scripture and then claiming it as revelation, that's a problem. Now, Christians sin, but we don't sin and claim it as revelation. We sin and claim it as a fault of us and repent to God. But if she's sinning and going against the Bible and then justifying it through revelation, then that's heresy and anathema, and the Bible preaches against it. So that's what I would say. We are grounded in God's Word, which has an unbroken succession from the very beginning.
Right, but I mean, you could make an argument that she was following the Bible. All you would have to do is take I don't know how radical this position is, I don't know if it's mainstream or not, but there are people who believe that we should be under Old Testament law. So she could simply be one of the people who argues we should be under Old Testament law, and she's doing the effect of stoning her kids for sins that they have committed, and that's what she's doing. She's arguing for application of Old Testament law.
Well, so the problem with that would be, number one, the Old Testament law was only for Jews living in Israel, right? Like, as far as enacting it, you'd have to have a temple, you'd have to have priests. Like you couldn't bring tithes into the temple from outside of Israel, outside the land of Israel. You couldn't be a Jew.
No, but he's going to argue, James, he's going to get around that by saying that that's just what these people believe. How do you distinguish that from actually being, a true interpretation or not? So he's really trying to get down to the bottom line of not a historical context, but an exegetical context. Am I correct,
Right.
Cliff?
Yeah, because like there are some, like, I don't know but you and James often make very similar arguments, but there are Christians who make diametrically opposed arguments. They have radical interpretation differences in the Scripture.
That's what I'm saying.
So,
that's what I'm saying is that she would be picking a verse and using that only. And you can do that all over the Bible and end up doing all types of crazy things. What I'm saying is there's a larger context to the laws and the Old Testament laws that were given to the Jews, where she would have to just isolate one thing and say that she's following the Old Testament laws of God, where in fact, if she wouldn't even be able to do that on its own like that, she wouldn't be able to do it.
let me give you another argument. Basically, exegetic or interpretation is something that as humans we can never ever get away from it as social beings. For example, you've been doing exegesis the entire night on everything I've said. You've been actively using the context of what I'm saying and using and trying to actually interpret it. Like we've come to the conversation with an axiom that words have meaning, and from those words that have meaning, we derive an interpretation, and we try to get as close to the interpretation of the author or the speaker is saying. We do this every day, not even only in speech, but we do it in writing. Like, so let me show you an example of a clear-cut, contrary exegetic that we're like, oh, like, yeah, we can agree that's BS. Okay, so we've been having conversation now for, I don't know, a couple hours about, various topics. But what if I were to tell you that we've literally been talking for this last hour about Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse having a baby in that exact context with no symbolism, Walt Disney, the whole 9 years? You would say, Okay, no, that's not what we were talking about. That's absolutely not. We can say that is absolutely absurd. But when we start getting down to interpretation that gets a little bit further away from absurdity and closer to the truth, then it gets a little bit harder to hand wave some of these things. But you still understand that if you admit that there's something that absolutely is a false interpretation, there has to be a true interpretation. If you can admit there must be a false interpretation, that is giving rise to the fact that there must be a true interpretation. Now, if you start from the supposition that absolutely could be an interpretation of what we were talking about. In fact, we could have been talking about Mickey and Minnie Mouse having a baby. Then you aren't presupposing any truth to any exegesis. Think about it. We are.
You're cutting in and out, James. I don't know if it's just me.
So we as humans are obligated, and we always do it unknowingly, to align ourselves with that. So what at the bottom line, Cliff, what do we do to that woman? The same thing we do in any conversation. We give the justifications, the interpretation through context, hermeneutics, language, and all of these things. And it's a little bit easier to do since we're pulling back a few languages, and if understanding the Hebrew and modern interpretations can lead you down in different ways. But when you look at the Hebrew and you start to understand, some of these things can become more clear. So that's the long way around it.
Yeah, but I think that argument sort of presupposes its conclusion. Like you're saying that we can know there are some things that it's impossible to interpret differently. Like, for example, is there any way to read the Bible and come to the conclusion that Jesus was a robot? Aside from Commando, can any rational person read the Bible?
Make it even more absurd than that. And the more absurd we go, we're obviously going to get to a point where we say, okay, this interpretation has to be false. But in order to presuppose that any interpretation, no matter how absurd it is, that it's false, interprets that there must be a truth. Now, I'm not ever saying we can get to this truth. Like, if this conversation, I may have been saying something with a different meaning than what you interpret, but you hope, and through context and all these things, that you're at least getting it as accurate as possible. So the argument should not be for the actual truth of the proposition. It should be for the exegetic being the most accurate and reliable, because that's all in discourse. That's all we really do without provisionally qualifying every statement. Like, we don't feel the need to provisionally qualify every statement, because that's what we're saying. That's what we mean. And so that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, if we know there's false conclusions, that yields that there must be a true conclusion, and then we just have to get arguments due to context, hermeneutics, language, usage for the most accurate probable interpretation.
So for Cliff, like, the Bible kind of defines itself into a corner, right? Like, if it says Jesus was born of a virgin, that he was a man, that he spoke and ate and bled, and things like that, you've been given all these characteristics and definitions so that he couldn't be a robot. I don't know if you're trying to say that somebody even with all that information could say that he was a robot. You'd have to redefine robot and then apply that label to him, or that term to him. But in the sense of a robot being a man-made machine that is metal and wires and has been programmed to do certain things, you couldn't.
That was a really poor. I don't know why I said that.
That's why I said let's expand it to absurdity without even mentioning a proposition, and we agree that there is some measure of absurdity that we have to agree.
But just let me give you this example, right? James or Seamus, do you believe it's possible to read the Bible and come to the conclusion that Jesus and Lucifer are the same being?
Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses do it. You got to make it more absurd. If you really want to drive this home, you got to make it. Try to come up with something even more absurd.
Jehovah's Witnesses believe.
I was going to say, wait, what? Jehovah's think Jesus was Lucifer? What?
You guys don't know that?
No. I mean, like, do you think?
Shit, boys. All right,
I never answered the door. So.
All right, boys. Let's have a conversation about Jehovah's Witnesses. Hold on to your.
Just before we. That's an interesting thing, and we'll come back to that. But okay, let's before that. Can you read the Bible and come to the conclusion that the Yahweh of the Bible is not actually God, but it's an evil, malevolent being?
Yeah, there's Christians that do that too. I could name people that absolutely do that. If you're trying to come up with an absurd example, at least have one that doesn't have any known exemplar.
What I'm just saying is that if you allow these interpretations, well then, I mean, how can you disavow Mrs. from killing her kids? I mean, if she interprets the Bible this way, like if you allow these interpretations as being okay, I mean, surely she should be able to claim her revelation is real.
No, I'm not saying we. I'm absolutely saying we shouldn't allow them to be okay. But I thought what you were trying to do was, maybe I got you wrong. I thought what you were trying to do was find a situation, an interpretation of the Bible that was so absurd that all three of us could mutually agree with 100% certainty that would be a false interpretation, right? Like, but if that's what you weren't trying to do, then I must have been wrong. But what I was saying is, if what your ultimate goal was to find an example when we all could agree that would be false, it's not very fitting to do it with an example that's representative of some people that actually believe it. Like, let me give you one. Like, if I were to say that the Bible was actually a strategy guide on controller techniques on how to play Modern Warfare 3 in professional gaming at the highest level. I'm sure. Now that's a good one. There's no way in fucking hell the Bible is a manual on high-level gaming for the actual techniques you need to manipulate the controller in order to be a top-level Modern Warfare player. We can all agree that interpretation of the Bible is
I was waiting for Commando, right?
is false. So there we go. That now we can say, but if we can say that, we can say there is definitely at least one agreed upon definition which we can all agree is false. That means there must be a true interpretation. Because think about it, if there's not a true interpretation, then that could possibly be. So if we agree that that can't possibly be, there must be a true interpretation. So the goal, and Cliff this is where Cliff kind of was saying, we can never really get to the 100% truth of it. No, absolutely not. We can't. But what we can do is we can use everything that we presuppose in reading text, modern-day conversation, to get to the truth and accuracy of the interpretation of who was saying it. And that's the best we can do. And so when we go to that woman, I do the same thing me and Rocco did. We go through the Bible and we make our appeals. And at the end of the day, there's, you're not guaranteed to convince anyone. That's kind of a subjective thing. But at the end of the day, we appeal to rationality. We, as people, as rational social beings, we all appeal to exegetic. So to say in the Bible that there's no way for us to do that, that's false. But just to say that there's no way to know the absolute truth, there might be some truth to that. But a lot of Christians appeal to the Spirit when you start getting into stuff like that.
And for Cliff, you have to look at what God is claiming about himself, number one, in the Bible, and then what he's demonstrating, right? So the claims and the demonstration. So the claim is that he is saying that he is all righteous, all good, all powerful, all these things. Then he's demonstrating that through prophecy, promises, covenants, where he's saying, look, if you do this and follow my ways of loving your neighbor and helping and assisting and treating people in a good way, I will bless you and give you all these good things. But if you don't, I'll take away your land, I'll do these things, and I'll punish you and all this stuff. So if he's presenting them as that good God, then we're accepting the claim and then him demonstrating that. So if he is a malevolent God who's making the good claim and the good demonstration, then we can't know that from what he's claiming and demonstrating. We can only know that he's claiming to be good and that he's demonstrating that he's good. So I don't know what else
I
to
can
say.
understand that. I mean, basically what you're saying is you can make sort of a probabilistic type argument from your understanding of the scriptures. That's relatively clear. That's what I figured you would do. That's why I don't understand why people have so many problems with false revelation, thinking that it disproves Christianity. The simplest way that I would say that that's a silly argument is because there are scientific experiments that go wrong and that turn out to be false. Does that mean that you can't learn anything from doing scientific experiments? Obviously not. No one.
I don't follow. I don't actually understand.
Well, there are some people who run this argument, and I think it's a very silly argument. There are false revelations. Because there are false revelations, you can't know that there are true revelations. That's an argument that a lot of people run, and I think it's a silly argument. And the counter argument I would run to them is, are there scientific experiments that are false, that they produce wrong results? Everyone knows this. There are some very famous ones. Cold fusion was a famous one. okay, just because there are experiments that don't work out, that do go false, does that mean we can't learn anything from science? Most people would say no. Okay, fine. If you accept that, then you can't say simply because there are false revelations, you can't know you had true ones, because it's almost the exact same parallel.
Logically follows.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like it's special pleading, right? So that's why I figured, because that's the argument I would make, right? But now, okay, how about if I take it one step further?
Because some experiments are wrong, it doesn't generalize that therefore all experiments are wrong.
Yeah, you can't learn anything because you
It's
could be wrong.
I can't remember. It's a composition fallacy, or I think that's what it's called.
So what about if someone has a revelation that says that the Bible that exists right now has been corrupted, and they're getting a revelation to be a correction to what's in the Bible? So that's how they would explain that they're doing something that violates the Bible. How would you say that God couldn't do that?
That's what Islam is, right? And so is that why you're using that?
I was going to say, yeah, like the Quran sort of claims to be that.
Is that why you're claiming that, Cliff?
Not particular, but sure, go with that.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
I would say when people argue for corruption, they either A, are appealing to actual somewhat evidence, which, I mean, obviously we're talking about manuscripts, there has to be evidence of corruption, or at least, there's possibility of evidence of corruption, but if they're not appealing to any evidence, they're not showing evidence of corruption in the manuscripts, they're appealing solely to the supernatural, then, I mean, I don't know, you're going to take that with the validity of their testimony. Like I mean, if they're not appealing to any evidence, so what I'd say to Muslims, or what I'd say to anyone, is I'd start from the textual critical grounds of, well, do you have any evidence for these things being corrupted? And I think the textual criticism of the New Testament, I'm not going to go big into this, show that it's fairly, very reliable, across handwritten manuscripts, as anything else could be throughout antiquity before the printing press. And then if they can't prove to me through any evidentiary way of corruption, and they're more or less just appealing like Islam does to a theological claim, then I mean, really what you're asking me is not, was it corrupted, is did Muhammad tell the truth? We're no longer talking about corruption. You're not giving any evidence for it. We're just talking about, did Muhammad tell the truth now, right?
Yeah, and so with Islam, and I know you weren't talking about this directly, Cliff, but as an example.
I was thinking more of Joseph Smith, actually, but it doesn't really matter.
Well, with Islam, what they say is they can't prove to you within the Bible itself that it's been corrupted. Like, you can't look at the line that has been corrupted. What they will say is, whenever there is a verse or an idea or a teaching in the Quran that contradicts the Bible, or the Bible that contradicts the Quran is right. And so, for that reason, there must be corruption in the Bible wherever the Bible and the Quran disagree. But other than that, Seamus is right. Like, they're not going to be able to. They first have to present you from the Bible in itself. Like, how do they know that it was corrupted? Where's the text that doesn't match this text? Or like, how do they know that? It's only because the Quran is saying something and the Bible disagrees.
Okay, but I can understand the argument, but I don't find it very compelling, because like there are parts throughout history where God has revealed himself to people for those people to give new information to what we knew at that time, and the revelation was how they did it. So I don't understand, like, why can't that happen again?
No, we're saying that can happen, but what I was assenting to is that if they're not appealing to any evidence of corruption, then they're just appealing to revelation, which is basically what Muhammad did. Muhammad didn't ever say, like, look, I have legitimate evidence of, I mean, that's what textual critics do. I have legitimate evidence of corruption. He's just appealing solely to revelation. So at the end of the day, I don't think we're necessarily talking about the text. Like, so think about this. If he's not making an evidential claim of corruption, if he's just claiming it from revelation, we're no longer talking about textual corruption. What what we're really talking about now is the truth or falsity of your revelation. So whether or not the text is corrupted will be derived from the truth or falsity of your revelation. So we could put the corruption of the text to the side. You're making a wider claim. Now, if we can assess the truth or falsity of your proposition, then what logically follows is what you said. Like, for example, if we can prove the truth of the proposition that you have had revelation, then yeah, then okay, then that substantiates that it's corrupted. But if we can't, then that's a problem. So I mean, people have been substantiating prophets for a long time. I mean, the whole definition of a prophet is someone who's self-authenticating, basically. Prophets are self-authenticating. They prophesize and stuff comes true. That's what makes them prophets. Or they speak from God, and they have God usually gives them self-authenticating means. So that's where I would attack it.
So Cliff, Cliff, you're saying if somebody came tomorrow and they had a book in their hands, and they said, "I've written all this down, and God gave me this direct revelation."
Yes, exactly.
And let's not say that they're saying the Bible is corrupted. Let's say they're saying, "I have all this information, and when we read it, we see that it's like it differs a lot from what the Bible says and contradicts the Bible."
Yes.
So you're saying, why couldn't that be from the same Christian God, maybe?
Yeah, like how would you know that can't possibly be true?
I mean, I feel like, yeah, I guess the past hour or half an hour of conversation is going to point to that as well. It's like, if God is all good, and let's say he's telling us not to murder, if in this book it says murdering is good, I don't even know how to word that other than to say it's contrary to God's nature from what we already understood. So how could that be in there?
Okay, so you're saying God couldn't contradict his previous commandments.
Right.
Okay, I can understand that. Good, because I had a follow-up question. That's the same way I would defend it. If the Christian God, because that to me would be a trickster God, right? He keeps sending down new documents to contradict the old one to make a state of chaos. So that's the way I would have addressed that as well. I got a more difficult question though, and this is the one I can't answer. So hopefully that you can answer it, because I think it's an interesting question. So what about if I come to you with a document and I say the same thing? But it doesn't contradict anything that's in the Bible. It just offers other rules. None of the other rules contradict what's in the Bible, but it has other rules that sort of expand on behavior. It's not contradictory, but for example, the Bible doesn't say everything, right? Like a lot of what you have to interpret from the Bible and interpret different passages and draw a meaning for. So this just sort of starts filling in some of the blanks. How would you know that that guy was not telling the truth, or is like, how would you know that? Like, how would you know whether or not that was a real revelation or not?
Well, I mean, that's like certain other religions. The Bible has given such broadly based guidance, guidelines, that it kind of does actually encompass all things as far as humans interacting with other humans, morally speaking. So anything that they're going to say, if it's like in line with those morals and that morality, I don't know how I would assess it. I would only say the only thing I would say is the reason I wouldn't accept any revelation from anybody today is because the way it's been in the Bible, it was firsthand eyewitnesses of Jesus himself, disciples, people that knew the eyewitnesses, or in the case of the Old Testament, people that got direct revelation from God, made prophecies. The prophecies came true, which showed that they were hearing from the true God. So unless that guy put prophecies in his word or something like that to confirm that it was God, I don't think I could accept. And those prophecies came true, and I wouldn't be able to.
You'd had to show some kind of divine direct ability or knowledge or something like that.
For sure. Yep.
Did every single prophet do that though? Like in the history of the Bible, did every single prophet show some kind of divine knowledge or ability?
That's the criteria that God gives for knowing that someone is a prophet or not. He says he doesn't give anything else but to say that if they speak something and it doesn't come true, they're not a prophet of me. So when you're looking at Ezekiel, Jeremiah, whoever, they had prophecies that came true during their time, and you would have had other false prophets that were making prophecies at the same time, and those didn't come true, and therefore they weren't kept and put into the Hebrew Bible. But Isaiah made a prophecy. He's like, all right, if you don't want to believe me, don't believe me. He wrote it down. It came true. We have the book of Isaiah. We have the book of Jeremiah. We have the book of Ezekiel.
I think Isaiah is one of the most compelling books in the Bible for me.
So there is a specific verse somewhere that says that a prophet has to show some kind of divine knowledge or divine ability.
He says if somebody speaks in my name that I've said something and that thing doesn't come true, they're not a prophet. If they do speak it and it comes true, I've sent them. God even says, I'm going to test you and send people who are going to make prophecies to try to lead you to another God. Don't believe them. But it will be me putting my words in their mouth. So we know that only God has the ability to speak about what's going to happen in the future. But yeah, that's the only criteria that he gives for a prophet of him, is that the words come true.
So basically what you say is you would say that you wouldn't know unless they started to show signs that of like divine knowledge or divine ability of some sort.
Absolutely.
And it wouldn't contradict what's already been said, and which we've
that's
already
what I
said.
said. Like, let's make it not contradict.
So if it doesn't contradict what's already been said, it can be harmonized. It just expands on it, and the divine credibility can be, in the divine essence of the message can be given credence to. Yeah, then there's something to be had there because, for example, think of the Apostle Paul. The Apostle Paul did precisely just that. I mean, he came through. He's and expanded on the message. It wasn't contradictory. So you could look at it in a sense like that.
So.
And Paul proved that he was divine and that his essence did stem from Christ and divine, and that's why the apostleship of the Apostle Paul is accepted, prophethood. So I would say.
So what would be an example of divine knowledge, like a trivial example? Like what is one of the, what are like some things that somebody could say that would show divine knowledge?
Well, prophecy, number one. I mean, with
could you give an example of what you're saying for prophecy?
I could. Okay, in the book of Galatians, Paul talks about having his experience on the Damascus Road, and he said, when I first had that experience, I did not go straight to Jerusalem. He said, I wandered Arabia for 3 years before I went to Jerusalem. So Paul, he never met Jesus, and that's basically a historical fact. And so what we have is when he did go into Jerusalem,
except when Jesus presented himself to him.
Yeah. I meant pre-resurrection. So in Galatians chapter 1 and 2, he says after 3 years he goes and talks to Peter and James, the brother of Jesus, in Jerusalem. And what's interesting about this is because this is how Paul got authenticated, that he actually had divine knowledge. When he went there and he spoke with them, and as he records in the book of Galatians chapters 1 and 2, he said for 15 days they spoke uninterrupted without meeting anyone else. And he said at the end of the 15 days they took nothing from me. And the words in Greek there is that of the message I had, of which nothing they took away. And it basically says that he, without ever having met Jesus in his lifetime, can authenticate his divine message with Jesus because he came and confirmed all of the message of which Jesus taught them. And because he never met Jesus, they accept it. He said after the 15 days they reached out to me, their hands in brotherhood and discipleship, and told me to preach amongst the Gentiles, and they would preach amongst the circumcised. So at the end of the 15 days, the people that James, the brother of Jesus, and James Peter had authenticated Paul based on the fact that he wouldn't have had this knowledge unless he had gotten it from a divine source. And that's recorded in Galatians chapter 1 and 2.
Jump over to the new room. Sorry to interrupt. Okay.
That is I think we should look at that text because that's it's really interesting to look at, and it's really short. Galatians is only has 6 books, and the first 2 books of which this is mentioned is really, really short. It's a good read.